Alrighty, we are live, folks. So, the bracket just went up. The tournament has begun, so we are going to be finding us a match here to watch. Just a moment. I hit the blocker. This turn. Alrighty, the post went up literally less than a minute ago, so we'll give folks a moment to get their lobbies up, and then we'll see who actually listened. I said to leave the spec slot open for me. Is this part of the tournament? Nope. They just had a spec slot open and had the most predictable password you can imagine. Nice. Classic Warhammer. Alrighty. Later, who's in the tournament? Have a spec slot for me. I think we are, in fact, good to go. Son of Heaven versus Longboy. That is part of our bracket, so we got a match, folks. And then we got Longboy. And we'll just have to wait a couple moments while they do their picks and bans. I believe that is the correct map for first round. Yeah, we got Shaggoth Strand, Schwarzhofen, and Cliff of Beasts for our first round. And then we got the good old-fashioned, pick 3 ban 1. That is pretty standard for land battle events these days. So, yep. If you are new around here, this is the 6th Cold One Cup qualifier, just a tournament series we're doing. Every other week we host one of these events. The winner of each event qualifies for our big final tournament at the end of it all, which should be coming up here in a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's what we got going on here this morning. And then Human Boy said he would likely be joining us towards the end of the stream. Get some nice co-casting going. So we got that to look forward to as well. Hey, Adelmo, JP, Nurgle. Welcome to the stream, folks. Welcome, welcome. Sun there. Oh, it is much too early for words. I apologize. 6 Son of Heaven is playing Dark Elves. I'm actually kind of curious how Dark Elves are doing in land battles these days, because I know they've pretty much ever since Forge the Chaos Dwarfs dropped, they've pretty much disappeared from domination. They used to be really good, and now just nobody plays them. So I'm curious to see if they're still strong in land battles. I assume they are. Malekith or just Theme Sorceress on a Dragon with Soul Stealer are both still very, very strong options. Your Scourge aren't as good, so your anti-large struggles a little bit more, as you're only really relying on cheap spears or Cold Riders that struggle against things like monstrous infantry or big monsters. So you're really relying on shooting to do that, so it's a little trickier to play when you only have the Dark Rider Repeaters as your skirmishing core. But I bet they're still good. The infantry is fast and aggressive, kills lightly armed things pretty well. Probably still struggle with armor. Probably really relying on a dragon to deal with that for you. And we do have, okay, Dark Elves Khorne, so we will see that armor question come into play most likely, and infantry quite likely. Yeah, Dark Elves have pretty much disappeared from Dom. Not having Scourge Runners available to be that, fast anti-large option, or like high damage output anti-large option, it's a big problem, because now you rely solely on Cold One Knights to be anti-cav. And they're fine at that job, but they're not particularly quick. And of course, they're expensive and only have a few of them. And they don't kill single entities or pressure out characters as easily as the Scourge Runners used to. So the damage nerf to the Scourge Runners really, really feels like it hurts Dark Elves a lot. And then when I have seen Dark Elves played, I've seen them playing more around a static Darkshard line, which is a lot more exploitable than the typical kite style. Extends Reverb or Echo or something like that. Let me do this. Does that sound better? Can you guys hear me clearly now? I forgot to move the mic close to my face. It was like across my desk. Am I coming through nice and clearly? Let me check and see how I sound. Dark Elves a lot. And then when I have seen Dark Elves played, I've seen them playing more around a static Darkshard line. Yes, that is a lot of weird white noise. Let me see what I can do about that. Alright. I turned off what I think is the source of the white noise, and we are getting into our first game, so I hope that fixed it. Please let me know if you're still hearing noises. Okay, there we go. Better. But we do have Dark Elves versus Coin. Dark Elves versus Khorne, not Coin. So. Alrighty, so we have Son of Heaven on the Dark Elves. We do have a triple Scourge Runner line. Like I said, these guys got nerfed, so I'm not a huge fan of them these days. But the damage output is still respectable. The anti-large missiles still hit pretty hard. You just have to really kite pretty hard to actually get the time to spend all your ammo. But they can still do okay. Got Malekith up in the air on a dragon, Soul Stealer, Chillwind, Noxious Breath, and Gaze of Malice. Pretty typical like anti-infantry stuff. So we have double Blackguard. That's one of the nice things about playing against a faction like Khorne. Doesn't have a lot of magic or shooting. That you can bring those elite infantry options, and Blackguard will do quite well into the infantry and the Minos of Khorne. Are lucky to see. We have some Dread Spears up front, Dread Spears, a single Shade with dual weapon, and a Manticore up in the air. Pretty small army for the Dark Elves. And a Dark Rider as well. Then for the forces of Khorne, led by Longboy, we have Valkia up in the sky with Demon Shield, Sword of Khorne, not Sword of Khorne, Spear Schlapnir. Full kit actually, her armor and her Gaze of Khorne. We have a Cultist of Khorne on foot with just the Demon Summon, which will be a very, very nice choice into those Blackguard. Again, apologies for getting all tongue-tied. It is very early for me. Marauders of Khorne, Minotaur Great Weapons, the ROR Fleshhound, the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, Skirmish Cav, Fleshhound, and more Skirmish Cav, and another Fleshhound. So the mobility game looks pretty heavily favored for Khorne in melee, at least. The Scourge Runners will do a good job mitigating that at range, but they can't really close to melee, so Khorne will be able to go wherever they want. There'll just be a bit of a tax imposed on their HP for doing so. That is, of course, accepting Malekith and the Manticore wherever they go. Khorne will likely be winning that mobility game. As for the front line, I probably favor these Blackguard here. Khorne's going to need to do something to actually get rid of the Blackguard. Either the Bloodletter Summon, or the Skirmcav Throwing Axes, or the Spear Slapnir. Something's got to take care of these Blackguard, so that the Minotaurs can really go and kill everything else. Because the anti-large Minos will tear apart the Dread Spears, tear apart the Shades. do a lot of good work. Those Blackguard could prove quite troublesome. There's Scourge Runners pushing up, and like I said, the damage output isn't what it used to be. 3 Scourge Runners shooting this Minotaur. Takes off about, maybe 10-15% HP. Not exceptional, but it does do the work of the Blood God if it takes a little bit of extra time. Fires is coming in and whiffing terribly, as they tend to do when firing at these small targets that move quickly. They are very, very slow projectiles, so they tend to miss quite a lot. Malekith and Valkia look like they're having a bit of a scrap up in the air. This is something you'll see a lot from Khorne players in this matchup, is Valkia will go and she'll chase Malekith, get a few hits in. When Malekith turns hit back, she'll pop Demon Shield, and as soon as Demon Shield runs out, she just runs away. So she can just get these nice quick trades in on Malekith without taking a lot of damage in return. So it's a very, very popular tactic from Khorne players, but she needs to be a little bit careful. This Manticore is giving her the business a bit. Malekith as well. I'm going to pop that Demon Shield that's being focused, and then, skedaddle as soon as it's gone. Fleshhounds are trying to get in the back line. The Dark Riders do screen pretty well. Scourge Runners are taking a bit of damage, but they do route off those Khorne skirmishers on the left flank. Right flank is, however, coming in, and these guys could honestly just run straight into melee with these shades. They do have good anti-infantry bonuses, as well as charge bonuses. So if they are so inclined, they can probably tear apart those shades, who are quite a squishy unit. Fleshhounds are getting top of the Scourge Runners as well. Nowhere really for these Scourge Runners to retreat. Very narrow infantry line and no real mobility control, so there's just nowhere for these Scourge Runners to run. They'd have to literally just, kite in circles and try to outrun the Fleshhounds, and that ain't going to be happening today. They're just sitting here taking a lot of damage. Lord fight is going pretty poorly for Valkia. She has the Demon Shield popped. Malekith is going for that Cultist. Not a bad idea. If you get rid of that Bloodletter summon, there is not really a lot of good options to take care of these Blackguard. They can really carry the day for you. And Malekith isn't really threatened by Valkia at the moment. There's a lot of HP. He's got a lot of Soul Stealers. Valkia has a long way to go to actually make a dent in his HP. And if she dies here, that's actually a big loss for Khorne. But Khorne is actually doing surprisingly well in the infantry fight. Blackguard getting worn down by these Minotaurs. Dread Spears are just gone, and the mobility fight is going very heavily in the favor of the Blood God. The Lord fight is really the only thing holding Khorne into this, and with the anti-large Minos coming in, Malekith really needs to bugger off. He's got a lot of Soul Stealers and his own combat value that's just going to take a while to accrue value, while the rest of his army is just dying off. The Scourge Runners are still online. They have all their models, aside from just the one missing. There's a lot of damage output there. Bloodletter Summon does come down, but Valkia is going down. Her Demon Shield isn't back off cooldown yet. She's down to only 900 health, and no healing available for Khorne, of course. Bloodletter Summon coming down to just try and screen her out so that she can get away from Malekith. But honestly, just a Soul Stealer or two will finish her off, so she needs to be extremely careful where she positions. Khorne Marauders coming back in, trying to muck up the Scourge Runners. They can't just shoot at Malekith, at Valkia, doing whatever they want. But the ground forces for the Dark Elves are pretty much gone. The Shades have been destroyed, this infantry line has been wrecked. Malekith gets something there, gets a nice breath attack on the Horsemen of Khorne, but there's just nothing really to deal with all these Minos. There's just a couple of Scourge Runners left that are in a lot of trouble. There's no really safe for them to sit and shoot. They gotta keep moving, and it's just kind of Malekith. How much can Malekith carry? Well, he's got a lot of Soul Stealers in his back pocket, still a lot of healing still to go, but there's a massive army ahead of him. There's a lot of infantry, Minotaurs, Fleshhounds. There's so many targets, and Khorne needs to do a really good job not blobbing up for Soul Stealers. They should be able to wear down Malekith eventually, because Valkia going down will hurt a lot, down to 250 HP. There we go. Malekith finishes off Valkia, but now can he finish off the rest of the army? The Cultists, the Minotaurs. Like I said, what Khorne needs to do is not blob up. Let Malekith fight one Minotaur at a time, maybe an infantry unit. Do not let him get these big Soul Stealers. Surround him with those Minotaurs of Khorne. Do the best you can, but not all at once. No, that's a bit of Soul Stealer bait, and there's a Soul Stealer immediately. There's going to be tons and tons of value accrued for Malekith just off of that Soul Stealer. Look at the value just piling in with this, the Fleshhounds, the Minotaurs. They all have some spell resist because they're marked by Khorne, but still, when you blob up like that, that's just absolutely devastating. This is how Malekith carries games. He lands, everything blobs to try and punish him, and then he just drops Soul Stealer and he farms so much value. That's 400 or 500 value off that one Soul Stealer. And the Minotaurs are routing, and Khorne may be struggling to finish off Malekith without Valkia on the field. Cultists is going down. The infantry line is broken for Khorne. Horsemen have rallied, though, and that's actually a huge boon. They have a lot of ammo. They have fire damage. They can do a lot of work to Malekith if you can keep your other forces alive long enough for them to do so. You really, really need them to come in and be your breadwinner. Minotaurs do get a nice rear charge against him, which will do some pretty good damage. Anti-large Minos are well suited to taking down things like dragons, especially when the Soul Stealer is on cooldown. Perfect time to get in the back and do some damage. But Malekith is still sitting on, I don't know, I've only seen the one Soul Stealer. I haven't seen any Chill Winds. So he might still have an awful lot of healing coming in. We have exactly 5 Blackguard and some Dread Spears coming to try to screen him out, so Malekith can get back in the air and hopefully use a breath attack and then come back down with another Soul Stealer available. The Horsemen are throwing into Malekith, doing some excellent damage. Steel Cap is in sight, which means he still has a lot of Soul Stealers available. heal himself up. And Khorne is really on a timer. If Malekith can just sit up in the air and farm back his HP with Soul Stealers, Khorne is going to have a very, very hard time finishing out this game. Breath Attack as well does a lot of good damage to the Minotaurs of Khorne, and Malekith is looking well on his way to carrying this game. The Scourge run alive in the trees, and if it can take out those horsemen, there's not a lot here that can actually threaten Malekith. The Minos are just about dead. Anti-infantry Minos coming in, but of course those are anti-infantry. Their melee attack isn't the greatest against large targets, although with, what is it, Horn of Khorne, that's kind of not really a factor. Ace of Malice coming in, going to try and clear out some of these Marauders. Oh, so probably doesn't much hurt to your Dread Spears, it does good. Malekith taking quite the unholy beating, and the balance power is starting to heavily favor Khorne. They can just finish off Malekith, they will be in a very, very good spot here. Well, I mean, he'll be up one game in our series. Throwing Axes are doing good work still, and the Minos are just trying to keep him busy. Keep him off those Throwing Axes. Those are your big breadwinner. Just do whatever you can to keep him off, but don't blow up like this. Don't blow up like this, that's Soul Stealer bait. Okay, no, Chillwind. And using Chillwind instead of Soul Stealer heal feels like a really big mistake. Without the healing, Malekith is actually worn down, and army losses will come through. And our first game will be going to the Blood God. Not something you see a whole lot. Khorne is not considered terribly strong in land battles, so nice to see them coming out and actually pulling off the early dub. Just Malekith things. Yeah, the Shades were an interesting choice. I also feel like you need some Cold One Knights here as Dark Elves. This is a pretty elite build with no real mobility control, and we really saw Khorne exploit that. They came in with the Fleshhounds and with the Horsemen and just kind of ran over the back line of the Shades and then started recharging into the Dark Shards and the Blackguard and just tore them apart very, very quickly. And Dark Elves didn't really have any good response to that. So that was Longboy taking the early lead. Get our blocker back up, and I see chat is popping off. Alright. There's some background noise, but not sure what it is. Okay, if the background noise is still... Oh, wait, it's gone? Okay. Yeah, that was my fan. I turned it off. Any tips playing Tomb King? Starting to join multiplayer and get a main Tomb King's learning experience with? Where to start? I'm actually working on a Tomb King's guide that should be out sometime this month. Big thing with Tomb Kings is your infantry line really relies on your passive healing, both from your army passive and your lore passive from Lord of Nehekara. So you really want to engage like all of your infantry at once when you take a fight, so that way you're maximizing the map-wide healing from both your faction passive and the Restless Dead passive from the Lord of Nehekara. So you really want to get like everything in the fight all at once. They're all taking damage. They're all really benefiting from that healing all at once. If you piecemeal the engagement, then your healing is much less valuable because it's only affecting a portion of your army rather than the whole thing. Coins for the Coin God, indeed. Still hit background set? Okay. Up to Kings, what Lords Heroes are best to bring. You have time to give really quick some of the Lords and Heroes I have the most trouble with. Yeah, so usually like probably 90% of the time in Domination, it's Katep. Just Katep either on foot or on a horse with 2 of the cheapest spells and the lore passive, and that's it. And you just bring him to do to passive spam and get as much healing as possible. In land battles, I believe Arkan is the go-to lord. Lore of Death is very, very strong in land battles. Spirit Leech for killing single entities, Buna for killing cavalry, that kind of thing. And then his summon and his, what's it, Liber Mortis, the Fizz Resist aura are both quite nice. Yeah, Katep is much less useful in land battles, as well as the Restless Dead passive are much less useful in land battles because your army is smaller, but the healing isn't as valuable because it's not affecting as much gold worth of units. This is for Dom? Okay, yeah. So Katep is the one you usually take. I have not found any particular use for Arkan in Domination. Some people try Cetra on a cat, which I personally don't like. I think he's just overpriced. I'd rather bring Katep and a normal cat, which is also much less vulnerable to being sniped. As for heroes, really the only hero you ever use is the Necrotect. Excuse me. And you only really use him for the Vambraces of the Sun item. They have an item that gives them a contact effect of Blinded, which is minus 24 melee attack and melee defense, which is really, really nice into elite infantry to kind of just tune down their stats and make your infantry trade much, much better into them. So they're really well, they pair really well with like Tomb Guard into things like Demons of Chaos or High Elves or other factions that bring elite infantry. Yeah, I kind of assume people ask me for questions that it's Dom. If you guys want land battle questions, please specify, because my brain immediately goes to Dom because that's what I play more of, and that's what people usually are asking me questions about. Alright, I see Nurgle. I see Nurgle and Skaven, which I'm kind of here for, but also I have no idea how this matchup goes. I have not seen a lot of Skaven lately, which probably means I'm not watching enough Human Voice streams, but you know. Skaven are other factions just kind of disappeared from Dom because we're in such a mass-heavy meta, and they obviously don't have that much mass. And let me tell you, this Skaven build is looking wild. Oh my gosh, I'm so here for this. I imagine Nurgle gonna come out with like a ton of spawn, a ton of toads, and maybe some like Marauders or Forsaken, and some Furies, and well, I guess I don't have to speculate any longer because I can see the builds. So yeah, a lot of big things just rushing at Skaven for the forces of Nurgle, and Skaven's build is not what I anticipated, but I'm here for it. This is a lot of shooting and not a lot to protect it. So you kind of have to be very on top of your target prioritization to really kill the threats before they can get to you. You're practically playing like a tower defense of Skaven with this much shooting. I guess you have a couple of elite halberd units, but like there's just so little infantry, and the infantry you have is just crap aside from like the 2 RORs. Alright, so Nurgle, we have Festus the Leech Lord with Blightboil and Fleshy Abundance, as well as the Lore passive and Pestilent Potions. A couple of Furies up in the air, front line of Marauders and a Chaos Warrior. And we saw 4 Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn are, of course, only 3. Chaos Spawn are, of course, a class against Skaven. You know, high amounts of non-AP weapon strength, unbreakable, they do quite well to Skaven. Some Toads and the Barons of the Bog as your mobility option. Not bad in this Skaven, I imagine. I haven't tested them myself, but they should do pretty well pushing through Skaven slaves and really getting some things like globes or just sails, which we do have today. So, for the forces of the Rats, led by Longbow, we have double Warpfire Thrower. Not something you see a whole lot. Kind of curious to see how these do into those spawn. We have Skaven Slave Spears and Skaven Slaves. We have some Rat Ogres. We have double Death Globe, Rat Ogres, single Skaven Slave Slinger, Warlock Master on a Doom Flayer with Flensing Rune and Brass Orb. Fest is going to be a little careful. We have Ikit Zap Zap, Natty Boobos, Pit Fighters, Ix's Triads, and the Council Guard. A lot of RORs. So, yeah. Not a lot of infantry. You usually see a lot more like Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats, just basic chaff. And they have a lot of pretty pricey shooting here. Warp Fighters aren't that expensive, but globes, Death Globes are like 900 each, I believe. Then it could Zap Zap. Yeah. A lot of shooting, not a lot to protect it. So they need to be very on top of their target prioritization and try to delete these spawn before they can push through your front lines, as well as those Toads. And that's kind of what I worry about. There's, what, 3 spawn, 3 Toads, and 2 Furies that all have to die before they get to your missile pieces. And that sounds like a pretty tall order, to be honest. Skaven are going to be very, very on top of that missile targeting micro to actually get rid of all these threats before they make it to your line. So let's see how it goes. Good Zap Zap should be opening up onto the spawn. Perfect choice. Going with the spawn or Festus. Festus would also probably be an acceptable target, but he's not as much of an immediate threat, even though he's a high value target. That's a lot of damage on that first volley. Jeez, it's like 30% HP off a spawn on first volley. That's amazing damage. Gee, that's way more than I anticipated. Come on, can we do it again? Repeat performance? Warp-locking cans have never been this consistent for me, so let's see it. And yeah, that's a much more underwhelming follow-up shot. Kind of expected. Looks like we do have a bit of tactical reserve Skaven Slave Singer, as well as the Furies coming in from behind. Council Guard aren't the best tool for peeling Furies. They are a halberd unit, not terribly offensively capable against these infantry-sized Furies. So Ikit Zap Zap is in a little bit of trouble here. Honestly, what I would do is decrew them and run them into the Council Guard. The Council Guard need to be on top of them right this second. This looks like the Ikit Zap Zap is being compromised. 90 people shooting into the Toads. Again, a good choice. Really want to stop them being through your lines. Warpfire throws are just spewing white hot fire all over these Marauders of Nurgle, though they do manage to survive the volley, which means they will likely on top of these Warpfire throwers. Natty Bubos are just tearing apart these toads on the front line. Festus is just blobbing up on the Skaven series, doing good damage. Death Globes just tearing them apart, though, doing incredible damage. That's the Skaven has so much damage output here, but so little durability, so Festus is breaking through the front line. Honestly, I wonder if this Warlock Engineer, he's anti-infantry, just go bully Festus with him. Flinty Rune coming down on the spawn again. Good choice, get rid of that big threat. Pit Fighters and the Radogos are over here trying to fight off some spawn on their own. I really wish they'd back off and get some chaff support. Furies into the back of the Death Globes is not what you want to see as the Skaven Enjoyer. Furies will tear these guys apart pretty quickly. Natty Bubos is online still, actually. They survived the Fury attack. Furies have buggered off to go after the Natty Bubos Sharpshooters. A more high priority target. And the Nurgle frontline is just gone. The spawn are still, wading through, but the Marauders are broken. At least on the left flank for the Skaven has held quite strong. More Fire Throwers are just peppering in the Furies, trying to get them off of the Ixos Triads and the Natty Bubos. This much shooting still online after the frontlines collide is actually looking pretty bad for Nurgle, but Skaven have no infantry left. They have the Council Guard, they have Ixos Triad, and that's it. And their right flank is completely collapsed. The Rat Ogres are sent to rout or rampage. Not a lot to hold them online. The Marauders are rallying it in the left side. And those Skaven are up a lot of value. Have nothing to protect all these very, very expensive missile pieces, aside from distance. If these spawn and the Marauders can close the gap onto these missile pieces, there's no real recourse to keep them alive. Crossfire from Natty Bubos is doing a good job to wear down these spawn, but the problem is their spawn, they're unbreakable. If one spawn gets over here, it's a big problem for these artillery crews. Although they are getting a little bit distracted, looks like. Not sure what they're after exactly. They are getting shredded by missile fire. Barons of the Bog are chasing off some Skaven slaves, but you really need to see them rerouted. Come get on top of some kind of missile piece, get on the artillery, get on those Giselles, something needs to go down. But Nurgle actually looks to be struggling a lot more than I expected. Warfire Throwers are still online. Natty Bubos are still online. Because Ikid Zap's up still online. It's going to be spelling a lot of trouble for Nurgle as that spawn does finally crumble. Yeah, Skaven Slingers are going down. Barons of the Bog doing a good job there. Festus is just grinding with the Council Guard, and he's actually taking quite a beating. Does he have... Yeah, he's got his healing on. Okay, good. Good. Yeah, the Nurgle frontline is just getting ground down. The Death Globes do appear to be gone, which is a boon for the forces of Nurgle. To allow their infantry a little bit longer to stay alive. Flinty Rune going down on the Barons of the Bog. Kind of feel like it should have gone on Festus. The Barons of the Bog are a really sticky target, so I understand wanting to get rid of them as fast as possible. Area mobility threat as well, so it makes a bit of sense. Looks like some Marauders are actually sneak through the back. They kind of left their banner behind to go on the stealth mission, and if they're clever, they might actually be able to get on this artillery piece and shut it down for good. Huge Blight Boil coming down on Ixos Triads. Is that the real one or is that a clone? That's the real one, I think. As well as these Skins of Spears getting some really good damage there from Festus. Although, is that spell AP? Spell's not AP. Okay, so Council Guard aren't really a sensible target for it. But yeah, I feel like Nurgle needs to push past the Council Guard and get on top of these artillery pieces. Get them offline, do what you can. Ignore the Council Guard. As long as Festus is alive, you can just mortise down the Council Guard in the late game. You really need to get these shooting pieces offline so this spawn can carry the day. And that's, yeah, Festus is now just draining, doing all it can with the Harbinger Pestilence and the Curse of the Slug. Just wearing down the Rat Ogres and the Council Guard, who are unbreakable in their own right, so you really need to take them down as fast as possible. Natty Bubos are just firing into the blob, trying to take out these Chaos Warriors for you, doing some good work there. But the Marauders have broken through, and these Giselles really need to kite. They are quite a bit faster, so they could get out, but looks like a little bit of lapse of maker from Longboy, and the Giselles are going to get compromised. They are a very squishy unit, even though Marauders and Turtles aren't very high damage output. They should still do some pretty good work, and this actually feels a lot closer than the value would indicate. Nurgle's gotten a lot of healing on Festus and these Chaos Warriors, but I don't know, man. There's still some really, really pricey pieces of artillery that if Nurgle just gets one unit on them, it's a massive value spike for Nurgle, but the Lord is coming to peel off the Natty Bubos Sharpshooters. These Marauders are not looking so hot in the leadership department. The Rogers are coming in to peel as well. They are routed, and the Giselles are still online, which is heartbreaking for the forces of the Toad God. These bad boys are just going to get Last Samurai on their way to those artillery pieces. The shots just raining in from Natty Bubos Sharpshooters. Ikid Zap is focusing on the last of these spawn. It looks like Nurgle is in pretty dire straits. One good Flensing Rune on top of Festus should bring him down, although we do get a nice Blight Boil on top of those Council Guard. Oh, yes. Bathe in the pestilent glory! Glory! Beautiful. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to get Nurgle back in this game, but it is still excellent. Spawn, go down. The last one just running for his life as he gets just absolutely put down by the Ikid Zap. And with all those mobility tools going down, there's just no real pressure on these artillery pieces. They are free to just fire in, and Nebulous are trying to snipe out Festus at this point. Probably a little bit of friendly fire going on the Council Guard, but who cares? A few rats die in service of the greater good. Who cares? Getting some nice downrange shots onto Festy Boy. His heal cap is in sight, and that is a Flensing Rune going down, looks like. Yeah, Flensing Rune, as well as the jail sniping at Festus, will probably bring him down low enough to finish this off and just trigger army losses. So, Festus is shattered. Army losses kicks in, and Longboy will be taking our series 2-0. This has got some good value, but yeah, the spawn got absolutely shredded on the approach. The target priority was pretty good from Longboy. Clearly the man knows how to pilot his Skaven. Oh yeah, I could zap, so I've got 2,500 value, jeez. Very, very high value artillery piece. The Death Globes did really well as well. Predators did the job. Yeah, I was wrong to doubt the infantry light Skaven build. So, well played to Son of Heaven. Congratulations to Longboy. He's advancing to our next round, and we need to find another lobby to spectate. I need to put a blocker up before I join, in case somebody has a build we don't need to leak. Well, you can't say they didn't, prepare to have spectators here. I don't know if you guys can see, but there's like 5 spectator slots. What is the score? Okay. So we have on this side, we have Navi, and on this side we have RTK Tidsman. And Tid said he is up 1-0. We have, is this Walk Slanesh? We have a wild Slanesh pick? Skaven favorite brings up open teams, yeah. Skaven build should never work, yeah. No, expect what Skaven. Yeah, Skaven have a lot of options, and that's kind of one of the things that's hard for a lot of factions to approaching Skaven. Skaven have just such a massive amount of roster depth that you really never know what they're gonna bring. What's my main? I play a lot of everything, to be honest. Lately I've been playing a lot of Tomb Kings, but I tend to like pick a new main every couple of weeks because I get bored. So, yeah, I guess lately it's been Tomb Kings. Alright, so I think it was Tidsman on Slanesh, Navi on Walk. This is not a match I've seen. Slanesh has never been that popular in land battles. And when they were, before their nerfs, they were, pretty mediocre, so I haven't seen a ton of people playing them in land battle. We do have a triple Exalted Demonette, one of which is the Bringers of Beguilement. We have some Spawn for the So Perfect Musk contact effect. We have Mirror Guard, Chaos Warriors Whips, which is heavy infantry, and a Demon Prince in the air with, what does he have? Blast of Slanesh, Pavane of Slanesh, Enfeebling Foe, Mortal Blow, Fixing Flanker, Fiendish Musk, so a lot of debuffs on this bad boy. It's gonna need, because it looks like there's a pretty hefty Chaos Blob, with a War Shrine of Nurgle, Festus the Leech Lord, 2 Exalted Heroes, both of which with the Doom Totem to lower leadership, and Chaos Warrior frontline of their own, and Chosen as well. And I feel like, as well as, the Severed Claw. Really nice to pile onto that blob. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised neither side brought any Skirmish Cav. Like, Skirmish Cav are generally pretty good into, like, other Chaos factions, because you can just, sit and shoot the blob. Or like Slicing Charge or anything, because like this blob of characters and the Severed Claw are going to be such a pain for Slanesh to deal with. I guess, the Bringers of Beguilement and the other ROR Demon, or the other just Exalted Demoness could do pretty good work to them, I guess. Maybe the Prince can, but I don't know, man. This looks like a pretty tough blob to break. Like this Festus, War Shrine blob is pretty tough. Bone Giants for the win. Yeah, Bone Giants have been pretty good these days. Basic spawn. Did Nurgle even? Oh, sorry, this isn't Nurgle. This is budget Nurgle. Yeah, they used all their marks. They have Festus, the War Shrine, and these two. Okay. Yeah, we got a pretty hefty walk blob, looks like. Not that surprising. Pretty common into Slaanesh, where you typically can't contest their mobility that effectively. So, bringing a box like this is not that surprising, even if it is not typically interesting. Chosen reopens, Chaos Warriors, Chaos Warriors. Now, we have to see how skilled Slaanesh is at unboxing. See if they have adapted to the unboxing meta. Where that's Chosen? Show me them Chosen. I forgot to turn my camera settings down. My camera settings are still very, very high. I can hear like flies buzzing around, I guess because of Nurgle something or other. Look at those bad boys. What are you? Why are you different than the one in the back? Why? Why do you have tentacles? Why? This looks like a miniature unclean one. This is like a moderate unclean one. Not a great unclean one, just a moderate unclean one. Or perhaps a minor unclean one. Don't know. Anyway, the box marches forth, and I feel like Slaanesh is really going to be wishing they had Slicing Shards or Pit of Shades or something. But alas, here we are with, I assume, the lore passive to spam, yeah. A bunch of cheap spells, just spam the lore passive, get melee attack, which will do pretty good work when you can bring your Demonettes, you know, bring your Bergamot up to like 70 melee attack. You know, a respectable stat line. And that will shred through even the Mirror Guard and those Chosen and the Severed Claw. Yeah, those Burns Bergamot, it seems like they're going to be real breadwinners for Slaanesh if they can avoid getting spelled by Festus. Which Festus, what spells could he bring? Miasma, Pestilence, and Blight Boil. Yeah, if that Blight Boil hits the Burns Bergamot, it might just be over. If Slaanesh doesn't dodge the Blight Boil, it could be just game over immediately. Slaanesh is going for a bit of a surround, looks like. Get the Demonettes around the sides. Make sure they can attack on all fronts and really wear down the blocks as fast as possible. Chaos War Shrine does need charged up. It doesn't heal straight away, so the more entity deaths that happen nearby, the more healing it does. Spawn are charging in, so let's spawn with the Demonettes, and they should do a pretty good job. And look at the melee attack debuffs immediately. The instant debuff blob, the Lord coming in as well. Bring these guys down very, very low on the melee attack front. Chosen are getting absolutely shredded. Those are Chosen. They're down to half health in like 10 seconds. Brings Bergamot as well, charging to the front. Warriors on the side, and now the blob has begun to unearth. But also, this Demon Prince is Slash, he's in trouble. He has no healing available. He needs to get out of here. Those Exalted Heroes are a big problem for him. He needs to play around them. There's the Blight Boil, and the Brings Bergamot. No! No! Dodge! Good, micro. Sacrifice the Mirror Guard, that's fine. It's not going to do as much damage to them. And yeah, that Blight Boil doesn't get a ton of... yeah, that's still pretty good work. The Brings Bergamot are, however, still hale and hearty and ready to run straight to the gaps and get on top of whatever they need. Although Demon Prince is killing Festus. If Festus dies, that might just be game over from the get-go. Oh, Festus is in trouble. We have okay, Miasma and Pestilent Potion, so he's down to 7 melee attack. So Festus does get away for the moment, but those Exalted Heroes need to stick on top of him, or he's in a lot of trouble. He's very, very low, just forced to be spamming out that healing. How charged up is that War Shrine? You got the healing going yet? Not a whole lot of healing going yet. Festus is down below half HP, and he needs to be very, very careful. If he gets caught out by that Lord again, he will not survive the second time around. Halberds are just sitting here watching the back as Warriors do come around to challenge them themselves. Whip Warriors should beat those Halberds and break through the back line, but what do we got going on here? Looks like Festus is just... is he... oh, he's damaging! Why is he damaging? He's low health. He needs to heal himself. If he stays this low, if the Bringers of Bergamot just run in and rampage Festus, the Lord can kill him out really, really easily. And that's exactly what's happening. If these guys get a single touch on Festus, he'll rampage, and that could be absolutely devastating for the forces of Nurgle. You lose your spellcaster, even if he's rampage, he just can't cast spells, which is a big, big problem. Let's get rampaged. We got Chosen to rampaging. We got Festus' rampage. Festus is rampage. Get that Demon Prince over here. Come on! Come on! I mean, either way, Festus rampage, there's no spells, which means the Bringers of Bergamot, with their insane melee attack, can just start shredding through these Chosen and getting tons and tons of value. And yeah, Slaanesh is just farming the damage value. Severed Claw are getting torn apart. Festus is in trouble, but Festus is no longer rampage. That Demon Prince needed to capitalize. That was his window. Although we now have Demonettes pushing through the middle, get a nice sandwich onto the back of these Chaos Warriors. Doing good work there. The Mirror Guard charging in the back as well.
This is looking pretty good for Slaanesh, but that heal blob is still going just strong. You really need to bring out Festus. You got the Chaos Spawn here, Rampaging Chosen. The heroes are in the wrong place. If you can get this Demon Prince back in the air, he can land on Festus and just take him out. Festus is losing his bodyguards one by one. The Chosen are going down, the Severed Claw are getting torn apart. Chaos Spawn are going down. Rings of Garment are just farming value. The War Shrine is probably pretty charged up at this point, 0.6 heals per second. But the problem is this far side of the fight just isn't getting any healing whatsoever. And Festus is, okay, he's now healing, which is what he needs to be doing. He really needs to be healing himself. The Demon Prince, if he can get back in the air, he can kill Festus. Come on. There's Chaos Spawn. Oh no, there's a Walk Chaos Spawn that are in the way. But still, if you can get that guy over here, if you can take out Festus, that could be game winning. Here it comes, land! Or don't, or just lazily glide by and go fight somewhere else. Go ahead and finish off the Mirror Guard, I guess that's fine too. Festus and the character blob are, perhaps secondary priority. As the walk box is starting to collapse, the flanks are going down. Is that a Blight Boil from Walk? Is this just, sacrificing your own halberds? Just absolutely sacrificing your own halberds! I mean, it works. You killed the Marauders. Was it worth it? Was it worth it, Festus? What an absolute betrayal! Severed Claw have been routed by the Bringers of Beguilement. The Spawn are going down too. It's really just the characters hanging in there. And with this being Exalted Demonettes, I suspect they'll be able to take down Festus and this character blob pretty easily. They do quite well into these large, not exactly combat entities as well. And the Demon Prince does finally land it on Festus. Rampage as well. Mortal Blow Pop, bring his weapon strength up to 650. 1 or 2 good hits, yeah. Festus, one more good hit, and he is gone. Festus dies out. Oh no, he just shatters. He's still alive there. But he is shattered, he is running, and it's just these Exalted Heroes fighting a massive blob of big sexy crab demons. And I don't think they're going to be long for this world. The value lead is very heavily in Slaanesh's favor. Chaos War Shrine is Rampage and out of control, and that is going to be pretty swift victory for the forces of Slaanesh. The box was not strong enough, my friends. The blob was insufficient. It seemed like this Tids was pretty prepared for this kind of build. He didn't waste time with mobility. He just brought a lot of Exalted Demonettes, which were perfect at tearing through all his Chaos Warriors. Demon Prince with his debuffs and his lore passive spamming did a ton of work. And then let's bring the Spawn from the debuffs, and then just bring Whip Warriors that are great at grinding into other Chaos Warriors. Yeah, seemed like he was very, very well prepared for what Walk tries to get up to in that matchup. Which means Tids does take... Oh, I didn't even realize how small I made his name. Takes our series 2-0 and advances. Well played to Na'vi. Alright, back on the hunt for another lobby. What maps are we on for the next round? Okay, second round is Eshin Trollrun's Shimmer Sword. Means that is not the lobby we're looking for. Okay, the only lobby I see is Tids. Tids' lobby. So I am going to take a look at the bracket and see who we're looking to see. We got Longboy versus Big JP, which is probably ongoing already. No, they're not in progress yet, so I can potentially find that. Palpalkeen versus Nurgles PA are currently playing. I don't know what's happening with the other ones. So let's see if I can find Big JP's lobby. Houseplant. Houseplant better in this tourney? He is not. Houseplant doesn't play land battles. I believe he's a conscientious objector when it comes to land battles. Aha. This looks like it is Longboy versus Big JP. Hey, we got it, boys. Eastman Skaven. Ooh. So we got JP on this side. And we have our champion of the rat and corn, Longboy, on the other side. And this is Eschen, which is, I think, the first map of the second round, which means the score is 0-0. Just what we like to see. No Houseplant? Yeah. Yeah, Houseplant really doesn't like land battles these days. Only Dom. Actually, Houseplant I think he's played exactly one land battle event since Warhammer 3 launched, and he got absolutely destroyed in the first round. He played it like right after Chaos Dwarfs came out and was just spamming the OP Chaos Dwarf stuff, and he got destroyed in the first round. It occurs to me that I've already played Eschen in Beastman vs. Skaven, so I am asking. Alright. I had to turn my fan off because of white noise, so now it's getting hot in here, so I need to go fix that. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. So players are still doing their picks. Looks like we got JP's Dark Elves and Longboy's Nurgle. JP is an old school Dark Elf enjoyer, so no surprise seeing him bringing out that today. And Longboy seems to be quite the chaos connoisseur. So you'll love to see it. Though I expect Nurgle has a pretty crappy matchup in Dark Elves. Dark Elves love to kite, and Nurgle is very, very slow. So I'm curious to see if we do see some kind of Nurgle like mass mobility build come out, or if he just tries to go really tanky with shields and try to just absorb the damage. Curious to see what Nurgle will go for, or if they do soul grinding to try to actually outshoot the kite, which is possible but hard against Scourge Runners. Because Nurgle doesn't really think they can shoot Scourge Runners effectively. So curious to see what Longbow will go for. I'm not really sure what the Nurgle meta is for in land battles these days. And yeah, like I said, I suspect Dark Elves will go for a kite build. That's typically what they do against Chaos factions. They like their Handbow Kite, Scourge Runners, Dark Repeaters. They're all good options into the slow armored Chaos factions. And especially since you can usually win the mobility game with Cold One Knights and your Dragon Lord, you can do just fine. So I don't suspect we'll be seeing any kind of Kugath or a big Nurgle singlety, as they are very vulnerable to being shot, which means that the Dark Elves Dragon Lord will be pretty difficult for Nurgle to answer. So let's see how they attempt to actually contain any sort of dragon character. Whether it's Malekith or the Supreme Sorceress or whatever.
Alright, so looking at the bracket real quick, what do we have going on? So we have, so Longboy beat Son of Heaven, and now he's here fighting Big JP. Did see him beat Navigator, and actually, the only games that finish are the ones we've watched, so we have no clue what's going on in the rest of the tournament. Nice. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Looks like Longboy is ready, and he has chosen an excellent Nurgle banner. A little gross looking, but that's very appropriate for Nurgle. Big JP, on the other hand, has a basic bitch Dark Elves banner, which I will give him shit for if he doesn't change. What was I checking? I alt-tabbed for a reason. I alt-tabbed for a reason. I don't know what it was. Oh well. I guess we'll never know. Oh, I need to fix my camera settings. Okay, camera settings fixed. I always forget when I start shooting to turn my camera my camera movement speed down. Because when I play, it's like I play at a super high sensitivity, or like movement speed, because I play in the atmosphere. But then when I cast, I want to actually like look at things closely, and it's hard to do that when you're moving 30 miles a minute. You stream that RTA Discord? Yeah, that's pretty common, to be honest. A lot of times when there's a tournament going on, you'll see people in the RTA Discord just streaming their builds, and like, you know, it's pretty easy to tell if your opponent's gonna hop in and take a look. And usually, you know, it's a small community; people aren't gonna do that. So, especially for this kind of tournament, there's no prize. There's no real like what are you winning if you do cheat that way? So it's more fun just to hang out with your friends and let them see what you're doing than it is worrying about your opponent actually seeing what you're doing. So yeah, it's pretty common in a lot of the Discords that people just play tournaments and stream their games. Alrighty, blocker, be gone. So, JP's Dark Elves. We got the Spring Sorceress up in the sky with the Soul Stealer, Opal Amulet, and the Breath Attacks. We have a front line of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. We have, what's 1, 2, 3, 4 Corsair Handbows, that very big kiting core. Triple Cold One Knights, and the Raven's Heralds. I like the Raven's Heralds. They do a lot of very high damage to like single targets or low model count targets. So they can do very, very well here. For Nurgle, we have Marauders of Nurgle, Plague Bearers, we have a Herald of Nurgle on foot with Rancid Visitations, and just that. Just Rancid Visitations and his passive, or his ability to look Fecundity. Really going for the Lord Snipe damage. Not that surprising, I suppose. Barons of the Bog, double Horseman, 2 Hounds over there, another Hound over here, another Horseman over here, and another Pox Rider. And a War Shrine of Nurgle. That's... I find this a little suspect. I don't feel like there's going to be a big melee grind. Like I said, Dark Elves tend to want to kite. So that is a little suspect to me. And also, it's pretty vulnerable to like Dark Rider repeaters and Surturers, which aren't here today. But like, if I'm making a Nurgle build, I'm really scared of those things. So kind of surprised to see it here. Yeah, like I said, just for fun. We also have some Nurglings to fill out the front ranks. So this front line is pretty susceptible to those Corsair Handbows. You're going to see some kind of disruption coming into them. Either the Toads running forth, or I don't know, something to actually deal with those Corsair Handbows. Because I expect what Dark Elves want to do, they run forward until they're in range, and then they just kite back, as long as they can, and really just wear down the Nurgle front line without actually giving them a melee fight. Because Dark Elves aren't actually that durable in melee, so they really don't want long prolonged melee engagements. They really just want to be, you know, shooting and scooting. So yeah, Raven's Heralds and the Corsair Handbows are just going to push up. Infantry's going to push up behind them, but not really look for his melee engagement. Looks like the pretty big flanking force on the left side, although, as far as melee prowess goes, the Cold One Knights can probably beat most of what's over there. Handbows can help outshoot the Runner Horsemen, and Handbows actually do trade pretty well into the Throwing Axe Cav.
Throwing Axe Cav is very bad in like skirmish duels and shootouts because the projectiles travel so slowly, so they're very easy to dodge. Because the axes, they have such a high arc, they just lazily float into the air and then land somewhere random. They have a very, very hard time actually like hitting anything moving. Raven's Herald just go walk up here and hit the Lord. There's nothing to stop them. The skirmish cav are gonna have to come over immediately and try to deal with it. But they can, if the skirmish cav don't do anything about it, they can just sit here and shoot the Lord, and that can be absolutely devastating for a lot of factions. That's what the Raven's Heralds are so dangerous about. That's what they love to do, and it makes them terribly dangerous. Now look, all 3 of Nurgle's skirmish have to come back here and deal with it. Because there's like no pressure on the Dark Elf skirmishing line. There's just a couple of hounds, which honestly probably don't even beat these Corsair handbows in melee. So it's just like, what do you do as the Dark Elf, or as the forces of Nurgle? You just gotta slowly walk forward while taking a lot of fire. And those Raven's Heralds, it's like a 900 gold unit, distracting 3, 625 gold units I think these are? I think that's their price. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. Handbows are just going to sit behind the main line and keep firing as the melee engagement does begin to come through. You got the Toads are starting at top Corsairs, and the Cold War Knights are countercharging, getting good damage value there. Anti-large armored cav does pretty well into Toads when they have spear support. Another charge coming in here, and the breath attack coming down on the Toads, doing very, very nice damage. But honestly, I'm a little worried that this Dragon Lord could just wander over here and kill that Lord. The Foot Lord just feels so vulnerable. Skirmishers are going back for a flank overload on this far left flank. Probably going to try to weave through these lines, actually on top of those handbows, as they do have pretty respectable melee stats. They can run them down. They couldn't really stay around, but they could definitely get some work done. Handbows are just free-firing in, firing all the lightly armored targets, the Toads, Nurglings, whatever they can. Raven's Heralds have come back, and yeah, they're just going to sit right on top of this Lord and shoot straight down on him, and they're not going to miss many shots because of it. They're just going to sit right here and nail him over and over and over. And that's what the Raven's Heralds do. And it's very fun and interactive. Cold War Knights are starting to take a beating. They're getting worn down by the Barons of the Bog, as well as those infantry units. Dragon Lord has collapsed the Nurgle right flank. The left flank, however, is being pretty heavily overloaded by dogs and horsemen. Like I said, the Corsair handbows, though, I don't think the dogs can kill them. I really think the handbows win this fight. That's the big problem for Nurgle here, is that the mobility just doesn't really beat these handbows. Handbows, that's one of the nice things about handbows as a kite unit, is they're very, very durable against these fast dog units or light cap units. Dragon Lord has landed on the out of Nurgle, and honestly, one of the things you need to worry about here is the Raven's Herald killing your own Dragon Lord, because it's so big. Big Soul Stealer coming down from Big JP. It's the character, it's the Lord, gets the Shrine, gets a lot of his infantry and the Barons of the Bog. Huge Soul Stealer damage coming in. Yeah, the value's maybe a little less impressive than I hoped. Dark Elf's up about 1,000 value, although there is some healing from Nurgle coming in to mitigate that. But I just worry these handbows are just completely undisrupted. Even if the Nurglings beat the front line, the Dark Elf handbows can just keep running. They can just kite all day, every day, just loop around the side. There's nothing really to actually run them down, aside from the Toads, which are the focus fire target for the Dark Elves. Understandably so, like that's part of the Dark Elf game plan. Nice breath attack coming in to start wearing down those skirmishers, but the Lord needs to keep moving. Open enemy pop to try and weather a little bit that throwing axe damage. Nothing really to deal with those throwing axes. The Corsairs are preoccupied, so it's really just a matter of avoiding them. The Nurgle blob here in the center is pretty tough. A lot of debuff blobs going down, the healing as well. But handbows can just free fire, and there's really nothing to pressure them. And then, yeah, Dark Elves can just kite it. It's also massive Soul Stealer bait, so this is looking pretty good for Dark Elves, if you ask me. The Skirmish Cav getting a pick on the Lord would be like the one way the Dark Elves can really throw this, but just look at that fire going every which way, friendly firing. The Lord is on top of the Herald, but it is being debuffed by the Barons of the Bog. The Wasting Sickness lowering its melee weapon damage. Soul Stealer coming down, can get some good damage on that front line again. Those single entities. And the handbows are just doing good work, firing in for free, but the Lord taking a lot of damage from something. It might have just been a Skirmish Cav volley, but the Soul Stealer damage is coming down now. Healing up that Lord, and the Raven's Heralds are coming back to try and get that snipe on Herald of Nurgle. And the Dragon's just pushing him out of the blob! He's just like, nope, this one comes with me. Nope, this is mine now. I have claimed this character. Just pushing him straight out of the blob. That's actually really dangerous, because the Dragon Lord just decides to attack now. There's no chaff to actually saturate for him. He's just completely exposed. Raven's Heralds can destroy him. The Dragon Lord can just sit on his face the whole time. That's actually a huge problem for Nurgle. The Shrine is going down, just the sustained Corsair handbow fire, as well as the Raven's Heralds. The left flank for Nurgle has pretty much collapsed. There's just a couple of Plague Bearers lingering on, and this is looking pretty doomed for the forces of the Plague Father. With just the character and some Plague Bearers hang on. Rancid Visitations does go down. The Opal Enemy comes in for some ward saves to try and weather the storm a bit, though. And Dragon Lord, looks like we gotta get a breath attack? Nope, we're just gonna get a cycle charge on that Lord. That Lordy Lord. Skirmishcav are trying to clean up the flanks and try to tear down whatever infantry they can get their hands on, but the Corsair handbows are just alive and well, and that is a big problem. Breath attack coming down on those Marauders does some good damage, finishes them off. The handbows need to be kiting, though. They really, really need to be kiting. Even if they just go on the skirmish mode at this point, just get away, don't let them fight you in melee. You have plenty of ammo, make sure you use it. But now the Raven's Heralds and the Lord can just go for the big snipe and the Nurgle Lord. If the Nurgle Lord goes down, I suspect that will be army losses triggering. Big hit on the landing attack. Do we get a follow-up? Do we get a follow-up? No, we do not. Skirmish Cav are throwing in on the Lord as well, and again, big damage on the Dragon Lord. Like, these Skirmish Cav are well suited to taking on the Dragon Lords. The Corsairs need to be like, counter-firing these Skirmish Cav and make sure to shut them down. Cold Knights are getting them as well. Yeah, now they're being forced into melee. The Herald of Nurgle is wavering. The Raven's Herald are still free-firing. How much value have they gotten up to? Yeah, not the whole lot. I mean, they paid for themselves. But their ammo is, like, very expensive. The Dragon Lord will just be circling around for another round. Raven's Heralds. Who are you guys targeting? Are you guys targeting someone? You should be on the Lord. Well, it looks like just everything's going to the Lord, yeah. There's the Raven's Herald volley. Cold Knight's coming in. The Dragon Lord is chilling, but that's fine. He's a little bit safe. Army losses has kicked in, and that will be a victory for JP and the Druchii. Yeah, the matchup seems really, really rough for Nurgle. Like, what does Nurgle hate? Being kited. What do Dark Elves love to do? Kite. Dark Elves are pretty darn good at it, too, so I'm just not entirely sure what Nurgle really has as options in that matchup. And the handbow's all doing exceptionally well. The Shrine was a bit of an oddball, like I said. Like, it's just hard. It's not a middle melee grind, so it's hard to charge it up. And then your units can be spread out anyway, so you're not really getting centralized benefits from the healing. So, I'm not a huge fan of the Shrine there. Same with the Hounds. Like, the Hounds don't have a target. If there's Scourge Runners, the Scourge Runners beat the Hounds in melee. If there's Corsair Handbows, the Handbows beat them in melee. The only target they have is Dark Ray Repeaters, which we didn't even see here today. So, it's like, well, 2 of the 3 like kiting elements that you need to chase down beat them in melee anyway, easily. I feel like they just don't have a role here. Alrighty, blocker back up. JP takes the lead. I will say I'm not upset to see my clanmate taking the lead. Then Footlords against Dark Elf Survival, yeah, they are. If it's the Raven Heralds that exist for a game, yeah. Handbows are great. Handbows are great into a lot of the Chaos factions. They're very difficult to catch. And who is DMing me? Why did someone just send me an invite to a Discord I'm already in? Someone just out of the blue sent me didn't say anything, just sent me an invite to a Discord that I'm already in. Why? Alright, so that is game 1. What is our map for game 2? Map is Troll Run. I don't remember what map that is. I think... No, it's not Troll County. Troll County doesn't exist in this game anymore. That was a Warhammer 2 map. Which one is Troll Run? Actually check. Typing is hard. Oh, it's the kids of the map. That's one of the like the pockmarked trees all over the place. Yeah, that one's not the greatest for shooting, so I'll be surprised to see more melee-oriented factions, which does seem to be Longboy's preference, although he did play the Skaven, so he has some versatility at least. I know aside from Dark Elves, JP does tend to favor more aggressive factions, things like Beastmen, Greenskins, that kind of thing. If my memory serves, which it doesn't feel like it's doing right now. Kind of blanking. Kind of blanking on what people play.
So I guess it'll be just a surprise for you. You'll make sure you're in the Discord for some reason. I'm already in that Discord. I've been in that Discord for like the day it launched. Okay, whatever. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's take a peek at the bracket, see where things stand. Looks like Norosp and Pop Palpatine are still playing, and Vigos and Resto are still playing. I wonder what's going on there. Probably had a long 3-game series. Because I guess we've only spectated. Well, we spectated 2 games of Longboy for Son of Heaven. I did 1 of Tids and Navi. And then now we have 1 of JP and Longboy. So I guess, yeah, 1 long best of 3 could take the same amount of time. DK versus own Ogres matchup. Bone Giant's pretty good. So they are. It's okay, very few models taking that as BBL. I like 1 Bone Giant. I wouldn't go more than 1. For 2 main reasons. One is that a lot of Ogre players like scrap launchers to soften up your halberds. And there's that a lot of Ogre players like fire bellies, because Burning Head is very, very good. Killing either of those targets with Bone Giants is very, very valuable. And yeah, they also do well against, Ogre Cav and like any of the elite stuff. They do well against the cheap stuff, it's just not worth their time to be shooting the cheap stuff because they don't fire very fast. But yeah, I do like a Bone Giant into Ogres typically. Unless we have Cathay versus Warriors of Chaos. Interesting. Cathay, still an unholy demon of boxing. So Jade Warrior still being just amazing for the price, especially with Harmony. So Warriors of Chaos are going to have quite a hard time overcoming the Cathay front line, which is a shame when you're like, the unholy terror front lines you're supposed to be as far as lore is concerned. You can't get through some, peasants with armor. Yes, you just got a whole blind stopping your giants. Yeah, so typically for Tomb Kings versus Ogres, I bring like 1 Bone Giant and 2 Shopti Grapos as my shooting line, and then just tons of spears and halberds. And I'll bring maybe some skirmish cav too if I really need to. Walker gonna have fun this game. Everybody gets to have fun when they're playing Cathay Coops. What do you mean? Yeah, spears and halberds, and then a Shopti Grapo and 2 Shopti Grapos usually and a Bone Giant. And it's like, well, just shoot whatever's big, or like shoot the most expensive thing. Shoot whatever's in your backline, and then I have usually some Sepulchral Stalkers to help clean up whatever gets in my backline. But it's a really big priority to actually take out that Fire Belly, because Burning Head, if there's no Burning Head, Tomb Guard Halberds carry that matchup pretty hard. Tomb Guard Halberds are a real nightmare for Ogres to deal with in melee. They can't bring Lead Belchers because Shopti Grape will tear them apart. So it's really just a matter of that Burning Head caster. If you can kill a Burning Head caster, you're in a really good spot. I really need to finish that Tomb King's Guide, because I think I have actually an example of that particular matchup in the Tomb King's Guide that I already recorded and I just haven't gotten around to editing. Alright, so Cathay Walk. Yeah, this sounds miserable for Walk. You're slow, you are armor piercing, but you don't have great disruption tools. Your cav is overpriced. You're gonna have a hard time actually getting on top of Cathay's backline. You probably just have to go for a full melee grind in the front, which just sounds kind of miserable. She's playing dwarves, they have 500 gold chosen. Exactly. And flying cavalry, that's armor piercing. What can Walk do against Empire with all the kite they have? Nothing, probably. That's a very, very hard matchup, so in Dom, what you do as Walk is you have to try and build up in safety of like trees or something. And then just roll from one side of the map to the other with, well, you have some kind of cav pressure on their kiting tools, so they just can't get all the value off in time. But it's very, very hard for Walk. Yeah, I already recorded most of the Tomb King's Guide. I just need to not be lazy and actually edit it together. Finish a couple of recording bits.
Alrighty here. We have game 2 between JP and Longboy. We have the first Cathay sighting of the day. This isn't the greatest Cathay map, as there is a lot of tree cover here in the center, so there is a fairly safe approach for the attacking force. Which I say the attacking force, Cathay's going to sit in a box, we all know that. So Walk is going to be the aggressor here. So, Cathay, we have Meow Meow and Gotrek and Felix. Yay. That's not going to be a problem to deal with. Jade Warrior Crossbowmen, Iron Hail Gunners. I assume Meow Ying has heal spam. Just, yeah. Earthblood, Talons of the Night, Life Bloom, Transformation. We have the Righteous Lances. We have a pair of Fire and Rockets, I think I saw. Is it just the one? Just the one. We have, yeah, 2 crossbows, an Iron Hail, and then 500 gold chosen and some Peasant Long Spears. For the Forces of Chaos, we have Archibald, the Ever-Chosen, with just Searing Doom. We have Aspiring Champions, we have Severed Claw, we have an Exalted Hero, Chaos Warriors of Zinch, interesting. Chaos Warriors, Manticore, Chaos Knights, Hellstriders with whips, Chaos Knights, Hellstriders with whips. A lot of mobility here. I think it's going to struggle in the Cathay box. Also, Shielded Chaos Warriors can be exceptionally troublesome for Cathay to deal with. The crossbows and the Iron Hails have a hard time getting through all the armor and the shields. If you can shut down that Fire Rain. The Fire Rain can absolutely tear them apart, so kind of a hard time there. And I assume it'd probably be Jade Warriors, right? Right? I mean, this unit costs 50% more. Why would they not be Jade Warriors? Right? Right? Unless the gas facts aren't great right now? Yeah. Yeah, that was my impression. I suppose... yeah, Walk is probably the best Chaos faction, maybe? At least, in, you know, they have more options than all the other ones, so... but generally speaking, most of the Chaos factions lost all of their mobility control. Like, all of their mobility got nerfed very heavily, so now they're just heavy infantry with nothing to support it and enable it, so they're super vulnerable to being kited. And, like, Walk in particular doesn't have great disruption tools. They don't have access to Furies. So they have a really hard time actually disrupting missile units, aside from just, like, throwing a Manticore at them. So. Little close to the white line there, JP. Little close. We'll worry about it after the game. And somebody did ready up already, so should be getting started here any moment. Chaos, best Chaos faction on ML? I don't actually know. How good are Chaos Dwarves in land battles? I feel like Chaos Dwarves are like super overrated in Dom. I see a lot of people playing Chaos Dwarves, and I have not lost to a Chaos Dwarf player in a long time. Why can I hear Meow Ying from over there so goddamn clearly? Why? Chaos is just gonna walk their sorry butts all the way across this field into Cathay. Imagine they'll start sprinting once the Fire and Rocket actually opens up. Until then, there's no reason to waste your vigor. Just chill, approach, get your cav on the sides. Problem is that there is just a spear all along the back, so the Chaos Knights are going to have to, like, actually just dive through the gap to try and get on top of the missile units. The problem is that as soon as they do, the Righteous Lancer is going to drop on them, so you get them both at the same time. You can get your Chaos Knights and your Hellstriders through the gaps in the back at the same time on both sides. You have a chance of actually shutting down the missile units. If you can kill off the missile units, you can disrupt the Harmony and potentially grind out from there, but it is a tall order. He did move up for a little bit. Good. Fire's opening fire into the trees, trying to shoot Archaon or something. Not a whole lot of damage. Trees are typically good cover against the Fire and Rockets, as they have to get a lot of shots on target to actually do a lot of damage. So, no great surprise there. Aspiring Champions are actually interesting. I've seen people using this against Cathay lately in Dom, and I don't get it. It's like, sure, Cathay can't really kill them, but they also can't really kill anything of Cathay's. So, it's like an 1100 gold stalemate, and I'm not a huge fan of that unit for that reason. Fire and Rocket just getting some... no, not getting any damage at all, really. And the Chaos Gods have truly blessed us this day with the Cathayans' inaccuracy. The legendary Cathay inaccuracy. There's some damage. There's some damage. Do you have accuracy buffs from Harmony? No, it's reload skill, not accuracy. Okay, yeah. Chaos Knights and Hellstriders position on the sides. Like I said, they have to really just dive through the gaps to try and get on those missile units. Searing Doom going down on the artillery piece. Does it actually take out a piece? Yeah, it actually takes out one of the pieces, which does lower the damage output substantially. Now I'm pushing up. I wouldn't be surprised to hear drop a Talons of the Night on one of these Chaos Warriors as they advance. Probably not the easiest one. Zenith will just recover the barrier, so you want to go for one of the basic Chaos Warriors. Manticore as well, just chilling in the back for the moment. As the inexorable march of chaos does advance towards the Cathay lines. I feel like Cathay just have so many more numbers here. Yeah, the Chaos Army feels really, really elite, and I just don't know how they're going to grind through all of those peasants and Jade Warriors. Righteous Lances are up to something. What are you guys up to? You going to go kill that Manticore? I feel like you need to be back there to peel those Chaos Knights when they come in. I feel like you've got to land on the Chaos Knights as soon as they break your lines. I'm not really sure what they're doing back here. Are they coming for the Manticore early? No, okay, they're returning. Good. Exalted Hero and the Severed Claw do engage the front line. I feel like this is the Ancient Warrior just wants to walk around the side. There is the Talons of the Night coming in. You can get some nice damage on those Zinchian Warriors. Magic coming to bite them in the butt. Who would have thought? It's some very, very nice damage down. I assume that's Overcast. Can't really tell. Chaos Knights charge into the Jade Lancers, which is not really where you want to be. They're not a terribly high damage up at cavalry unit, so you want to get them around the sides and onto those more vulnerable units. Iron Hell Guns took a lot of damage from that Searing Doom as well. Arcan charging in the front. Needs to be a little bit careful of Gotrek and Felix. They will give him a very, very rough time if they're allowed to get on top of him. Needs to be very cognizant of that. Hellstriders are circling on the back, looking for a gap in the line. As the front line gets worn down, more of these peasants will be dedicated to the front line, actually peeling that off so that there will be gaps opening up in the backfield. Gotrek and Felix are getting onto Archaon, and I expect Archaon's going to want to either pop his buffs or get the heck out, and he doesn't have any buffs, so probably just wants to get the heck out. And yeah, you see as the lines shift and just move, there are more gaps opening up, and it is time to get those Hellstriders in the backfield. Chaos Knights as well, just fighting the front line into Peasant Long Spears, which is really not what I want to be. Peasant Long Spears are kind of roided for as cheap as they are. They have 17 billions for large and good stats. But the Hellstriders do get in the back. That Devastating Flank are going to do very, very good work in those Iron Hell Guns. The Whip Hellstriders do quite well into infantry, and they get the artillery piece as well. The Severed Claw are pushing through, and if they can actually get rid of all of these missile pieces and disrupt the army, Chaos has a chance here. Searing Doom go down on some Peasant Long Spears. Jade Warriors doing really nice damage. Really, really nice damage. Wow. Righteous Lances are just getting back into the sky and going to try to get a nice new cycle charge on the back of those Chaos Knights, I suspect. Manticore is chewing up the missile units. The Chaos Knights are really stuck in the front line. That's not where you want them. They really need to be in the back line killing up those missile units. While the Hellstriders do get another nice rear charge. Really, really nice cap play coming in from Long Boy to get on top of these missile units, but I just worry it's not going to be enough. The sheer stat line that they can produce, as well as the healing coming in, and the fact that Archaon is getting absolutely schmackered by Gotrek and Felix is a big problem. Archaon's down to only 1600 HP. Now, they can't catch him, but Miao Ying can. So he needs to be very, very careful. Trying to avoid getting any overcast damage. Manticore Rampage into these Peasant Long Spears will not be long for this world. Again, Peasant Long Spears are just such a good spear unit for the price. They are absolutely incredible. Chaos Warriors of each are grinding in, and honestly, this could be, Warriors could still take this. The missile units are largely routed. There's still an artillery crew here that does need to be chased off. There's some sorts, and there's still one crossbow in line, but if you can get rid of those, get rid of their harmony, but the Gotrek Felix block is going to be so hard to deal with. Righteous Lance as well. Archaon might die here if these Righteous Lances just get on top of him. Gotrek and Felix as well, doing good work. He's going down. 1000 HP. 500 HP. Gotrek. Smack him. Run, Archie, run. The Everchosen is fleeing this just short stack of unbridled rage. Where is he? Absolutely brimming, tiny frame, brimming with rage. So he just goes and tries to find another target. And Archaon is fleeing, and Miao Ying is going to give chase. Make sure he does not come back. And that is probably going to be it for Chaos. There is still Harmony online. The artillery crew is just chilling here, trying to give Harmony to all these peasants. Well, honestly, it probably needs to run, because those peasants are about to break. Without Archaon, I don't see much answer to this Gotrek and Felix blob, if they can grind through most of the infantry. And I expect Miao Ying probably still has some sort of healing available. Righteous Lances are going to pursue Archaon. Miao Ying coming back towards the blob. On top of those Chaos Knights, doing good work there. Honestly, the Cathay infantry line is pretty tattered. A lot of the peasants have routed off the side. Fighting as close to the edge is detrimental for that reason. It's very easy to chase your units off, but I suppose you need to step back so you actually have sight lines for your firing rocket. Crossbows are back online for the moment. They are Jade Warriors. They are armored, of course, so these Hellstrides have a hard time finishing them off. So they may actually just beat this Cav unit in and of themselves, as it is quite tattered. Spears are doing what they can to try and finish off these aspiring champions, but it is a tough battle. Gotrek and Felix, however, are just grinding on the front line, doing very, very good work in the Hellstrides. And the Righteous Lances have chased Archaon off. The Lord is officially routed, which means the Lordship penalties are going to be rolling in. And the Lord died recently. And once the Righteous Lances come back, start cleaning up these Cav units. Severed Claw are going to be quite a bit of a problem, though. I expect Gotrek and Felix need to be the only answer to that. Honestly, at this point, maybe you just turn Meowing back to human, get her in that character blob, and just have her walk around helping kill all of these aspiring champions, which are proving to be a pretty big nuisance. Guess it's coming in, trying to go Gotrek, Felix, and this Halberd blob, but not really going to be doing a whole lot of work. Get a nice Sounds of Night coming in, pushing all this Cav. Well, honestly, I think Cav isn't your real threat. I think you really got to get rid of this infantry, but does good damage, shatters the Hellstriders, breaks those Hellstriders, breaks those Chaos Knights, kills off some of your peasants, but you know, a sacrifice for the Dragon Emperor is never gonna miss. Yeah. And now, I just think this Hero Blob is probably going to carry the day. I don't think the Severed Claw can really do a whole lot against them. They are a very, very tanky unit, but they are anti-large. Even though they're well statted, I think Gotrek and Felix would probably tear them apart. Yeah. Do pretty good work there. Righteous Lances are also very, very capable of tearing apart some of these aspiring champions. They just sit around a cycle charge. The Fire and Rocket crew is getting back to their artillery piece, looks like. Or they're not. Or they're going over here for some reason. You know, whatever you feel like. Yeah. Cathay is increasing the value lead as Gotrek and Felix do start to tear apart the Severed Claw. Jade Warrior is getting a recharge on them as well. Yeah, I don't see a lot of hope for Walk. Righteous Lance is trying to tear through these aspiring champions. And also, it's probably not the most cost-effective trade, but it's really the only thing you need to really get rid of, so at this point it's probably just worth it. Yeah, you can just run around trying to tear out off any of the Chaos Warriors, make sure they can't help aid at their characters or their aspiring champions. You can see infantry over here to try and support Gotrek and Felix a little bit so they're not taking so much damage. Gotrek's health is not, in fact, infinite, despite how it may seem, but Longboy does realize that there is not much hope left and taps out. And that will be JP and Grand Cathay taking our second game and the series. Yeah, Gotrek, Felix. I don't know why Cathay got Gotrek and Felix, dude. It's so obnoxious. It's so annoying. Like, it's the box is already impossible to break. If you finally actually do break it, then you have the dumbest character blob known to man. In, like, Meowing, Gotrek, and Felix. Oh. I don't know why they gave... I hate Gotrek and Felix, dude. I hate Legendary Heroes. All they do is contribute to hero blobs. They don't do anything interesting, they just contribute to hero blobs. It's the worst. I hate Legendary Heroes. That is JP taking the series. And yeah, when CA announced they're bringing out a lot more Legendary Heroes in like the next year, I'm just so not looking forward to it. I feel like it's just gonna be a lot of super toxic hero blobs. Anyway, let's see if we can find another game. Looks like everybody has advanced to the second round as JP advances to the semifinals. Let's see what lobbies are up. There's this. That's the wrong button. Is this our lobby? I don't have a blocker up. I should have a blocker up. Don't leak the builds. This is not our tournament. I see nothing in our tournament. Which means it's time to start sending DMs. In this case, I've placed in dock. Well, yeah. DLC should go dock, walk on ice boost. Yeah, it should be nice for Zinch. Summer, we just know which hemisphere. It'll probably be August. That's usually when. I mean, that's when IE launched, so it makes sense. Like mid-August is probably their schedule. DLC buff block. It's Nurgle and Zinch. We don't know what they're getting exactly. I mean, if they get any more, if Zinch get any mortal units, then Walk will probably have access to them too. If they get any demon units, then Doc will have access to them. Yeah. About time for more Warhammer 3 patch coming. I know the ETA. Yeah, sometime this summer. So I suspect it'll be like mid-August. Alright, we have a lobby. Do I have a blocker up? We have a blocker up. Excellent. Although it looks like there's nobody in this lobby. Well, there's only one player in this lobby. So, we'll have to just wait a few moments for the other player to magically appear. Yeah, they announced the roadmap, I don't know, a while ago. And, where is it? I saw... Yeah, the roadmap is, yeah. So it is, what, summer 2023, so I suspect it'll be like mid-August. And that's Siege Cathay Kislev, all that. And then if you're a Nurgle enjoyer, you gotta wait even longer, and if you enjoy anything else, you gotta wait even longer. I actually forgot they were giving Empire and Dwarves shit in patch 5.0. That's gonna be awful. Fuck Dwarves. I'm not looking forward to Dwarves getting things, getting new toys. Yeah, Siege Cathay Kislev should be nice. Hopefully Cathay gets a more diversified roster so they can actually do things other than box. That would be nice to see them actually have options. Because right now really the only thing they can do is box, because that's the only thing they're good at. It's just, well, we have slow defensive infantry and missiles and defensive cavalry. And our monsters suck. And our balloons suck. And it's like, well, we have to sit here, hold the line, and shoot you. That's our only option. So I think they're getting like Monkey Warriors or Terracotta Warriors or something. Like an aggressive monster infantry kind of unit, or some kind of aggressive infantry unit, to actually make them more dynamic in that regard. But I don't want to see his fucking mobile harmony. No problem, dude. Alright, is the player in the lobby? Nope, there's 0 players in my lobby all of a sudden. Something has gone horribly wrong. And I have a DM presumably explaining it. Alright, new lobby. Now we have Screech versus Nurgle's PA. And I believe this is the beginning of the series. What is this person's name in the actual bracket? This is... It's a Pikmin. I love when people have different names. It's not confusing at all. That doesn't look like quite right. So let's fix that real quick. Oh, we got Screech versus Nurgle. I'll give you guys one guess to figure out what Nurgle's PA likes to play. I'm sure no one will ever figure it out. What does JP need? Hold on a second, folks. I've got messages. I need to respond to these. Alright. No messages needed. We are on round 2, which means the same maps we just saw, which are Eshin, Troll Run, and the Shimmer Sword if we have a game 3. What if dwarfs get mobility toys? Are they though? Are they not just gonna get 4 more types of infantry? I'd be very surprised if dwarves got mobility tools, and if they did, it'd probably be really obnoxious because they're balanced around not having mobility tools. Not the Shuriks, you haven't played Cathay since launch. You managed with rocket balloons. One-shot infantry with them. Yeah, the rocket balloons are fine. They're just very bad at long range. I dislike them because in Dom they just take forever to actually get their value, and you're kind of losing out on the ground fight while it happens. And then in land battles, the only time you use them is when your opponent can't interact with them. You only use them as factions that have no shoot, or like weak shooting and weak air force. So you only use them when they can't be interacted with, and it's really toxic. So I don't really like balloons. I'm being DM'd. Okay, so Nose PA picked Chaos Dwarves, Dark Elves, Ogres, banned Brett. Then Screech picked Demons of Chaos, banned Dark Elves. So we either have Chorfs or Ogres into Demons of Chaos, which is not what I was expecting to see. Demons of Chaos are neither good nor popular in land battles, so this is pretty surprising. So, Demons of Chaos, what I've typically seen from them is a lot of big single entities. They have good healing with access to the Nurgle floors, they have Fleshy Abundance. And their infantry is all unarmored and therefore fairly weak, so they use their single entities to be a lot of disruption, to actually get rid of any missiles that are a threat to their front lines. The front line can actually exist. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, balloons are annoying. But yeah, a lot of single entity play, and then a modest amount of infantry to come and try and follow up and clean up. But you really have to do a lot of work to actually keep your infantry safe. And the other thing I've seen is just them playing pseudo Zinch, where you just take soul grinders and blue fire and do Zinchian bullshit, which is always an option, which is something that your opponent has to prepare for, which is kind of annoying. It looks like Neuros PA is going Ogres, my lord. Ogre seems like a pretty reasonable pick into Doc. Noblar Trappers ruin everything Demons of Chaos loves. Just their shooting is they do very well into all the infantry. They do well in the melee in their own right. And then, of course, they have either like Sky Striders and other Crusher Grey Opens or Mania Grey Opens to deal with all the big single entities. Well, the big single entities could be an issue. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Powder Guts come in and start shooting and just plinking away at whatever big Demon Lord they come in with. Screamers are probably very good for Doc here. Screamers are traditionally just devastating to Ogres. You can always get the charge off, just dropping them with these anti-large, really sticky units and do good work. Although the Demonic Crumbling is, of course, always an issue in land battles. Dwarf Bear Cav? Oh god. Dwarf Goat Cav. That's what we get. Dwarves on mountain goats. I'm not sure if that's a thing in Warhammer. Would that be amazing? No, it'd actually be tough to play against, but it'd be funny. I don't want dwarves to have cav, guys. I really don't. If dwarves get cav, they better lose like 30 armor off of every unit on their roster. Oh god, please no. That's the thing, dwarves getting cav mobility would be such a drastic change in the design philosophy of their faction that everything else would have to be changed. So what they're likely to do in the DLC is just give them more of the same, which is either going to be not relevant and therefore not interesting, or it's going to make them more obnoxious to deal with. It's going to be too good. Oh no, we got Chaos Dwarves, not Ogres. Interesting. Okay, so everything I just said, forget about that. What do Chaos Dwarves do to demons? I guess the Chaos Dwarves have strong anti-single entity tools, with their own lords or single entities that are good. Fire Glaives, Death Shrieks are all good against single entities. I have a harder time dealing with the Demons against infantry because you don't have a whole lot of light shooting. You have Hobgoblin archers, but they're honestly pricey for basic archers. And they're kind of hard to protect. And their leadership isn't great, so I'm curious to see what the Chorf answer is to like just Demons against infantry. I feel like just like Bloodletters could be very devastating here. Very curious to see these builds. I don't play a whole lot of either of these factions in land battles, so I'm very curious to see what we get. I suppose Demon's Cast do have the busted trains, which will do quite well into infantry. But honestly, I feel like Doc has good tools to deal with it. The Demon Lords do quite well into the trains, just dropping on them, beating the crap out of them. Zinch Soul Grinders do well into them, Screamers do well into them. So I feel like the train isn't actually a huge issue for Demons of Chaos. And it is restricted to 1 in this tournament, and most land battle tournaments restricted to 1. You just get either the 1 Skullcracker or Iron Demon, just the 1 of either. So it's usually a Skullcracker. I don't expect we'll be seeing it be a huge threat to Demons of Chaos, but I'm not sure. Maybe a Runesmith whatever has a mod for them. Giant Metal Rune Dwarf. Oh god. Oh no. Yeah, very curious to see what it plays build, because I'm not super well versed in either of these factions in land battles. You see what magic choice the Chorf player goes for, because I could see fire being very useful against all the lightly armored demons casting infantry, just burning head at all. Death is always very, very good. What other lord does their character even get? I know they get another one. Oh, Hash It. Hash It sucks. Don't use Hash It. Is it just those 3? No, Metal. Metal, I could see Final Trans being okay into big demons, but yeah, I feel like Death is more reliable, Fire is more reliable. That's probably what I'd go for, is Fire or Death. Then I'm also curious what Demons Chaos will go for magic-wise. I can see Blue Fire Lord being good. I can see a Fleshy Abundance caster being good. Pit of Shades caster could be alright with a lot of armored Chorf infantry. Lord of Nurgle's always good. Lord of Metal could be good. Yeah. Very curious to see what the Dock player brings. I'm not sure what to expect. Hey, glad you're enjoying it, Strix. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm being DM'd. Oh, Human Boy is here. Giant Metal Dwarf with an Iron Drake or the Trollhammer Torpedo. Address some Golem units like from us actually. Rune Golems. Yeah. Alright, we have a special guest joining us, which means I might actually need to change audio levels. We'll cross that bridge in a moment. I don't actually know what the lobby host's name is in Discord. I need to figure that out.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
I just got out of my car. I'm here. I exist.
Nice. Alright, let me know how Human Boy sounds. I might need to turn him up a bit.
Okay.
I also... Oh, they're starting the game without you. Sorry.
That's okay, buddy. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm chilling. Chilling.
Nice.
Just got back from the wedding. It's all good.
Nice. Had a pretty fun tournament so far. We got some Demons of Chaos coming out. Not something I expected to see. We have a lot of Chaos factions today, actually.
Good. Yeah, Demons of Chaos have been really fun. They're not that good, but they have been really fun. So they're rising in popularity just 'cause people get bored with the meta and they want to try something fun.
I see. So what kind of tough stuff they typically bring? Because I know in the past, like Hanniden's was like the only one playing them. He was losing a lot of single entities. Not what's on my screen currently.
Yeah, I usually use the Herald of Tzeentch or the Herald of Nurgle, and then a lot of Blue Horrors, Nurglings, and Bloodletters. Your mobile game's pretty weak. You can bring Screamers and Frogs. Frogs after the buff are pretty good, but yeah, your mobile game's definitely your weakest. Your infantry frontline will usually win. I also really like pairing that Corn Chariot that gives the melee buffs to things that aren't used to having melee buffs. So
yeah, like Plague Bear's melee buffs are insane because there's so much weapon strength.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Alright, so looks like we got a Herald of Slanesh with Pit of Shades and Enfeebling, Portal Glyph, and Looks of Grace, Slanesh Soul Grinder, some Toads, some Fleshhounds, some Furies, more Toads, Fleshhounds, and Furies, Screamers, and a very light front line, just 3 Nurglings and 2 Plague Bearers. Just a lot of mobility for Demons of Chaos, which is not really what I anticipated. Kind of curious how they're going to really be dealing with a lot of that Chaos Dwarf infantry. Seems like they only got the Pit of Shades to be the only answer. And then for Chaos Dwarves, we have a Sorcerer Prophet of Buna. Oh no, Spirit Leech, not Buna. And then we have Aspect
Your
of the
blocker's still up.
Ah, fuck!
It's alright.
Nice. Okay. Crisis averted. This is why they pay you the big bucks. Anyway, yeah. So, Spirit Leech caster with Aspect of the Dread Knight for that magic attacks, I assume? That's what that's for? To overcome the Fizz resist of all the demons. Chalice of Blood, Blazing Body, double Fireglaive, double Bull Centaur Grey Weapon, Skullcracker, and some Chaos Dwarf Infantry. Blazing Beards, Chaos Dwarf Grey Weapon, Chaos Dwarf Warrior, and some Chaff. So yeah, how typical of a Chaos Dwarf build is this? Because it's also a faction I'm not super well versed in land battles.
Now that I've been lurking in your chat and getting caught up on the tournament, that's pretty normal. The Fireglaves are a little interesting. I don't really love that pick. Like, okay, I love it as a fan, and I love it because I love how that unit looks. But like, especially fighting Demons of Chaos, you have Stream of Corruption, a pretty low-cost, full armor-piercing spell that can clear them out. So aside from that, this is a pretty typical build. Yeah, I think if you wanted to go hard sweat meta, you'd sell those 2 Iron Glaives, Fire Glaives to get the 4 Fire Goblin Archers, because that also reduces any healing the demons could get. So,
I mean,
otherwise,
these
it's
things also reduce healing. Just saying. They also reduce healing. They also deal fire damage.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like fire damage isn't a very valuable commodity when you're playing Chaos Dwarfs.
Yeah.
You have plenty
you
of
have a ton
sources.
it.
Yeah, Spirit Leech come down to me on the Slash.
The Skullcrackers are kind of nuts.
Oh, they're crazy, yeah.
They're crazy. I
Right.
got a Frostworm to beat one up as Norska that made me happy.
Yeah. I assume that Slash Soulgrind will probably do quite a bit of good work to it if it gets overzealous.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably not a lot of great targets for it. Yeah.
Those blasting charges nerfs are so good to see.
Can't even kill a Nurgling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were so oppressive when they were like full AP and did tons of damage.
Yeah, it was just stupid.
The Lord is in a little bit of trouble here. He's surrounded by Screamers, and Screamers do very, very well in these kind of flying single empty characters. Seems to be falling back to his support. We have a rear charge coming from the Fleshhounds as well. The looks like the Centaurs are being caught sleeping. Not Centaurs, Centaurs. Close enough. Chaos come down on those Fireglaves, should do good work. Fury's dropping on this train, and looks like the backline for Chaos Dwarfs is being compromised very, very quickly here from the Chaos or from the Demon's Chaos.
That's a good Pit of Shades right there.
That's a beautiful Pit of Shades. Screamers are doing good work, and this train really needs to be getting active. Not doing a whole lot. We do get the more power popped running into these Fleshhounds and Screamers, doing what it can, doing some good work. Big problem here for Demons of Chaos, though, is that Slanesh Herald is very, very squishy and is getting Spirit Leech. So despite the battle going otherwise pretty well, she is going to be gone here in under a minute or so, probably.
Full Centaurs are getting wrecked. Backline's getting wrecked.
Yeah, those
the Skullcracker's doing fine, and the enemy Lord is dying. Those are really the only 2 things going well for the Demons. The Chaos Dwarves here. Yeah.
And they do have Enfeebling Foe popped on that Lord as well, and he's dying to the Screamers. So this is looking pretty good for the Demons of Chaos. So the value is fairly even. I think a lot of that value is on the Lord, whereas the Demons of Chaos army is just prevailing pretty heavily against the Chaos Dwarfs. I don't think Chaos Dwarfs were ready for all this mobility to come in so fast.
Their rush is so much better when they got access to those cheaper lords. And I say cheaper even though the Herald of Slanesh is still like $2,000, but I mean, any of the other lords were also much more than that. So you can get a wider armor, you can actually get some momentum going.
Yeah, having
and then when they can overrun, they can do well.
Yeah, having so many Toads and Furies and Screamers and Fleshhounds meant that there was only 2 Bull Centaurs, and they were caught sleeping, so they just got destroyed, and now there's just nothing to stop all of this Demon's Chaos mobility just from going wherever it wants, tearing everything apart. Even though this train is still going strong, it's being hunted by this, Soul Grinder Slanesh, which I assume is probably like a hard counter to this thing. Anti-large, stat-reducing duelist. Does very, very good work there. And looks like the Slanesh Lord gets spared because the Screamers just destroy the Chaos Dwarf Lord. This one Screamer just tore them apart. Already 700 value, and yeah, that Lord gone. I think Demons of Chaos are going to be taking this. I don't see a lot of hope for the Chaos Dwarfs at this point with their Lord gone so fast. just a matter of can their infantry hold on, actually grind out through all of this, non-AP mobility. Although our toads here do deal armor piercing damage.
Yeah. Are those are just basic Chaos Storms, right? Those aren't Iron Sworn. The things without ammo. Yeah, okay. That makes this a lot more doable. If they're Iron Sworn, then
the Iron
this would
Sworn
get tricky.
Yeah, there is still some Pit of Shades available for the Herald of Slanesh, but I think an Overcast is too risky. You have to just undercast it, because otherwise you're going to kill yourself with Overcast damage. And the Grinder is taking out that.
I'm super scared of this. I am so scared that Herald's going to take one shot from the Skullcracker and just die.
Yeah, it really could. Oh. Nope.
I mean, Locust Grace gives her pretty insane stats, but you only need one bad shot to just ruin your day.
Yeah, but Chaos realize there's not a whole lot going for them there, so tapping out early. Well, I suppose that wasn't that early. That looked pretty decisive for Demons of Chaos, and yeah, I thought Demons of Chaos were a lot worse than they seemed to be.
No, that Lord stuff really helped them out. Also, a lot of the cheaper-ish Lords, and again, it's not that much cheaper, but it's cheaper-ish, and then you also have some supportive spells, rather than all the other Demons of Chaos stuff was like flying Lords that kind of need to try to solo carry the game, and the rest of your army just falls apart. But if you can get someone that, like, because, you know, the lore of Slanesh, I guess you didn't bring that, but lore of Slanesh could give your whole army some melee attack buffs that you previously couldn't do. Your Locust of Grace can give some melee defense and physical resist. Like, you can just support the demon roster a little bit more. It's very heavily momentum based, though. If you get ahead, you stay ahead. If you fall behind, your army just crumbles so fast you can't do anything.
Yeah, it's really a flash in the pan army. Either you win or you're done.
Yeah.
We do have a Spectre slot for you if you would like to join the lobby.
Yeah, I just had to find a code. Oh, just P. All right.
What?
The lobby's just P.
Oh, is it? I thought I sent you the code.
Yeah, you sent me the code. Just when I entered the code, it shows me what the lobby is, and the lobby's just P.
Oh, neat. Okay. Next, strong flying lords can't do lots of small flying units. Had Malakaloos to Furies, not completely. Yeah, when there's so many models, they can only cleave so many models. So even though they have massively better stats, they have a hard time just chewing through all of those little characters since their attack animations aren't typically that quick. So they just get chewed up while they're just trying to chew through all the extra models.
I had Screamers do pretty well versus Techless. I was playing the Phoenix King the other day.
Screamers have been doing insanely well lately, I feel like. Every time I see them, they're just tearing things apart.
I feel like there's some soft bug fixes that happen and aren't talked about, like leadership ones. Because I feel like leadership's a little less crazy than it used to be, where it's like positive 36, negative 14, positive 36, negative 14.
Yeah.
You're like, eh.
Not as wildly swingy. Yeah.
This Plague Bear is either about to disintegrate or be totally fine. I don't know which it is.
He's either going to run away or he's going to hard carry the whole game, and we'll just have to wait and see. Who knows?
Yeah.
No, leadership has always been one of those things that's really janky and hard to predict, because it's like, there's so many little factors. Even when they're functioning normally, there's so many little factors that affect it. So hard to tell what happens. Alright, so Screech has picked Dwarves, Cathay, Slanesh, and Band Ogres. His round 2 game. So, I'll have to wait and see what Nurgle's PA answers that with.
It's in your Find Your Opponent's chat?
No, it's in my DMs.
Oh, okay.
Get wrecked. I'm the special one here. So,
true.
Dwarves, Cathay, Slanesh, Band Ogres. What kind of thing would you be thinking about in that kind of scenario?
Playing a different game. Dwarves, Cathay, Slanesh.
Changing tournament rules to not include Gotrek and Felix.
Yeah, I mean, you could go. Actually, a pretty solid one there is Dark Elves ban Dwarves. Or Dark Elves is fine into all three, so Dark Elves just ban your least favorite matchup. Dark Elves isn't favored into any of those three, but it's even with all of them, which is kind of the best you're going to get with a pick like that.
Yeah, I know Dark Elves, I've done well with Dark Elves and Cathay myself, but isn't Dark Elves a lot worse these days into Dwarves because of the shield changes? They all have silver shields now.
A little. It is a little worse, but it went from being like a favored matchup to being a fine matchup. Still, a lot of the stuff that Dwarves can bring that's a big problem for you, you can deal with. Like Hero Hammer's not that bad with Soul Stealer and AP missiles. Gyrocopter spam isn't that bad with AP missiles. Things like that. So you still just have all the tools you need to deal with the Dwarves. And again, it's not an easy matchup. It's even, but
But it's doable.
Doable.
Okay.
Yeah. And Dragon Lords are still a problem for dwarves. They just don't have any agency to really take the dragons down.
Yeah.
In melee, obviously.
Okay. But Speed doesn't pick Dark Elves. He goes Warriors of Chaos, and we get Slanesh to answer it. No boxes for us today, well, there might be boxes, but there's no no Gotrek and Felix for us this time.
I know this has actually been a common-ish matchup recently, and I don't know why. I don't know why it keeps happening.
We actually already saw this matchup today. We saw it was Tid's Demon versus Navi, I think, or Navigator. And we saw just a bunch of Exalted Demonettes come in and tear apart a Festus box. It was a glorious thing to witness. We saw the Bringers of Beguilement get like 2200 value with most of their health remaining, just tearing apart Chosen and Festus and Aspiring Champions with all the Slanesh lore passive melee attack buffs at like 70 MA. Beautiful.
Yeah, Bringers of Beguilement pissed me off because like I watch. Obviously, I cast and spectate and watch a lot of replays and stuff. But I'm like, man, that unit looks sick. They got like 8,000 value this game, and they rampaged Mazdamundi, so he couldn't heal himself, and he died. That's cool. And then I take him, and a single peasant bowman gets 1,400 value.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that was super cool. I really enjoyed taking that unit.
Yeah, I mean, they're so squishy. You gotta be really, really careful with them. So.
Yeah.
I guess those make them one of the more like explosive things to use. Like, you know, they have high potential, but they also can get shut down so easily.
Coops keeps bringing them and keeps making me want to play Slanesh. And then I play a couple games of Slanesh. I'm like, all right, I'm done.
I think this is why I don't play Slanesh.
Dude, I started using a little bit of Chariots again. And it's like, I mean, you can obviously memorize them all, but if you're just blind picking Chariots, 50-50, they're going to be good or not. But when they feel good, they feel really good. And when you're playing Slanesh, they do not feel good.
Yeah, squishy Chariots feel really bad because it's like if you forget about them, like Chariots in general, forget about them, they're in trouble. When they have no armor, they're just gone.
Yeah. I think the hardest thing for me is looking at the stat card and thinking you made a good decision and realizing you made a bad one in game. And it's like Seeker Chariots mess up Clan Rats, Skaven Slaves, Tomb King stuff, like small, light armor, low mass. Mm-hmm. And then they have armor-piercing anti-infantry magic damage. So when I see like heavily armored Black Orc, let's say, and I'm like, nice, rear charge, 0 damage, barely gets into the unit, and the Black Orcs turn around and one-shot it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Ironic, this almost would be better if this unit didn't have armor piercing, so it didn't lie to you and get you into terrible situations.
Oh yeah, Chariots. I love Chariots, and it's just such a hard time bringing them because I never know when they're actually going to perform or not. It is brutal. Coops out of Slash do well into Wood Elves. Yeah, Wood Elves seem like a decent target because their mobility all kind of sucks, and their infantry's really squishy and light and like low mass. I could see Chariots actually being pretty decent into Wood Elves these days.
A lot of things are good into Wood Elves. Wood Elves are like, I don't know. They're one of the best factions to play other things against and feel okay. Because they're like kind of underpowered, but also they don't rely on a lot of the stuff that makes things feel stupid. Like heavily armored infantry with high mass make a lot of things not seem intuitive. Flyers don't really seem intuitive at times. 38 model chariot units with healing don't seem very intuitive at times. And the Wood Elves just don't have any of it. It's like our infantry feels like infantry, our archers feel like archers, our cav feels like cav, and you're like, okay, cool, I'm going to take a chariot into this and have some fun. I'm going to take a big monster into this and have some fun. And it's like, yeah. Which is weird to say I'm having fun against Wood Elves because...
Yeah, we played Warhammer 2, finds that a very strange concept. Yeah, I can see it. Wood Elves they're a pretty honest faction, which is kind of rare these days. Like, no BS, yeah.
I've loved the War Dancer buffs, man.
I've hated it because I'm the one playing against it most of the time.
I imagine there's a little bit more of it in Dom because they have to hold a point.
Yeah. Well, Wood Elves actually doing pretty well in Dom. They're probably like A tier in Dom.
It's just fast, really killy infantry is very, very good, and then your archers are pretty self-sufficient. But their cav still is garbage, but you know.
Yeah. Inland, they're currently suffering. They're not the worst faction. Like, really good players or mains can make them work, but their main problem is like, okay, your cab sucks, so your archers have nothing defending them. Then you pretty much can't bring archers, or they're just gonna die. So you rely on infantry spam.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not the best for Wood Elves. They don't have a diverse amount of infantry. It's like, well, if you bring Burning Head, it's going to work as well versus their best unit as their worst unit.
Yeah.
Whereas Chaos, it's like, Burning Head doesn't do anything to Chosen, but it'll clear out Marauders, so yeah.
Alright. We are getting into game. And so, we saw this already once, and I was very surprised when we didn't see any skirmish cav. And now, we have skirmish cav. So everything in the world is starting to make sense to me again.
Good.
Alright, which side do you want?
I want to watch your stream and make sure the blocker's down.
It is. I got it. Thank you.
Sick. I'll do Slanesh.
Alright. There you go.
For Screech and Slanesh, we have some Devoted Marauders with Spears and a basic Devoted Marauder, and then two Chosen of Slanesh with Hell Scourges, 1 Mirror Guard, Chaos Warrior ROR, and then we have 3 big powerful single entities. The Marquis of Masochism, Keeper of Secrets ROR. Stop moving your stuff.
Yeah. They keep teleporting me.
Chaos Sorcerer of Slanesh of Shadows on the War Shrine to give him that more Dissension type thing. The more stuff he kills, and then he has Melkoth. And up in the sky, it's a Demon Prince of Slanesh. With Pit of Shades is the only spell? No. This is a lot of spells.
Yeah, that's a lot of spells.
Okay. Alright.
So,
Pavane,
Pit, and Enfeebling Foe.
Yeah, and then the Shadows Caster still has Melkoth, so you have a lot going on here.
And, of course, the Marquis has his own bound spells as well, so lots and lots of spells for Slanesh.
Yeah.
But it is just a pretty hefty blob surrounding that Mortis engine with single entities to deal with Festus, I presume. Then for this side, for Walk, we do have a skirmish core of 4 basic Marauder Horsemen. We have a very hefty box of their own. Chosen Halberd, Severed Claw, Festus, Double Giant, and too many Exalted Heroes. That's a lot of Exalted Heroes and Giants.
SC limit's 4, right?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Blob o'clock.
Yeah, we got a blob incoming.
One side has Skirmish Cav, the other doesn't.
Yeah.
But I think Slanesh's blob is actually a little bit better, which is a terrible, terrible state of life.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, their Mortis is pretty nice. And the SEs, I think they have a little bit of trouble with those Giants. With all the Festus healing coming in. If they can get rid of Festus, they're going to be in a really good spot. And that's probably what Pavane is for. Both to rampage the Skirmish Cavs, they run into melee and die, as well as if you can rampage Festus and get a pick on him, that's probably game winning.
Yeah. I don't know. With the Demon Prince's debuffs, there's minus 13 melee attack for everybody in that blob when it's in the fight.
Yeah.
So you have to factor that in. Those Giants won't have as crazy of melee attack.
I mean, minus 1365 is still a respectable melee attack. But I think the Skirm Calf are the real advantage, whereas Chaos have here, as the Slanesh big single entities are fairly lightly armored. The Demon Prince is 30, the Marquis is 15, and the Shrine only is 60, so they need to be a bit careful, as there is no healing available for them, which is the other big advantage Walk has. They have plenty of healing with Festus in there. Didn't have to check Festus' spell kit. What is... God dang it, I am all over the place with my camera today. Rancid Visitations and Stream Corruption. Yeah.
Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows can actually eat this damage pretty easily, because it can cast Melkoths and get healing.
That's right, I forgot it does have healing available. And of course it is a pretty high priority target as well, because if you remove that Mortis engine effect, well, the blob suddenly gets a lot better. But I suppose you don't have a lot of infantry, so it's all your single entities that aren't going to be taking a ton of damage from it anyway. So that's just throwing spears at the Skirmish Cav to try and screen them off. They're shooting your spears, you're kind of okay with that. They're cheap, they're shielded. If they take you the damage, it's not the end of the world. You really want to keep them off of your single entities.
Yeah, we have some Mars of Spears just kind of running out into the ether here. I'm a little worried about them.
Yeah, they'll be fine, man. What could go wrong? Slanesh protects them, right? What could possibly go wrong?
15 armor with a bronze shield isn't going to do you too much good, so once they get low enough, they could get rear charged and routed off.
Yeah.
Ooh, shit. Big pick on the other side, though.
Yeah, Phantasmagoria going down from the Marquis of Mascus and grabbing those Slanesh Cav.
taking a good bit of damage, and their leadership is broken. The thing is, they run away. They should be able to make it back. There's not a whole lot here for Sledge to chase them off. Only the single entities can really chase them off. And there is quite a ways to the white lines. They should be able to recover from this, only having lost a handful of models, unless they are chased off by these Demon Princes, which would be a pretty devastating loss for the forces of Warriors of Chaos.
Yeah, Demon Prince is 80 speed. Oh, okay, they're 90. They might be able to get away.
They might be able to. Okay, one of them has already rallied, which means they can start punishing the Demon Prince for chasing it. The Skirmish Craft on the other side are just free to do whatever they like, as all the screening tools are on the other side of the map right now. But yeah, breaks up Pursuit. This one should rally. They should get all their Skirmish Craft back online, but they did lose about 20 models apiece. But still good damage. Now they're coming back to the center to just heal up off of Festus. It's not a bad play at all.
Yeah. Could get Melkoth spam on them in the late game. That would whittle them down. There's the Shadows Caster. I couldn't find him behind the Demon Prince for a bit.
Yeah.
Alright, Chosen are getting in here.
Blob for the Blob God, my friends. It all begins. This Mortis Engine doesn't actually have to be in melee. It's one of the nice things about it over most other Mortis effects. Just need to be nearby while things die, so it is fairly safe from those Chosen Halberds. But if it wants to get right up in there and get dirty, you know, who are we to stop him? Well, those Giants should probably be moving to punish him straight away. Like, that's what I'd be doing, is just as soon as the thing comes close, punish it with the Giants. Pit of Shades come down on top of those Chosen Halberds. Do some really nasty damage to them. Healing is available. If the models die outright, there won't be any option to heal them.
Yeah, and the models need to die for this Mortis Engine to get ramped up.
Yeah, and they're not dying. The Chosen are...
Visitations overcast onto the Demon Prince.
Yeah, the Exalted Heroes on horseback are chasing the Shrine. But if the... Where's the Marquis? The Marquis needs to come and punish those Exalted Heroes on their own. Oh no, Festus is alone. Festus is completely surrounded. He's got Enfeebling Foe, and both of the Demon Prince characters are on top of him. He is in a lot of trouble. The Giants are trying to wall back. The Halberds are all trying to fuel for Festus. But it might not be enough, although Festus just surprisingly, he's just going all Matrix on these guys, dodging every hit somehow. And the Giants are absolutely punishing the Marquis of Masochism. Doing very, very good work. The Marquis is taking an absolute beating.
Like dead.
Very, very quickly, yeah.
I mean, Festus is going to tear out here. That'll be nice for Slaanesh, but it's a high price.
He's still healing, and the Marquis is taking an absolute beating for it. Is the Shrine charged up at this point? The Shrine is still not doing a whole lot of damage. Those Chosen are still very, very durable. The Marquis is trying to run away. The Prince gets out at half health. Another Pit of Shades coming down. Sacrificing some of your own warriors. Just try and get that Shrine charged up. Problem is, Festus, even though he's routing, he's still healing up all of these characters and Chosen. It's looking really, really rough for Slash. The Skirmish Calf is also online on the back. Just poking into whatever they feel like. The Spears are still chasing them off in the distance, but very, very slowly. Pit of Shades does pretty good work, but it does break off one of the Chosen. The Shrine, it should be getting charged. Okay, it's getting charged up, but now it's in melee with the Giants. Not where it wants to be. Not where it wants to be at all. Hey, Lamsauce Thing, thanks for the $5, dude. Really appreciate it. Festus is routing out of the blob. No!
Yeah, he's not gonna live. Like, I imagine this Demon Prince should probably just stay in the sky and follow him off. Because if you land, you're probably gonna get hit with a lot of Marauder Horseman fire. While in the sky, you can still keep dodging.
It's gonna get hit with a lot of Marauder Horseman fire either way, I suspect. But yeah, keep him running off. But honestly, I'm not even sure you can deal with all those Giants anyway. If you do get rid of Festus.
It's looking tough for Slaanesh.
Yeah, Marquis is getting on top of the Skirm Cav. The Marquis is getting exceptionally low. The problem with getting melee with the Skirm Cav is they have a hard time missing from that range. So if you're in melee with one, the other two are just shooting you. And Festus is being chased off. Although Festus did... Oh, did he start coming? He was going for the white line. Now he's just going to a different white line. Which is much, much further away. Which means the Demon Prince does actually have to land to finish him off. But
finish him off, it does.
Oh yeah. He's very, very good at that job. Festus is gone after one more hit, down to 150 HP. But this blob is looking mighty strong even so. The Giants are still very, very healthy. The War Shrine is being chased off by the Exalted Hero. I don't see a whole lot of hope for the Warriors of Chaos at this point. Which does mean we'll probably have to have a replay, as there were too many single entities for them. So I will inform players that after this concludes. Chosen are just grinding the blob, but these Giants will tear them apart. 6/6 melee attack and 1,000,000 weapon strength against these Health Scourge infantry. Will do quite a bit of work. The Skirmish Calf are being chased off by the Demon Prince, doing what he can, but Exalted Heroes are chasing off this War Shrine as well. Well, the War Shrine is not a lot of hope to kill those Chosen or the Severed Claw, really. But
Yeah, if
really
it has Meltots, that should be where all the rest of the Winds of Magic go, just to heal up the War Shrine.
Yeah. But honestly, the War Shrine, there's not a lot of infantry left. It's really just those Giants, so I feel like you may even just need to spamming a Feebling Foe on them to try and get a snipe, but I think it's a pretty tall order for Slanesh.
Yeah. It's looking pretty ogre.
Yep.
Chosen are falling apart. Demon Prince catches a bunch of really weak units on the side, and it is going to rout them off, so it's a nice little reprieve, but it's not going to be enough to like carry the game.
Yeah, I agree. The Horsemen going off the map is nice, but they've already spent most of their ammo anyway, so it's not a whole lot of deal. Chosen Halberds are terror routing from nothing, as far as I can tell. Demon Prince is far away. They're terror routing for a very long time. There we go. They do rally, but... yeah. Chosen getting worn down by the Giants. Heroes are just keeping that War Shrine far, far away from the infantry grind. And sooner or later, the Slanesh forces will break. Demon Prince is going to have to come deal with those Giants sooner or later, and the Exalted Heroes, and are going to have a hard time doing it without the support of the Marquis. Because it did seem... I think it got killed off by the Skirmish Cav while we were looking. War Shrine is routing.
Demon Prince probably has to try and fight the Exalted Heroes first, because the Giants are right next to Severed Claw, so if you could take out the Exalted Heroes, it'd be a little better. They're a little more isolated.
Yeah. Do they have any kit on? No, just completely naked on horseback. They'll do what they can, and honestly, they can probably beat this Demon Prince with, well, I guess they don't have the spear support. Demon Prince has some spear support, which will help them a little bit. Horsemen are Pavaned, it looks like. Yeah, Pavaned rampaging into the spears that should die out. Yeah. But I expect these Exalted Heroes might honestly kill off this Demon Prince, and that will bring this battle to a close.
Maybe. Demon Prince has missed a lot of attacks in a row.
Mm-hmm. You got more blow pop to try and get some extra weapon strength. These Exalted Heroes are hanging in there like true champions of chaos.
You missed 3 in a row. There we go.
There we go.
I hit one.
I mean, his melee attack isn't that much higher than their MD. So. But he is wavering, and as soon as he crumbles, that will be the battle.
Army losses hits.
There we go. Alright.
Goodbye, Demon Prince.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Alright, I will let the players know.
Demon Prince did alright. The caster hero and the Marquis did not do very well. Infantry for Slanesh did mix, but it was mostly the Demon Prince trying to carry the whole thing.
Yeah, he did really well in spite of the rest of his army kind of letting him down. Marquis got shut down real hard. It's so squishy against those Giants and the Skirmish Cav folks firing it. A very, very rough time.
Mm-hmm.
Giants, honestly, I think the Skirmish Cav doing a lot of the work. Damage is pretty well spread for the Warriors of Chaos for me. Alright, so I told the players they will have to replay. Walker's going to remove one of their single entities and then replay with the same builds.
What can he spend the money on? Anything?
Chevrons, probably.
What up, McRightface? How you doing?
Hey, welcome to the stream. Let the body rat ladies hang out. Is that true? Can you bring them with you?
Apparently. Apparently.
Alright. While we're on the replay, I am going to run and get a refill of water real quick. So, be entertaining, I think.
I will. Who's ready for round 2 of the blob? The blobby blobby blob. I don't love either build, to be honest. They're both, like, extremely dull. Do they have refried beans in their purse? Why would they have refried beans in their purse? That's weird. That's a weird thing to have in your purse. Dogs freaking out in the background. I don't even know what Slanesh can do to like redo it. I mean, you take the replay if you get a replay. It was a rule break. I mean, I don't grudge the player for doing that, but like I just think there's such a deficiency in the Slanesh build's ability to deal with this. I don't really know if there's a point in replay. It seems like they're probably just going to get their cheeks clapped again. Never leave the house unless my purse is fully loaded with beans and a few tortillas. We were at a wedding for my cousin, and she's marrying into an Ethiopian family. So they had a whole buffet of Ethiopian food, and there was like this. It's kind of like a crepe, kind of like a tortilla, but it's a spongy, fermented bread, I guess. But again, it's kind of like a crepe or a tortilla in consistency. Then you'd lay that out, and then you'd pile up like all the other food on top of it, because they usually don't have like plates or silverware and stuff. So you kind of pile all this stuff in here, and then like you tear off pieces of the spongy bread. Kind of like it's like a pizza, but you don't cut it, you know? So then like one part of your quote unquote pizza is like, oh, this chicken and rice and like carrots and seasonings, and then there's a different part of your pizza, quote unquote, that is curry. It's not all like mixed together. It was cool. It was lit. It was also a weird kind of spicy. Because I'm used to spicy food that either like it's not spicy at all or it hits you in the face as soon as you eat it. It was like a slow build spicy. Where bite 1, you don't even notice that there's anything spicy in there. And by like bite 15, you're like, oh, all right, there's something going on. And by bite 30, like your eyes are watering a little bit and you keep wiping your nose. You're just like, something in here is slowly building up.
What are you talking about?
It was cool.
What are we talking about?
I was hoping the story ended with someone putting those in their purse.
You
No.
in Discord. Okay, what is going on here?
I was talking about the wedding I was at.
And you ate a lot of spicy food at this wedding?
Yeah. My cousin married into an Ethiopian family, so the food
I see. I should go block her up.
the food was mega dope. Do you need a blocker up? The Slanesh build has to stay the same.
I suppose so. I mean, they changed maps. I don't know what's going on with the players, if they've agreed to just move on. Or what? Because I assume if they were just replaying, they would have started by now.
It looks like Nurgle's PA's build is set up and ready to do the replay, but they haven't started yet. I was talking to chat that I'm like, even if they replay, I don't know what Slanesh is going to do.
Yeah, Screech says he doesn't mind carrying on.
Yeah, that's also what I would do. I mean, there was just such a build diff there that it's like, eh. All right, take the L. Dude, I gave blood on Friday, and we went and got ice cream after. I haven't gotten like an ice cream cone in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Ice cream cones are amazing.
They do hit different. I had the first one in ages a couple weeks ago too. And like they do hit different. They very much.
I don't know how it's so much better, but it is.
All right, so they're not replaying. They are moving on to game 3, which this is the first game 3 we've had today. So the pick system, I think, is whoever won round 2. So in this case, Nurgle's PA gets to pick one faction and the band 3, and then their opponent picks whatever they'd like to play that they haven't already played.
Sick. All right, I'm looking at your bracket now.
Yeah.
Pop Palpatine, Nurgle's PA is a Pikmin, Long Boy, Son of Heaven, Big JP.
Yeah, so this is our last round 2 game. After this, we're moving on to semis between the winner of this game and Big JP. It looks like Tid, Seaman, and Seagoz are already started on the far side. We'll catch up with them in the finals.
I thought it was Tibbs Demonin.
I have no idea whatsoever.
Tibbs Demon. There's an extra EN there, sir.
Tid's doing, I don't know, dude.
Segos is killing it.
Segos has been doing pretty well lately.
Yeah, he's crushing the ladder too.
Yeah, he almost won our last tournament.
You have a lot of the new players here.
Yeah. Yeah, not
Now,
all of
let's
the usual
see.
crowd.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 6. Yeah, I see 6 of our new players.
Yeah.
They're around.
We had pretty good turnout today, so I'm kind of happy. That's a nice
How'd your
place.
Dom thing on Friday night go?
Pretty good. I mean, it wasn't my thing. I just kind of showed up to cast at the end, and it went pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
I saw you were casting.
Yeah. You have a tournament going on tonight, don't you?
No, I'm just vibing.
Ah.
This is the only thing I had planned. I might stream. I think what you're referring to what you and I were talking about. I might stream tonight if I decide to play some games, like practice stuff.
Good old ladder stream.
Yeah, in the upcoming days, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 streams the next 7 days, so
Nice.
I might also just not do anything today.
And in case anybody else isn't aware, this is with me as Human Boy Yes Yes on YouTube, Human Boy Yes Yes, and he does all sorts of land battle content, tournaments, beginner tournaments, ladder streams, all kinds of content. So check him out if you haven't, which I'd be kind of surprised if most of you haven't heard of him already.
Dude, everybody's heard of me.
Yeah, he's the land
Literally
battle guy
everybody.
these days.
Yeah, there's 18 billion people on this planet.
Every single
one of
one.
them's heard of me.
Yeah.
And only 6,000 decided I was worth their fucking time. It's not a good hit ratio.
Alright. Picks for our tiebreaker. Nurgle's PA picks Ogres, bans Cathay Empire Dwarves, and we're waiting to see what Screech counterpicks with.
Bans Cathay Empire and Dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Slanesh is off the
Let's
table, and I came in late in game 1. Demons of Chaos is off the table.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a lot of the good ogre counterpicks, honestly. So there's still plenty of good ones.
What are the good ogre counterpicks? It's always our faction that have stumped me quite a bit.
Dwarves are very, very good. If you play super abusively, like they're not good at dealing with gyrocopters if they're microed well, because they don't have a lot of like good homing projectiles. And then you can bring a cannon and then like a Slayer box.
Okay.
That's a pain to deal with. Other than that, I don't know. Coops has convinced me that Slanesh is still pretty solid into Ogre Kingdoms. That's fine.
Okay.
Brett is about even, but that's just due to being like high tiers.
That's just
not actually
Brett, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Brett is actually still on the table, I believe. Oh.
You don't have global bans or anything? Yeah, then they'd probably be fine.
But that's not what Screech has picked.
Screech
is a Chaos Enjoyer. True champion of the Chaos Gods, and he's brought Khorne. So I guess it isn't terrible. I mean, they have a lot of halberds, anti-large minos. They definitely have tools here. But definitely a little bit scared of the ogre shooting, I imagine.
I feel like Beastmen could do okay into Ogre Kingdoms.
Yeah. Yeah, they're good anti-large. Ungor Raiders probably tear apart all the lightly armored ogre bulls, which is very, very nice.
Greenskin's good into Ogre Kingdoms? I've seen that matchup go the other way.
Yeah, Greenskins don't have a lot of great anti-large options, especially against monster infantry. Big guns kind of suck, and their cav can't get proper surrounds, so they have a hard time tearing them apart as well. So I definitely found that match to be pretty ogre favored.
Oh, there we go. Norska.
Oh, obviously, yeah, that one.
I can't pull up the faction thing, so I can't go through them all, so I was just trying to think. Yeah, Norska's a really, really big one right now in counter picks.
You want to know a secret?
What up?
You can pull up the faction thing if you go to the spell browser, and then do the units.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I do when I'm here.
I've just been sitting here picking my nose, so that's a little more important.
Fair enough. Not
All
priority.
right, let's see.
Yeah.
Versus ogres. We discussed dwarves. Cathay is okay, not amazing, but it's okay. That was also banned, but I'm just getting it out there. High elves is okay, not amazing. Norska's actually pretty good versus ogres. Nurgle.
Skinwolves and Javs seem like a potent combo.
Nurgle can do okay, but it's not great. I would avoid it. Slanesh is fine. Empire is okay.
A lot of things can be okay into okay.
Yeah, that's why they're so high tier. Those it's like you don't have any unwinnable, terrible matchups. You just have some that are even.
Well, they are pretty flexible because they can go like lead belcher kite, artillery kite, full out all out rush, pretty cav heavy. Despite having a pretty small roster, they are pretty versatile.
Yeah, that's kind of the key, right? Like, people complain about small rosters a lot, and it's a valid complaint. But there's only certain rosters that are small that get complained about. There's small rosters that do fine. And the example I would say to point out that, like, a versatile roster is better than a big roster is Norska and Lizardmen have half their roster that you literally never see because they're either redundant or just bad.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, cool, but if you add 10 more bad / redundant units, that doesn't make this roster any better.
Yeah. That's kind of, I was talking about the upcoming Dwarf DLC. I was like, that's kind of what I'm worried about with Dwarves, is like, either it's going to be bad redundant units, or it's going to make them more obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah.
Like, nothing good is going to come of a Dwarf DLC, IMO. Unless they drastically change how Dwarf plays.
Dude, I thought the Thunder Barge was a myth, and then Grand Cathay came out with the Sky Junk, and now okay, we might get the Thunder Barge.
Please, no. Alright, are you a corn enjoyer, are you a champion of the Blood God, or are you a big sweaty ogre?
I'm probably sweatier than you are right now, though we're both not really in sweaty climates.
It's been pretty hot here the past couple of days.
Alright, then you deal with the ogres. I'm not sweaty enough to get in the mood.
Alright, hit me with the corn build.
Okay, you got your blocker down?
Yes, I the only time I forgot it was the first time you were here. It's the only one I forgot.
Good, good, good. Alright, Khorne brought 2 Chaos Warriors with Halberds, 3 Marauders of Khorne. Other than that, triple Minotaurs, all of them with great weapons, giving them the anti-large. We have the Blood Brute Behemoth, ROR Gorgon. And then we have Valkia the Bloody with Spear Sleipnir. That is it. This is a classic Warhammer 3 build because it feels like 3,000 gold is missing somewhere. Oh, I found one thing. There's 2 Furies in the Vanguard. That's still 2,000 gold short. Just because everything in Warhammer 3 costs $1 million.
I mean, this is Khorne just saying, okay, this is anti-large, this is anti-large, this is anti-large, just slam it and go. And then for the ogres, looks like we got to the surprise of everyone, we have 5 Noddlar Trappers. Never seen that before.
Shocking.
Powder Guts, Sky Striders, Mantier Grey Opens, Dual Whips, Ogre Bulls, Mantier Grey Opens, yeah. And then a Slaughtermaster of Troll Guts, I presume, and Brain Gobbler as well. Belly Slapper and the Blood Cleaver as well. Yeah, not a terribly surprising ogre build. A lot of the good stuff. Noddlar Trappers, pistols are very, very good into Minotaurs and single entities, both of which are very present here. As well being not a great target for Furies, as they have excellent melee stats. And the Sky Striders as well, a nice anti-large option. Kind of light on basic ogre bulls, though. They've gone pretty elite.
Yeah, I think the problem with basic ogre bulls is Khorne has like high enough stats, but they can bring a really small army, so your ogre bulls can do that thing where they all wait in line to participate in the game, and Khorne can just 1v1v1v1 you.
Yeah.
So I can see the reasoning of going more elite, where it's like, listen, if we're gonna 1v1 anyway, I at least want the better stats and a more concentrated target for me to cast Troll Guts on, so I can heal, rather than Troll Gutsing a 500 gold ogre bull that's down to like 5 models out of 16. Oh boy, oh geez. So I kind of get it. I don't know if it's the right decision, but I can at least understand where they're coming from.
Yeah. Having those nice targets with Troll Guts definitely seems very, very beneficial. And I feel like, yeah, your basic bulls do trade very poorly into things like Minotaurs. So I could see an Iron Gut or 2 not going missed with some of those Chaos Warriors, but that's just me.
I love the Powder Guts. They're like my favorite unit on the Ogre roster.
I like their feathered hats.
They do have good hats.
Yeah. And some of them have good mustaches, too. The mustache and hats is just a very, very nice aesthetic.
They're very classy as far as ogres go.
Yeah. I don't like this unit. I don't like playing against it. It's really obnoxious, but I do like their hats. It's just like, it's a very dangerous missile unit. That means we get in melee to shut it down, right? Fuck no. They have better melee stats than most things in the game. So it's a very obnoxious unit to deal with if you can't actually just shoot it. So.
You know, it's kind of crazy to think about. We're like a month away from the next DLC.
Yeah.
It feels like Chaos Dwarfs just came out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's because the last patch was so huge that, like, Chaos Dwarfs came out, then we got the quote-unquote Bretonia DLC. Kinda. Because it wildly shifted out everything in the game work.
Yeah, the Bretonia rework. The whole thing, yeah.
And then now that people are starting to get a little sick of it, it's like, well, around the corner is another DLC. So
Yeah, it's great. It's like how games should work.
yeah,
Keep people interested, not have 6 months of nothing.
I'll focus on the game when the enemy army gets closer. But what are we putting the odds on of getting another goddamn domination map in the base game? Because it's been a minute.
Slim to none, my friend.
That's my biggest complaint. Why the hell are there still like 8 base game domination
Yeah,
maps?
I really don't know why they don't just put a lot of the modded maps we use for tournaments in the base game.
Yeah,
It was
was
just like a
sick.
pretty easy fix. I don't know, man.
Their complaint can't be, oh, but what if they're not good enough? Because then I point to the maps that are in the game, and I'm like, that didn't seem to be a problem before.
To be fair, a lot of those maps were good for the shorter game mode. They just suck now they made it longer. Though there are some that were always terrible.
Silver Spire was good in concept. In execution, it's just like, oh, this just ends to bottlenecks. Whoops. It's a neat idea.
And that map's one of those ones that doesn't exist. I always forget how much range these guys have.
Yeah, and they have the bug where
They
when
fire
you're
outside
moving,
range,
when you
yeah.
fire at will while you're moving, you can fire outside of your range. So that gives them like an extra 30 range.
Nice spear coming down, trying to remove some of these Noblar Trappers. Really nice
Delete
damage.
one.
Good. I enjoy seeing Noblar Trappers die. This unit is so good.
Yeah,
It's just
so good.
universal. It's universal for this faction. You bring 5
Dumb.
Noblar Trappers and now your matchup.
Dumb question: does the spear slap near killing 100 Noblars there? Does that count towards the corn passive, or is that one of those things that's bugged, or it doesn't count towards your army ability?
I have no idea. Look,
Otherwise,
Valkia,
they have a horn of corn ready.
Valkia, no. Valkia, not like this. She jives in the powder guts of the Sky Strider's countercharger. She doesn't have Demon Shield. She didn't bring it. Now, she's not large.
She didn't bring Demon
anti-large
Shield,
bows.
but she is a flying infantry character, so these big boys don't interact with her model very well.
That's also true, but she also can never leave this blob if the ogres don't let her.
Yeah, but the ogres aren't about to take a rear charge from Minotaurs laying down, so they're gonna have to let her go.
Yeah, these man-eaters are going to hit with those Minotaurs, though, pretty quickly. And the ogre front line, I mean, it's just trappers that haven't used their ammo, so they're getting just mulched by these Chaos Warriors and these Minotaurs. And the blob fight has really begun in earnest. The Bloodroot Behemoth charging in, being surrounded by the Sky Striders. I don't think that's the place the Bloodroot wants to be. The Sky Striders are a nasty anti-large tool, but they have halberd support as well.
Yeah, it's going very poorly for the ogres, and the Valkia bait is complete. She's only lost like a fourth of her HP.
Yeah, the Powder Guts are stuck in melee and unable to shoot. Sky Striders are backing off, trying to get some good engagement. They have the Troll Guts going off to try and heal them, but they're taking a ton of damage from the Halberds and the Minotaur Grey Opens and the Bloodroot, who does just seem to be T-posing on them and asserting dominance. There's an attack.
They're squishier than you'd think they would be. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they're very squishy. These Furies, one of them's dying, the other one's just chasing off 3 Noblar Trappers, which is going very well for them.
Also have some Trappers rallying in the backfield. If these Trappers can actually sit back and fire, it'd be in a great spot to do a lot of damage, but this is looking pretty rough for the Ogres. They're just not able to spend their ammo, and the Corn Blob is just upon them so quickly. You didn't really have a front line to actually hold back all those Chaos Warriors.
Yeah, that Valkia dive, it looks sus, but I have honestly fallen for that trap so many times that as soon as I saw her dive in, I was like, leave her alone.
Yeah,
Don't do it, you can't hit her.
The Ogres have always really struggled with those like small characters, like foot or horse characters. They just don't have good answers to them. It's like 'cause they don't have much anti-infantry.
Well, you know how Kairos Fate Weaver's unkillable because he has wings that push you back and all that stuff? We'll put that on a smaller character and throw her into big bodies, and they have a lot of troubles finding her.
I didn't actually know that the wings were what did that.
Yeah, the wings push bottles back, so even if something has a higher mass, if a wing hits it in the face, it treats it like you're inside of the Zinch model, so the game moves them outside so it doesn't get weird, but then that gives Kairos space to move.
Just imagine a Minotaur getting like bitch slapped in the face by a wing and just like staggering backwards.
My bad. I'll give you your space then.
Another spear coming
goodbye,
down.
Noblars.
Goodbye, Trappers. Ah, that's cathartic.
Violence.
Ah, yes, violence upon my most hated unit.
Bloodroot's going for a bit of a walk.
Yeah, I noticed that. He kind of just wandered off to chase the Sky Striders. I imagine the Sky Striders could probably just turn up. I mean, where are they going? Why are they here? Did they chase
routed.
something? Oh, they routed. Ah, now they rallied. I mean, that's the Bloodroot probably takes them down. I mean, he has the scaling damage thing, so he's more damage than low health, right?
Yeah, you
Probably
see that
couldn't
one Sky Strider leaving the fight?
Yeah, he ain't about it. He's the one with common sense. Actually, no, that's not a Sky Strider. That's just a cow.
There's no rider.
No, there's no rider.
He's still labeled as a model.
Yeah. He's the one with common sense. He's like, we ain't winning this one, boys. I'm out. See ya.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Frontline is
that,
going
looks like
very, very poorly.
Corn's run this over.
Yeah, Corn did a very good job denying any shooting to the ogres. Just didn't let them get any of their shots off. So the powder got still full ammo. The trappers still hold their ammo. And if you pay all the money for these miscellaneous and don't get to spend the ammo, they're just not worth it. So, I mean, trappers without their ammo are just basic Noblars, which are half the value. I guess they have the most infantry for some godforsaken reason, but you know, the powder guts are getting worn down. Not even coming close to paying for themselves. And yeah, I think Corn's just got this. An absolute blitz.
It's just the classic land battle meta right now of dive your lord in, get a free regrowth off, bait your opponent. His life caster OP.
Oh my god, I hate regrowth so much, dude.
Regrowth.
I've always hated regrowth. No, it doesn't. That's the problem.
Okay, yeah.
Oh my god, relentless rage on these Miles with Horn of Corn. Just keeping them in the fight and keeping their stats super high to just tear apart everything the ogres ever loved or cared about. Bloodroot has dealt with all of these Sky Striders and is just slowly making his way back. Completely full HP with nothing to deal with him.
Making my way downtown, coming back to the fight, and I'm fully stacked.
Yeah. Yeah, all the way up to almost 600 weapon strength. And he does have the, he has what, which passive is it? Yeah, this one, which is not fully stacked, you liar. It's only 18% stacked. He can get much stronger than that, but he isn't going to have the chance this game.
I forgot that was the new Blood Greed, and I now remember why I made a video ranting about the new Blood Greed. That is so stupid.
You mean that he killed the Sky Striders and only got 18% of his charge? I see nothing wrong with this.
It should definitely be like damage dealt or something, not like
value.
kills.
Yeah, value or something. Oh, speaking of Sky Striders, 2 of them have not learned their lesson. These bad boys
coming back.
Yeah, they're coming for that booty. They see him walking away, and they're saying, "Hey, don't you disrespect me! Get your booty back here."
The damage value is way closer than it looks like it would be.
Yeah, even despite all the Trogon ceiling. But now this Ogre Lord is just in the mosh pit with Valkia, Halberds, and Minos. I mean, the Minos have gotten worn down pretty heavily. Powder Guts did trade excessively well in melee because they were losing the whole time, so their stats were in the 70s. But, I mean, just look around, like, the Ogre's been chased off by those Furies. Where has this bull been? What did it chase off that it's full health and just coming back now?
I don't know.
Yeah, that
like,
Lord...
you can route everything in this corn blob, but Valkia and the Bloodbrute can kill an Ogre Bull and the Slaughtermaster easily.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, probably faster than if you have the blob there. Minos actually got shut down pretty hard. I guess the Powder Guts just outstatted them really hard, but the Halberds, nothing really to kill them. Yeah, I feel like Corn or Ogre's overthinks the anti-log from the Halberds, especially when your trappers all got caught up in melee and weren't able to actually fire.
Yes, sir. Sky Striders did not get a lot of value. I feel like Sky Striders fell off a cliff. Nothing changed. They just like don't get crazy value anymore. And Ogres just these days go a lot wider with bull spam, kind of like you hinted at the start.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people just kind of like adapted to them and learned not to deal with it, like not get baited by the healing. Like it's kind of what you said with the Lord, where you dive your Lord in and get a regrowth, and it's the same with how the Scratch used to play. You just play really aggressively with them, and it's like, oh, I can punish this big expensive unit, and then you just get Troll Guts, and then you never die.
Mm-hmm. Where are we going? What are we doing? What's the plan?
We're gonna follow the winner of this series, which was Screech, into his semifinal against JP once they get that lobby up.
Okay. Is the other semifinal playing without us? What are we doing?
I presume so. They've been waiting. Or they've been playing for a while. They haven't messaged me, so I assume they're playing, and I wasn't telling them to wait. So we'll just play the semi and then follow it to the finals.
Follow-up plan. Follow-up plan. You cast this one. I cast the other one. The chat doesn't get to see the other one.
You cast it into the ether?
I will mute you so I won't know when you're talking. So that we can just scream over each other.
What do you think, chat? You want to do it? You guys like the sound of that?
Because I see Tids Devota's lobby. I could get in there. Just load up. Don't know what game it is. Don't know who's winning or losing.
Mm-hmm. You could do that. I'm not saying you should, but you very much could do that.
I'm not gonna do it. I found Big JP's lobby. He's just chilling.
I hope you found it because I sent you the code.
I didn't look at Discord. I have a bunch of pings for when I was gone. Because I like I said, I literally got out of the car, threw my backpack full of clothes on the bed, and Grace said hi, and I said shut up, and got on the computer.
I see.
We have a healthy relationship. It's going well.
I understand.
No, I talked to her for a bit.
Nice. Good to know you're putting your relationship over us. Good to know we don't mean as much to you. Yeah. So, yeah. Tidsmonen is facing off against... Who's he facing off against on the other side? It is Seagoss. Yeah, talked about that earlier. And on this side, we will have Screech, who is also the Pikmin, facing off against Big JP. Once he actually puts in the score and gets in this lobby.
Yeah. My prediction for finals, I love Big JP, but I think it's going to be Screech Segos.
I'm not sure, because JP is the one to play more of like the Dark Elf Kitey style, and we have from Screech only really seen the Chaos factions, which are pretty weak to that kind of style, so I'm curious to see if he can actually pull it off. Final is also a best of 3, yes.
I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying if someone gunned to my head made me put my life savings on someone, I'd probably put it on Screech to win the whole thing.
He's definitely looked pretty good, but the factions you play are not exactly the meta. And I'm a little bit concerned that somebody who does play a more meta-oriented faction style could actually punish him for
that. The thing I will point out is that Game 1 versus Nurgle's PA wasn't a stomp, but it was pretty well controlled. And then Game 2, there was a light bit of trolling, and he got destroyed. And then Game 3 was also a mega stomp. So I think Screech might be a little cocky if he's winning.
So I'll be really honest with you. I have no recollection of what the first game was.
Demons of Chaos, where that
Demons of Chaos, that's right. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, survived in the...
Yeah, his control of a lot of mobility tools was very, very good. So yeah, maybe he could deal with the kite style pretty well.
Yeah. Because Screech took Blood Penguin to 3 games in the Ultra Funds tournament, and it was pretty close. So,
his control of like large amounts of mobility units definitely seems to be very, very good. So
confirmed, Screech's void lulls.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's I mean, what other conclusion could you come to?
I will say it is interesting that the more units a player can micro in tandem, the less likely they are to be able to find a goddamn lobby.
Yeah,
don't know why this is true, but it really is.
That's a good point. I should probably just DM him.
I get terrible if I have more than 2 control units of high micro required. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Have you ever thought about playing dwarves? You can micro 1 unit. That's it.
If you can micro 2, then you should probably play Cathay. You have Miao Ying and you have the Righteous Lances.
If you can micro 3, boom, you're set. What else, baby? What elves are so hard?
Are they?
I still can't play what elves.
It's
can't get Way Watchers to fire at anything. Like, I'm like, fire at will on, target this thing, and then they'll run up, and then they're almost going to die, and they still haven't fired. So then I start to run away, and they still haven't fired, and then they get into melee, and they still haven't fired. I'm like, well, this is super cool. And then if I run... Oh, okay, we lost Big JP.
Screech was having an error joining the lobby. So...
I don't believe you.
Got a new one. Well, it's not my word you need to trust, it's Screech's, so...
I still don't think he could find it. Is it just P again?
It's possible. I don't know.
I'm joining P.
You would, wouldn't you? I love how I go in my DMs, it's just nothing but lobby codes with no context for everyone.
It was P.
Yes, it was. I'm proud of you. You figured it out all on your own.
Dude, I work with P all day. Whenever I see P, I have to click. It's just like, this is my destiny. That's apparently for me now.
Actually?
Yeah, I work with P. P and blood, brother. That's all you do in hospitals.
Oh, I didn't realize you were working in a hospital.
Do you know where I work?
I knew you were working. I think you were working in a lab, or do you leave that job?
In the Mayo Clinic, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they send. So the hospital runs stuff, and I make new tests for them.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
sick.
yeah.
I think I make like $750,000 a day.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, it's all right. I'm barely scraping by. It's
Like I said, you better be if you're gonna plan on buying all the Warhammer DLC. You're gonna need at least that much.
yeah. I think the hard part is, you know, napkins, right? Like
Yes,
napkins to
I've
wipe your
used
face and
one.
stuff.
I've used one once or
Yeah.
twice.
I mean, all my coworkers, you wipe your face with like Lamborghinis, and that's just it's heavy. Then you
It
need to buy
adds up. Yeah.
steroids, and
Okay.
steroids are expensive. So it's a whole thing, man. You think
Mm,
making more money means you have more money, but no, you just have to spend more. It's terrible.
I see. I don't understand the struggles of the rich and successful like you do apparently.
I do. It's hard being fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, I can see it.
That's why I own this house, and I definitely don't rent a very falling apart house. Nothing is wrong with the place where I live now. I don't actively know of 2 different places there's mold. We keep the doors closed to those rooms.
Just nobody goes in there anymore. You open it up, it's just The Last of Us with all the mold and fungus spores everywhere.
Pretty much, dude. I want to own a house in my life. That's a goal.
Yeah.
Sorry, JP was messaging me.
Oh, I just thought there was gonna be more to that. It sounded
Yeah.
like you were going somewhere with that.
I want to own a house in my life. Grace and I are trying to save up to like put a down payment on a house, and then COVID happened, and we're like, okay, well the market was stupid high going into a mega pandemic,
Yeah.
so it can only go down, and then it goes higher, and you're like, okay, well after the pandemic, then it'll come down, and then it went higher, and we're like, okay, I guess it just keeps going up then, and then like housing prices started to come down, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, finally it's come down a little bit, and then interest rates went up so much that actually the price of buying a house because of interest is still higher, and we're like, I guess just never.
Nope. Housing's like crazy expensive, dude.
It's so messed up,
So
man.
dumb. Yeah. Alright, so Screech has picked Nurgle Beastmen Dwarves, ban Cathay. Nurgle Beastmen. We haven't seen him play any. We really only see him playing the Chaos factions. He keeps picking these non-Chaos factions. Keep picking the Dwarves, keep picking the Beastmen.
It's
see if we actually
possible he
see him.
only has like the game 3 factions. Like maybe buy 1 or 2 DLCs, but
Yeah. Okay, JP goes Ogres ban Dwarves, so it's gotta be Ogres Beastmen or Ogres Nurgle. What are your thoughts there? Nurgle, you were saying, is one of the ones that does okay into Ogres, although you said Beastmen do okay as well.
they both do okay. Not great, but okay. Beastmen kind of want to play it with some Minotaurs for the AP, and then Centaurs can run down anybody that routes. And then I personally really like Malagor up in the sky uncontested as a caster support lord. Because he gives the
Spamming
Beastman
block of
leadership,
doom?
but he also reduces the leadership of the other guy.
And Ogre leadership isn't that great, so.
Yeah, and you can bring Doom of Darkness with him. So you could double up on the leadership debuffs and kind of do the same thing we saw Khorne do to the Ogre Kingdoms, except it's much more about when stuff routes, chase it down, rather than let it come back and just beat the shit out of it again.
Okay. Looks like you're getting your wish. He's locked in Beastman, looks like.
Yeah. See what he ends up doing. Traderkin's also pretty good at sniping out stuff.
I feel like Traderkin is also good is kind of an understatement. That spell is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Especially
So,
all the monster infantry blobs that ogres tend to engage in.
does Doom Bull have anti-large? No, Torix doesn't either. I was going to say those guys are also decent combatants.
I mean, Doombull with the Daze content effect, because Ogre Bulls don't have, or Ogres in general don't have great melee defense, is also pretty nice.
Yeah.
And bring basic Ogre Bulls down to like 16 MD is pretty good. Make your Ungors actually a useful unit.
Beast Lord could be kind of hype. Apocalypse Division and Horn of the First Beast stacking. Well, not stacking because you want to cast them one after the other, but plus 24 melee attack in a pretty large aura, one after the other, could get you to that through that front line pretty quickly.
Yeah, I could see it. No, there's a lot of good Beastman Lord options, although I don't know if you want to spend a ton of money on your character blocks. I feel like you really want mobility controls Beast in this matchup. Your Centaurs and your Razor Cores do pretty well into Ogres from what I've seen. You probably want to use that.
I think you mean Bull Centaurs, great weapons.
I've never seen a Centaur Great Weapon in my life. Never seen that unit.
I've seen them. They're not incredible, but I've
No,
seen
they're
them.
not. Their stats are really
I heard
normal.
you stumble earlier on the bull centaurs, and you said like
I know.
centaur thing.
I know.
It's a asinine unit to add to the game this late.
Uh-huh. I mean, not as bad as the Goblin Wolf Raiders, as opposed to the Goblin Wolf Riders that Greenskins have. Not annoying at all. Why would that be a problem for anybody? Oh gosh, Chaos Dwarves are just, the entire DLC was just how close can we get to original like other units' names without overlapping.
The lore of Tempest gave me a stroke for a couple months.
Yeah.
It's not Tempest. Tempest is in a different lore. And it's not Tempest Eltharian's Mount.
I could see that, except I never actually learned the name of the Kislev lore. For so long, Kislev was just complete garbage, so it just wasn't worth my time.
Dude, you know what spell has never had a moment in the sun, and I'm kind of shocked, is that Biting Wind. The wind spell for Tempest.
I assumed it was a wind spell, yes.
It sucks, and it always sucked, and it's crazy, because you can make it really good by just giving it armor piercing, but, like, CA has left that spell just in the gutter forever.
Yeah, Kislev's Lores of Magic is just, like, cutting the short end of the stick a lot.
Yeah. Do you want worse Spirit Leech? Here's Death Frost.
Yeah. Do you want worse Searing Doom? Here's Hailstorm. Do you want worse Pit of Shades? Here's Blizzards.
Yeah. Heart of Winter was the only one that was okay, and then it was like only good versus the Warhammer 3 factions on release because they were all slow
and melee blobs.
Dodge it. Yeah, and now it's like, oh, well, with a lot more cavalry in the game, a lot more monsters in the game, stuff that can actually just dodge it, then Heart of Winter kind of sucks. It's not a terrible spell, but it's not great.
Yep. So I want to hear your predictions. Do you think we're going to see 5 Noblar Trappers?
I'm going to guess 4.
Oh. You going to guess, or are you going to look at the builds because you can see behind the curtain?
That would defeat the point of the game, so I guessed 4, and I'm wrong. But
you are wrong. There are 5.
I refuse to be a cheaty cheat.
I see. So I see a lot of anti-large of the Beastman, which is, you know, entirely unexpected. No one's ever done this kind of build before. I don't know why you would really lean towards that kind of style. Not like ogres have much large to deal with anyway. So please enlighten me. Why do you spam this much anti-large?
It's mostly to flex on your opponent, just to show them that you can and still win the game. But
I see.
It'll be useful against a couple of the ogre units.
I see. Yeah. Anyway, which side do you want?
Oh, I'll take the ogres. You had to do them last time.
Alrighty, get it going.
Sky Striders, Powder Guts, plus another ogre pistol, so 2 ogre pistols overall. And then we have much more ogre bowls spam. Some of them are Iron Fists, the rest are regular. 2 Saber Tusk packs to do a little bit of flank protection, but you're not going to win the flanks versus Beastmen, so they're doing their best. Though their high weapon strength lacking armor piercing will be fine against the Beastmen, so good for you. We also have a Slaughtermaster of the Healy Heal lore. That is the only spell he brought.
Got the belly slapper debuff.
Yeah, the belly slapper debuff, -8 melee attack if you're nearby him, and he's not in melee, he's just nearby him. And 5 Noblar Trappers, the usual strangely amazing frontline archer unit.
Yep. For the Beastie Boys, front line of Ungor Spears, back line of a couple of Ungor Raiders, got the Mino Grey Opens, we got Double Gorbel, we got the Bloodroot Behemoth, and the Arwar Corks Manticore Escort Halberd. So a lot of very elite anti-large here. Needs to be very, very careful of all that shooting for the ogres. And then we have a Traitor Concaster on foot who's just going to keep his distance and Final Trans anything that tries to come in deal with this big SE anti-large blob. Pretty straightforward.
I'm not sold on the Koroks Man Rippers.
I have seen them do really well, and I've also seen them do really poorly. So it's kind of like, I don't know, this feels very feast or famine. In the right situation, they can do a lot of damage, and they have a very nice stat line. You know, armor anti-large, all that.
Okay, the stat line is actually kind of sick.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got, what, like 50 melee attack, 42 melee defense, 40 weapon strength. Yeah. So they
Less bonus versus large than Cathay Peasants.
That's correct.
That is actually correct, yeah. Yeah, 17 most for large on the peasants. Yeah, this looks pretty similar to the corn build, honestly. Just instead of the elite halberds, we have cheap spears and archers. No mobility, just get right in there and grind, kind of like we saw last time. We'll see if JP can actually answer this a little bit better than we saw from the previous ogre player.
Yeah, it might be a little tough to keep those archers online with saber tusk packs completely uncontested that can run into the backline and just be annoying.
Yeah. Honestly, what I want to see from JP really is just keeping these trappers online, get them to actually spend their ammo. They can do a lot of work. They're your best answer against those Quark Man Rippers, against the Blood... Well, I guess the Pistols as well, Blood Ripper as well, but... Like, the trappers can just do so much work against all those large targets. They're allowed to actually sit and spend their ammo. Raiders do outrange the trappers, though, and are doing good damage from range, just letting your Ungors eat the shots as a sacrifice to, I don't know, I guess they worship all the Chaos Gods? I guess Khorne is applicable here.
Yeah, they do worship all the Chaos Gods, though I think Slaanesh is the least common. Well, actually, Tzeentch might be the least common for Beastmen. They're definitely big Nurgle and Khorne fans.
Yeah, so probably for Khorne. The Gorbals are just getting right up and in there. There's not really a great answer to them in melee aside from the Sky Striders, so it's really going to be up to these pistols to take them down from range. Trappers are being focus fired by those raiders, as I said, but the Beastmen are kind of sacrificing their frontline for it. And there's the Saber Tusk you mentioned. They are getting intercepted by Minos, though. They are going to try to get out of there before they get rampaged by the Minos. It's going to be a bit of a tall order, as the Minos do quite a bit of damage, although they're kind of potatoing. They're not really hitting them. Just a boon for the ogres.
Yeah, they're just standing around.
Yeah, the superior range of those raiders is actually doing a good job of forcing the ogres to get a little bit aggressive. We're having this little bit of like a half skirmish, half engaged. Neither one of them really wants to get in there, but both of them want to shut down the enemy missiles. But I feel like the Beastmen are kind of just losing their front line to the trappers while they're just kind of, you know, half-assing disengage.
Well, the Bloodbird Behemoth is also down to half HP before the fight starts.
Yeah, he does have that healing available, but still. Hurricane does come down on the Sky Striders. I think just them isn't crazy value, just since they'll likely just back off and get Troll Gutsed up ASAP. Yeah, the pistol's just chunking with the Blood Roof. Dismembered as well, so we can't catch anything. Being chunked out by those pistols, who are probably already up to a ton of damage. They already are almost 1,200 damage value.
Right, they paid for themselves before the fight started.
Yeah, that's really, really brutal for the Beastmen. Real, real brutal. Like, I could see wanting to, like, try to get the Raiders to kill the Trappers early, but you need to keep your big targets back so the pistols can't really do their job. Where those Korx Man Rippers are getting into the backfield, getting on top of the Powder Guts. They should be able to just turn and run away, and they very much ought to, as those Korx Man Rippers are very elite halberd units that want to get the heck out of dodge. It looks like all the Beastman force is really concentrated over on this right flank, and unfortunately they've already used their Traderkin. Kind of unfortunate, because now the Blob is really forming in earnest. The Sky Striders are going down, but the pistols are just taking out all those big singletities very, very efficiently, and haven't even used half their ammo yet. Trappers as well firing in. These missiles are proving...
Trappers also adding a volume of fire, and that Gorgon is just about toast.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I feel like the Trappers really need to be focused on these Korx Man Rippers, as there's no other great answer to them in melee. You've really got to be shooting them. And the pistols want to be shooting the elite targets. You need your Trappers try and focus them down, but they've already spent a lot of their ammo elsewhere.
Ungor Raiders are getting run down by Ogre Bowls in the back line, which will really reduce the Beastmen's DPS potential.
Yeah, get a nice sweaty sandwich here with the rallying Ogres in the backfield as well. Minos as well as getting worn down by the Trappers from range, trying to peel off their range units, but not doing a great job of it. Bloodbird Behemoth is heading for the hills, down to 125 HP, down to 25 HP, and down he goes to a lone pistol shot in the back. Not like this.
Goodbye, big boy.
The pistol's
Warbol's the next target, and he's almost dead.
This pistol is such an MVP, just sitting here plinking away at all these single entities. No real pressure on it, just tearing them apart. Warbol's are now trying to charge in, but it's really a last samurai situation. Force members have circled around as well. Sky Striders coming to peel off.
Sky Striders are about heal capped, but that's really the only good thing you can say for the Beastmen this game.
They're still healing. Troll Guts is still active. Pistols are both kiting in different directions, which is very, very good. They can't chase you everywhere. You take pistols, run off the directions. Stuck in the middle with the Sky Striders, getting pounded. Pistols firing as they charge into melee as well. Warbol's are in trouble, and now, yeah. The Beastcaster was just about caught, and that was looking pretty rough for the Beastmen, so they do tap out. I think it was a really similar idea for the Beastmen as what we saw for Khorne, but JP seemed very well prepared for it with the double pistols, doing loads and loads of damage to all those single entities. Very, very well. Once again, the Sky Striders, kind of underwhelming. Kind of underwhelming.
I mean, you could say that about the whole Beastman draft here. I'm not seeing anything that really did good.
Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, I
Those
feel like
pistols are a bit of a problem.
I feel like the Khorne halberds really did a lot of work for Khorne when we saw it previously. This matchup previously, and not having that solid infantry front line really hurt because you couldn't really just walk through the trappers.
Yeah, I generally prefer a little bit more Centaur pressure there because you could be diving the back line and harassing those man-eater pistols while
Yeah.
you do the frontline fight. And while your Centaurs aren't going to kill them, they'll trade fine, but it's mostly about not letting them shoot the Gorgon and the Minos while they win that frontline fight.
Yeah. It was a little awkward because he seemed to be trying to play around the Ungor Raiders' superior range, but in the meantime he's just kind of sacrificing his front line. I feel like you want to actually trade into when you're outnumbered in the missile fight, you always keep your front line back and really just kind of actually kite them a little bit, rather than just sacrificing your front line to the vastly superior damage output of the Nobbler trappers.
When it was purely Archer versus Archer, it was going okay, but then the Ogres just decided to actually come in and throw some pistol shots out there and volume of fire, because then it was like 7 ranged units versus 3.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Hey, Cool Umbrella, welcome to the stream. I swear, you played last tournament with Hangover. Oh, wait. You played last time with the Hangover? You did pretty well last tournament, see guys.
I think he's saying this is the last tournament he's going to play with the Hangover.
I'm really not sure.
Tits Demonin has made it to the finals, so if I am correct and Screech is going to take the whole thing today, he's going to have to beat RTK 3 times in a row.
Quite the gauntlet to have to run. Yeah, so see guys, yeah. Love me ma, love me pistols. Simple as indeed. So next map should be River Amixon, which is one of the more which is one of the more I feel like that map does limit styles a little bit with the heavy amount of trees on it. You can't necessarily go as wide with shooting because there's just not a lot of great line of sight and a lot of easy flank options. Has that been your experience as well? Or am I crazy?
No, you're correct. Artillery is not really going to work here at all because both flanks have a way to advance through trees, and short range stuff like archers and things can work, but it's not as effective. It's definitely a very heavily melee and cav focused map.
So then, riddle me this. Given what we just discussed, why does JP come in with the Cathay Dark Elves Norska picks? Ban Bretonia.
Cathay can hard, sweaty melee box. Dark Elves do okay here, but I definitely think that Norska and Grand Cathay will do better on this map than Dark Elves. So Screech could ban Cathay, especially if you're going Slanesh. You better ban Cathay.
He is a heavy Slanesh char. Yeah, I've tried cutting with Dark Elves on this map. It's like, well, you can move backwards. There is no moving to the sides, so it's pretty hard to actually get any kind of effective kite going.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a toughie. And Diablo Micro makes you trash at video games, so hopefully Big JP hasn't been playing much Diablo.
JP has been playing nothing but Diablo for like 3 weeks.
Holy shit! Alright, I might have known that before saying that, but
yeah. Every time I get on, I see JP playing. He's just playing Diablo. Late nights in the RTK Discord, there's just like 3 or 4 guys, the only ones in there, and they're just playing Diablo. It's gross. Looks like we do have Dark Elves versus Slanesh, which you said is not the greatest matchup for Dark Elves.
Yeah, people used to really like it, then Slanesh got nerfed, but it's still doable. For Slanesh, I wouldn't say either side's really favored, but on a map like this, it might be slightly more favored for Slanesh. So they can just get right up in your grill. I know Coops has a build I really like with a bunch of Exalted Demonettes. That's pretty fun.
Is it really
Dark
heavy?
Elves... Sorry.
Is it really heavy infantry style for Slanesh, or is it more of the mass mobility kind of thing to catch the kiting?
More of the mass mobility, because with Dark Elves, you really want to... Any kind of elf, you want to rampage something so they can't micro it and then kill it off instantly. Just because elves in general are pretty squishy when they're caught out of position.
Okay.
So, probably a lot of sources of rampage. either through the army passive or some of the units have bound rampage or there's spells that have bound rampage. It's like rampage as much stuff as you can and kill it off because, you know, poorly played elves, whether forced through nets and rampage or just bad play, they're not good factions. Like even top, you know, when dark elves are super top tier, I mean, if you threw your lord away, Soul Stealer can only save you from so much, right?
Yeah.
So they've taken some nerfs and stuff like that. It's not like you can just build a box and sit there.
Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Bavrat. I am joined by Human Boy today, so we got a fun one. Always a pleasure having you on. Yeah, so it is one that Slash has a lot more play in, and like I said, it used to be very dominant before Slash got nerfed. So, and especially on a map like this, like I said, where kite options are a little more limited, I could see Slash having a lot of play here. So then what do you do if you're Dark Elves in this map, where you can't really go for your typical kite style? Do you just go for more of like a, you know, the old school Marathi Blackguard box, or what do you do?
You could go Witch Elves, Blackguard, Corsair, Frontline. That'll do pretty well. Even if you don't win it, that'll do pretty well. Could get a couple Dark Shards for that armor piercings. The only thing that Frontline's not going to win against is like Chaos Warriors or Chosens. Then you could have some Dark Shards offering support there, and then get decent flank protection with some cheap Dark Riders, a couple Cold One Knights, maybe even Dread Knights, and possibly a Dragon Lord, or just a fast Lord that can offer support to those flanks like Malice. Malice with another caster or Malekith on his dragon or something, but
I can see the
probably
Dragon
how
Lord.
I do it.
I can see the Dragon Lord still being really useful if you are worried about those Chaos Warriors or those Chosen have those breath attacks, since you often don't really bring any kind of like infantry clearing spell, and the breath attacks as an alternative would be really, really nice.
Could be. Screech is already readied up, so it looks like he's quite confident in what he wants to do here.
He seems to be a simple man. He picks Chaos, he runs at them, he knows what he wants. And he has really been favoring those, like I said, heavy mobility styles, aside from playing against Ogres. He doesn't like against Ogres, but other than that, we saw the Demons of Chaos, he went for a lot of mobility. Actually, maybe I'm crazy. It was just the Demons of Chaos who had heavy mobility. He went for a box with the walk, and he went no mobility against Ogres. So maybe I am actually crazy.
Yeah, you look crazy. It's alright, though.
We knew that.
We let it roll.
So Coops, your build is 4 Seekers, 3 E-Demonettes, Human Prince, and 2 Whip Hellstriders. Interesting, yeah. I could see a box being a hard, because that's like, what, that's 6 Cav units? But E-Demonettes definitely do very well there.
Anti-large Hellstriders feel so bad.
Yes, they don't exist. They're just objectively worse than the Whip Hellstriders in every scenario. Even against large. But yeah, that unit doesn't exist anymore, and it feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. JP will be advancing to the final to face off against Tidstamon. Or if Screech wins it, he can start that salty run back.
I have a lot of messages to read. I don't want to read them. I'm not gonna.
Do you mean DMs or chat?
DMs and my Discord. Discord admin chat has a bunch of stuff going on, and I'm just not there.
Isn't it amazing how popular you become as soon as the stream starts? You can't look at messages, or you're busy.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I also have people who message me specifically while I'm streaming, and they're like, "Hey, did you see my game?" And I'm like, "I am doing other stuff right now." I thought you knew that.
All right, Chaos or Kane? Which is your pick? Your poison.
I'll do Kane.
All right.
We have Rampage to fight the Rampage. 2 Witch Elves, 2 Blackguard, 2 Blackguard Corsair Handbows, and then a lot of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, 6 total between them. We have the Crows of Cain, Malekith, but female, and then the Raven's Heralds, Repeater Crossbow Kev, that I definitely have a video coming out about soon, because now that I know the lore behind the Raven's Heralds, this is a very odd choice for their implementation. Flying skirmish cav that are bad in melee, as opposed to stalking magic damage Dark Riders.
Interesting.
It's a left turn.
That looks like it is going to be a pretty hefty box for the Dark Elves. Oh, that's surprising, I suppose. For the forces of Slaanesh, we have Frontline of Marauders mixed with Chosen Hell Scourges, which will, I assume they'll be Blackguard. They are pretty hefty melee combatants.
some Forsaken of Slaanesh. We have some Skirm Cav. We have Anti-Large Hellstriders, the unit that doesn't exist. Seeker, Double Fury, and that Herald of Slaanesh of Shadows with Pit of Shades, which is going to do absolute work against those Blackguard. As well as Melkos and the Summon. And no Locus of Grace. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like this Cav, especially the anti-large Cav, is going to have a hard time finding a place to actually find value. The only thing they're going to be very good at is punishing that Dragon Lord, which they're okay at. But this box is not really going to find any inroads, and Slaanesh Cavalry really hates Witch Elves, in my experience. Touch them, they get rampaged, they die because they are extremely squishy. Almost like the elves, like we talked about earlier. As soon as they get rampaged, they're so squishy, they just get deleted. With these handbows as well, like there's a lot of incentive to actually dive the box to rid of the handbows because they do a lot of work against this Cav.
It's going to be hard to get your Slaanesh passive charged up, but if you can, I wonder if a Narcissism could net the Raven's Herald in place that you just kill him instantly.
Yeah. We have some.
It'll be difficult to get that tier 2 ability.
Yeah. I mean, it'll get there, it's just a matter of getting there before it's like completely useless. Like you need those Skirm Cav to actually get it. Although the Furies, the Furies can tear them apart if they get there. Although I believe Crows of Cain beat one Fury 1-on-1. If I'm not mistaken. So
they probably should.
I would hope so. Actually, I want to say they beat 2 Furies back-to-back, like not at once, but they can beat 2 Furies back-to-back, but of course the other Fury can just go until the Raven's Herald's in the meantime. Although they're quite a bit faster than Furies, aren't they? No, they're actually slower than Furies, so they're going to have a hard time. They might need to land in the box to actually stay alive.
Furies only have 18 melee defense, that's brutal.
That is true. Yeah, they are purely a damage unit. They are very much a Gull-Ass cannon. And Chosen are going to have this nice long walk across this very scenic jungle clearing into the Maws of Death. And probably the Maws of that big black dragon that wants to come and breath attack them. I assume this Lord does have typical Opalamit and Soul Sealer. Yep.
We'll see how much damage the Skirmish Cav of Slaanesh can do.
Yeah,
a lot of good targets.
Corsairs should be able to screen them out pretty well. They tend to trade pretty well into those skirmish type units as they are higher model count and more damage output. Melkos actually seems to be a pretty good answer to these Raven's Heralds. One cast and that's about maybe a third of their HP gone, maybe a little less.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't worry about it, just Melkos them down while you're advancing.
Yeah, 3 more casts of that, and that unit's scattered.
Yeah, that's honestly probably worth, although you do need those Pits of Shades to get these Blackguard gone. Because you don't have a good AP anti-infantry option. Although the Chosen should beat them, assuming they don't get breath attacked. Why are these Witch Elves glittering? I'm just moving the camera and I'm just seeing like sparkles come from the Witch Elves. I don't understand why.
I see it too now. What the hell?
Yeah, they didn't... Like, they don't strike me as the most sparkly of units. Like, what's the sparkles? Why sparkles?
Now I'm just moving my camera back and forward really fast and watching them sparkle.
Yeah, like, why? Is this the daggers reflecting? There's nothing else, like, reflective. They're practically naked. There's nothing reflective on them.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, the Melkos is doing very, very good against the Raven's Heralds. Hasn't killed any models off just yet, so they do have some time to try and get their value off, but shooting in the front of Shielded Chosen. I mean, they are Chosen, they're very expensive, but the shields will do good work. Raven's Herald.
Furies are summoned, Furies are running away.
Mm-hmm. Crows of Cain are doing their best just to screen them out. The Dragon Lord will probably help with that here in a moment. And the Furies are actually a pretty big threat to those Corsair handbows, as they are the Slaanesh Furies, they are armor-piercing. But they seem to be more interested in winning the airfight and getting rid of those Raven's Heralds and securing the safety of their Lord before they get sniped out by that unit. The front lines are engaging. Devoted Mirage of Slaanesh should beat Bleak Swords, I would hope. Although this unit has been nerfed into the ground over the past handful of patches, so maybe they won't, but I would hope so.
Ooh, and a Melkot's cast onto the Crows of Cain, so really prioritizing winning the air battle.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising to me. I feel like get rid of the Raven's Heralds and then nothing else in the air is that important to you. But getting the skirmishers around the back and the Witch Elves is also good value. Having the Blackguard in the back is a bit of an odd choice. I guess you're more worried about mobility than the infantry fight. So I feel like these Blackguard don't have a lot of great targets to fight, to be honest. There's Shows in the front line that'll probably beat them. And there's Cav in the backfield that's just not going to fight them, so... These Blackguard are going to spend a lot of time staring at things they wish they could fight.
Yeah. It's not like they have a big single entity to really tank down.
Yeah. The one nice thing, though, about Slaanesh winning the air fight is if you have a Fury on this Dragon Lord, I believe you can't cast breath attacks while in melee, if I'm not mistaken. You can just delay those breath attacks, allow those chosen to really do their work on the front line. That can actually be huge for you, because yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're chasing the Dragon Lord around, make sure you can't get any breath attacks off. So if you can land in those Witch Elves and Rampage the Furies, you can actually clear the air, but if you can't do that, those breath attacks are really your only recourse against those chosen of Slaanesh.
Yeah, there's a bit of a whoopsie where one of the Chaos Furies of Slaanesh ended up fighting a Blackguard somehow, so these Raven's Herald are actually going to get away.
Yes, but Raven Heralds have landed, so they'll be chased off by those the Hellstriders. Yeah, they landed to try and get rid of the Furies, and they did that successfully, but now they're landed and routing, and there's Hellstriders chasing them off.
Yeah.
Forsaken are getting around the back, and look at these pink Forsaken. You never see these guys. Well, I never see Slaanesh Forsaken. Not even I see terribly often.
They're decent. I mean, I think they're the best Forsaken. Maybe Nurgle, but Tzeentch is okay, and Khorne's Forsaken are trash.
I mean, I feel like Forsaken, you really want the charge bonus. That's what they're all about, and these guys have half the charge bonus of all the other ones.
Oh, because Devastating Flanker, for some reason, they felt like nerfing them.
Yeah. So losing out on what is typically the main draw of Forsaken really, really feels bad to me. The Corsairs are focusing on the Furies to try and get that air superiority. JP really knows that he needs the breath attacks from the Dragons to try and clear the air so he can actually have the freedom to do what he wants with his Dragon Lord. But the front line for Dark Elves is starting to crumble. Chosen are completely unscathed. They've taken 500 damage, killing a Bleak Sword.
Big Pit of Shades.
Big Pit of Shades. It's 2 Witch Elves and a Corsair. That's going to be huge damage for that Slaanesh.
It is overcast.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a load of damage. Just listen to the screaming, dying Witch Elves.
That is really brutal. And now these Hellstriders can pick up anybody who routes.
Oh yeah, the box is completely broken open, and now it's time for the Slaanesh Cap to just pour in. Get all the rear charges they want, clean things up. The Dragon Lord has landed, just not allowed to do anything at once. Haven't even seen a Soul Stealer come out, actually, which I feel like is probably a mistake. Just need to get that damage value down pretty
There
early.
was one a little bit ago onto the Chaos Furies.
Ah,
That
I
was all
see.
hit.
I missed it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Furies are, once again, just trying to pile onto that Dragon Lord and make sure it cannot get rid of these Chosen. Chosen are just doing a lot of work. They're starting to take some damage in the center, but doing a lot of work and staying very, very healthy.
They're rampaging, which they love.
Yeah. They have actually lost 10% melee defense, which I've never seen a unit that's more devastating for, because their melee defense is so high, but it's still just so incredibly high. I don't think it even matters.
Uh-huh.
Blackguard
are about to route in this bottom area, and the main area, there's a half-health Blackguard that's doing okay. Everything else is really wavering, so soon it's going to come down to just the Dragon Lord and a single Blackguard versus the world.
Yeah. And to be fair, Slaanesh doesn't have the greatest options typically against those big single entities. With all this healthy Chosen, and I assume the Skirmish Cap is out of ammo, so they might actually have a hard time bringing down this Dragon Lord. The Seekers can do okay, but they have a hard time piling in and actually getting damage on it, so... There is the possibility this Dragon Lord just puts the game on its back and carries it, but it's looking like a tall order. We still have... How many breath attacks? We still have all 3 breath attacks. It's 5 minutes of the game and haven't got to use a single breath attack on these Chosen, which is very, very excellent denial play from Screech's Slaanesh. Like, you need those breath attacks as Dark Elves, and Screech knew that coming in and made sure he did everything in his power to make sure that those breath attacks did not come through. And another Pit of Shades went down those Blackguard. Be absolutely devastating as you charge your own cav into your Pit of Shades.
Ow, 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 ow.
Honestly, you just kind of corralled the Blackguard into the Pit of Shades, and this cav runs away. And the Skirmish Cav's out of ammo. That's kind of like the best thing they can do, so I don't even hate running your cav in there.
Yeah,
Lord.
JP finally got a breath attack off, though
Yeah.
it did do a lot of damage to the Chosen. It also did a little bit of friendly fire, and I think Slaanesh is about to route everything here.
Yeah, and the Seekers are running into the back of the Dragon Lord. The balance power is starting to favor the Slaaneshi forces quite heavily, and it's really just this Dragon Lord at this point. How much can this dragon do when it's forced to be on the ground? It won't be able to get its breath attacks off because it's got to stay on the ground here pretty soon, as all the Dark Elf forces are routing.
Another Soul Stealer is going to catch the Lord. She's trying to path out, but her own units are in her way, and she can't get out in time.
And JP realizes, yeah, it's too late. The Dragon Lord just couldn't get value fast enough. It was just stuck dealing with those Furies for ages and ages. That Air Force game actually, Screech prioritized it and really, really paid dividends for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something I would have really thought about when approaching this matchup, but it seems, Screech had a very good game plan. It seems to be very, very comfortable on this Slaanesh pick. 3,000 value off those Pits of Shades and Melkoths. Very, very good value off that caster.
Take that, elite infantry.
Yeah. Yeah, who'd have thought Pit of Shades is good against elite infantry? Who'd have thunk? And yeah, your Dragon Lord getting only 1100 value is just heartbreaking as a Dark Elf player.
Yeah.
You're really relying on it to do a lot of your heavy lifting.
Raven's Herald only got 50 value.
Yeah, I saw that. It was brutal.
Melkoths, Melkoths, Melkoths.
Huh? Pretty effective.
Game 3?
Game 3, which is, I believe, the Reichland Estates. That's the map they're hovering. Yes, the Reichland Estates, which is another pretty heavily forested map, if I'm not mistaken. Although, perhaps... No, wait. Is this the map I'm thinking of? I cannot keep land battle maps straight for the life of me. There's too many. You were talking earlier how Dom just doesn't have enough maps. Land battles have too goddamn many.
Nah, you can never have too many.
I cannot keep them straight.
You don't need to keep it straight. Just play what's in front of you.
Yeah, well...
Roll them bones.
I need to keep them straight because I'm a tournament organizer. I need to remember which ones to put in the tournament.
I have a... On my Discord, I have a map pool thing. You can just
I know,
copy
that's...
paste all the good ones.
Where do you think I got my maps from?
Hell yeah.
I didn't do the work, I used your work.
Dude,
I
if
literally copied your
if
help.
you're a real life general, you don't get to just like, oh, this valley sucks. Hey, Napoleon, let's just go like 10 miles to the right. There's a better flat ground over there. No, you deal with what you get.
But you also have scouts to tell you what it is ahead of time, so you know what you're walking into.
Nah.
Hey. See ya, Coops. Thanks for joining us.
Bye, Coops! I'm to beg something. Have a good rest of the stream. No.
Alright, so now that is Screech's Slanesh off the table, which seems to be his most confident pick. Curious to see if he brings out that Demons of Chaos again. Because he does get the last pick. Now he picks 1 and bans 3, so I'm curious if he goes for his Khorne or his Demons of Chaos or what he really falls back on in his hour of need.
I'm still of the mindset that I think he has like Warhammer 3 and then some DLCs maybe, but
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know if he has all 3 games.
He did pick dwarves. He didn't play them, but he offered dwarves at one point. And they are a Game 1 faction. So...
That's true.
What else did he pick? He picked... Yeah, it's possible he just is Game 3. Definitely a possibility. He is not a player I'm terribly familiar with. I don't know if you've seen him around or not.
Relatively recently, he popped up. He played in a tournament like 3 tournaments ago. He played in one, then he's played in every one since then. Been playing in Vermin League a little bit here and there. So newer to us. He was on Turin's Discord forever.
Okay.
So I don't know what he's been doing.
Chat is debating your history, your historical accuracy about Napoleon.
Wellington won Spain against Napoleon's armies. Because you picked every battle. You don't always get that choice. If you get the choice, it's nice. But you don't always get that choice. Like, half of Sun Tzu's Art of War is about make a choice. Like, I want to fight you in this flat open field, and then, you know, you can just go around them and burn the village to the ground behind them that you wanted to. And then they're like, now you have to come to this field, and then you just don't and go take their capital. So it depends. It's all about context.
Okay, somebody said picking a faction you don't own is a big brain bluff. Imagine if you actually end up having to play that faction. It's like, oh, and you just have to go to your opponent and say, hold on, I need to go buy Warhammer 1.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? Just pausing the tournament.
Excuse me, pardon me. I need to go download that.
Mm-hmm.
Chorf's Brett. Is Brett?
Is that what we got?
I see Brett.
I see Brett too. JP hasn't told me the picks.
I see Brett, so it's Brett.
First Brett we've seen of the day, which is kind of astonishing considering how OP they are.
The recent rules nerfs to them have been kind of tough. They're still super top tier, but like one Grail Knight or Grail Guardian, not one of both. So you only have one Grail type unit, one Hippogriff Knight, and then they still have some powerful lords and stuff. But it brought them down from like S++ to like S.
Manageable. Now, I found like even their just infantry line has been performing exceptionally well with the Grail League buffs, and they get more leadership than they had because of the peasant knight abilities.
And the Battle Pilgrim buffs.
Yeah, the Battle Pilgrim buffs are amazing. Battle Pilgrims are practically unbreakable. They're great.
Yeah.
And then all the lords, like all of their legendary lords, feel exceptional.
Except for Rapunzel.
No, all of their legendary lords feel exceptional. Rapunzel is very, very good in domination. I've actually won land. I've gotten good success with her in land battles too, because she just gets so much infantry buffs. You just put her in a blob with Felix; they're unkillable, and then you just have like chosen of the lady.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be a different way of playing it. Yeah.
Yeah, you put her on foot. You put her with Felix. She just grinds the front line and buffs your battle pilgrims. They have like 60 melee stats.
Dude, foot characters are so weird because sometimes they get two shot and die, and other times you just literally can't hit them. And I don't know what the in between is.
Yeah, you really can't bring her against like big duelist lords. I bring her like Greenskin where they always have Warzag, because she's not really under threat.
Warzag.
Yeah. The Chaos Dwarf Brett matchup though. So in my experience, I've seen that trains kind of delete cavalry, especially if they're in lance formation. So I'm a little worried about that. If Screech ends up bringing Grail Knight, which I assume he will, they're very, very strong. I don't know why you wouldn't. But trains can just like take out most of their HP on a charge, and it's really, really brutal. As well as, of course, having a lot of other pretty strong anti-large options. So how has this matchup been in your experience?
Not good. Not good for old Chorfs. Not good. Real bad for old Chorfies. Not great. No, real bad.
Interesting. Is it just cav spam or like foot squires, or what is it usually for Brett, or just the ground nuts?
Their battle pilgrims can get through any of your front line unless you invest in like dwarf units. You know,
Yeah,
and those are pretty expensive.
Yeah, and then if you have dwarf units, they run over by cav.
Yeah, and then like Bull Centaur renders post nerf really aren't performing that great in my opinion. They're okay, but like I wouldn't even call them good. So it's just tough. And then like keeping your ranged online is tough. A lot of stuff's going to route very quickly unless you invest in like just raw Chorf power. And I don't know. Your Flying Lord can't duel against their Flying Lords, and if they land, their model is so big that if Grail Knights surround them, they just evaporate. I think it's really tough for the Chorfs.
Alright. Well then JP's got his work cut out for him, it seems like. Let's get this. This is the tiebreaker for our semifinal. Winner faces Tids Demoen in the finals. Are you feeling the lady or Hashut?
I'll go with the lady. Let's go. Let's do it. We got Lewin in the sky. After his buffs, he feels way too good. He's felt pretty meh for a long time, but this is definitely too far in the other direction. So he is a godlike duelist that will never die. We have a couple foot squires for some armor piercing, 5 peasant mobs, 4 peasant bowmen, 4 knights of the realm, and 1 Grail Knight. And of course, we do have a life caster with only regrowth.
Your favorite spell.
Her spells. Yeah, it's an amazing spell.
Just scroll of shielding as well.
So good. I'm not loving this Brett front line, especially when you know that you're probably going to get through Goblin Laborers and stuff. It's like, oh, you took the only unit that could actually lose you the frontline fight, which I think is weird.
So, I'm kind of surprised we don't see any Grail Relics. Those things have been very, very good for me. I guess when you're going to say infantry light, you're not really worried about it, but you're really relying on the cav in this build. It's a very, very cav archer-centric build, which is kind of an old school Brett.
Yeah.
From way back in the day before your infantry was good. But their infantry is so good now, I don't know why you wouldn't take it.
I agree.
For the Chorfs, we have a large amount of laborers. So we have 5 orc laborers and a bunch of goblin laborers as well. We have 2 Bull Centaur renders, 3 Fireglaves, Astrogoth with Ashstorm, Cascading Fire Cloak, and Stone Mantle. And then we have a train. We have good old Choo Choo. This seems... You're banking on a handful of very elite units to do a lot of heavy lifting here, which I guess... Apparently you're going to win the infantry fight, aside from those foot squires. But I feel like you have a lot of problems stopping those cavalry. You only have the 2 mobility units of your own, and you're really relying on these Fireglaves to do a lot of heavy lifting. I feel like it's kind of on Screech to mess up and let you get the shooting off.
Yeah, if he saturates that back line with some stuff just to harass the Fireglaves, the rest of the build can do some serious work.
So how is Astrogoth these days? He's one I haven't actually seen a whole lot of. ever since his nerfs. This is
He's okay. He's okay. He's not great. He's
can
okay.
he stand up to the mighty King Lewin Leonka?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
He's not a bad pick. He's fine. It's just the nerfs brought him back down to like I'd say he's balanced at the moment.
Okay. He's solid. Spell kit's kind of shit, but you know. He's small enough that he won't get surrounded by Cav and deleted. He's also not a large character, so anti-large bonuses don't help. And the one thing I will notice about this Brett build is that the only thing you have that really does well against the Skullcracker is Lewin. The Cav don't do that well, in my experience. The archers aren't armor piercing. So it's kind of on Lewin to actually deal with both the Skullcracker and Astrogoth. Which you can probably do, but not both at once.
Yeah, I'd have to take him one at a time.
Yeah, and
Probably
it takes,
in a late game situation.
yeah, it takes a lot of time to deal with that Skullcracker, and in the meantime, it's probably just going to be tearing up your Cav, because it's your primary peeling tool to deal with those cavalry units. So it can be quite a nuisance. I typically, I usually bring Hippogriff Knights to deal with these trains. I'm kind of surprised we don't see them here at all, because they do quite well into a lot of the Chaos Dwarf units, I find. Trains, their infantry they destroy. I really like Hippogriffs in this matchup, so I'm kind of surprised we don't see them here. We just have a bit of exchange of fire.
I could see them being good, even without anti-large. Just the raw armor piercing and amazing stats they have could get you through a lot of problems.
Hit crazy hard. We have an exchange of fire here. The Fire Glaives probably losing out in this fight. They are shooting into much cheaper units. 100 gold peasants versus 300 gold laborers, and the peasant bowmen are going to be doing a lot more damage. Lewin has landed on the Skullcracker, making sure it can't have any fun. Cascading Fireclick popped on the Skullcracker to give it more melee defense so it can get away. Astrogoth trying to punish Lewin. Does he have any buffs? He does not. Astrom going down to try and slow Lewin and try and get some shots on him with the fire weakness. Doesn't look going to be doing a whole lot of damage to him. He also does have... Does he? He did not bring the Shield of Crone, so no missile resist for him.
Thought that was a little odd, but...
Yeah. I mean, Final Trans, I guess, isn't that common here. It's just the shooting. Cavalry are beginning to come in, trying to get on top of those Fire Glaives, but the 3 Fire Glaives all at once in different locations are a bit of a nuisance to try and collapse on. Foot Squires are pushing up in the back. Lewin is taking a ton of damage. The Ash Storm is doing a lot of work with the Fire Glaives. The fire weakness with the fire attacks, obviously, doing loads and loads of work, but he does have regen, which is... yeah, it's active as long as his leadership doesn't break, and he has a regrowth available, so he should be just fine for the moment. Cav are actually backing off. Looks like they're just trying to deal with the Goblin Laborers. They're trying to get onto those Fire Glaives. The problem is charging in the front like this is not really what you want against the Braced Halberd that does run away. Is it on skirmish mode? No, it lost its brace, although the Bull Centaurs should do really good work here. Knights of the Realm are not doing exceptionally well. They're doing a little bit better than you'd like against the unit that costs almost twice their price. The far side, Cav again just streaming in. Bull Centaurs doing as much as they can. Knights of the Realm, Knights of the Realm. Where is... there's the Grail Knight. And it is tearing apart the Bull Centaur. We're taking a lot of damage from these Fire Glaives, who do quite a bit of missile damage.
Yeah, the peasant front line's not getting a ton of work done. The Foot Squires are joining now, but there's only 2 of them, so they'll be hard-pressed to really have an effect on this game.
Yeah. Lewin
I don't know if the Brett has enough to shut stuff down.
No, Lewin is in a rough spot, too. He's taking a lot of damage. He's fighting Astrogoth. These Fire Glaives seem pretty safe. I mean, folks fire the Peasant Bows, but don't do a ton of damage. Ashstorm is popped. Fire Glaives have a line of sight onto Lewin, I think. And the train is pretty much uncontested. Lewin is just on the back foot. Like I said, he's your only answer to Astrogoth and this train. So you just have a really, really hard time. Your Grail Knights are getting worn down. They have a regrowth coming through, but the Fire Glaives are reducing that healing pretty substantially. The Bull Centaur Runners are holding them in place pretty well and just holding their ground. Cav are routing all over the place. 2 Cav down. It looks like we had 1 Knight of the Realm forgotten in the backfield.
Forgotten.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
really hurts.
Now.
You really need those in the back on the top of those Fire Glaives. Fires are overchasing a little bit too far forward. If they get caught in those Foot Squires, that is the one thing that's going to have a really, really nice time trading into them. Fire Glaives are just tearing Lewin apart, though. He's got Scroll of Shielding. Astroth coming in with Cascading Fire Cloak, just trying to beat the crap out of that legendary king.
Grail Knights, how are we doing? Well, they're under half of their models already. They're trying to get out of this fight, maybe get some healing and come back a little bit later.
They just had a regrowth. It's going to be a long time, and they're wavering. These Fire Glaives are just tearing apart the Bretonnian cavalry. Cav is just routing en masse, and there's not a lot to shut down these Fire Glaives. The bows are just free firing, but it's armored, missile units and not doing a whole lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And the train is also still hale and hearty and ready to keep fighting and just keep tearing up this Cav. Hasn't got a whole lot of value yet, but it's still very healthy and, of course, unbreakable. So there's not a lot to stop it.
Yeah, so those Bull Centaur Renders plus all of their support took out the Grail Knights. With the fire glaives and they had orc laborers all around them. It was just largely too big of a fight for the Grails to take.
Yeah, pretty.
Another
rough fight
regrowth for them as they come in.
You know, they're down low on models, getting on top of the halberds, the missile halberds, as well as the bull center runners. Probably, again, not a great fight for them to stay in sustained. I mean, Fire Glaives aren't the greatest halberd unit, but they are still pretty hefty anti-large AP, so we're going to be pretty careful, especially if they get crossfired by another Fire Glaive from over here. Fire Glaives strike rate pretty low, but their leadership is holding. They still have plenty of models, and therefore plenty of damage output. The Peasant Bowmen are just raining down fire and slowly whittling away the HP bars. Just worry it's not enough. Lewin is up in the air regenerating, starting to get some of his HP back. We do have laborers pushing towards the archer line. They are starting to pull back. And the Fire Glaives are tearing Lewin apart.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of there.
Yeah, he needs to just pack off and heal. You can't afford to regrowth him. You've already dropped 2 regrowths on the ground knights and probably one another, to be honest. But he just needs to regen. You need to wait for his healing to come through. The Peasant Bowmen are starting to run out of ammo, starting to run into melee themselves, and I just worry the killing power isn't there to kill these Fire Glaives. I think all 3 of them are still online. They're very low, but they still have lots of models and lots of damage output, and nothing really shut them down. The Foot Squires are in tatters. The Knights are in tatters. Not a lot here to deal with them. Looks like Grail Knights are still alive, barely. They've only got 20 models and 1700 HP. They can probably get another regrowth to keep going, but this train is still alive, too. The train is still very, very healthy. I just don't know if there's anything that can deal with it.
Yeah, Lone's taking a lot of damage. I mean, the only thing that could go well for Bretonia here is you could get a pretty mass rout on all 3 of these Fire Glaives. And then it's mostly just Laborers and Skullcrackers, but it's looking tough. It's looking real tough for Bretonia here.
Yeah, the bout's power is favoring the Chaos Dwarves, and I tend to agree quite a bit.
Another overcasted regrowth in the distance on the Grail Knights.
Yeah, doing as much as it can. There is a pretty healthy Knight of the Realm coming in for these Fire Glaives in the back. But there are plenty of laborers to appeal for them and just saturate and keep them alive, as they will Last Samurai them on the approach quite well. Oh, listen to the
Grail Knights are also joining the fight.
Yeah.
And Lewin's diving the other side of the formation.
I'm trying to shut down the other, the other Fire Glaives so can't countercharge, or counter, crossfire. Skullcracker is trying to get on top of the Knights. Grail Knights do charge onto the Fire Glaives. They aren't quite braced, but they don't take any damage on the charge.
Yep.
But they are getting worn down by the Grail Knights, but the train should come in and start cracking some of those Bretonian skulls. Damage is done. Lewin is still very, very low and playing on the edge of a knife. Like, if he gets killed, it's probably game over. The Knights coming on top of the Fire Glaives. The Fire Glaives need to be online and shooting. If they're not shooting, Chaos Dwarves have a lot less damage output, but this Skullcracker is still such a huge problem. Actually tearing apart these Knights of the Realm. A lot of the Laborers are routing. Lewin would love to be terror routing, but he's just too low to really be taking any risks. One of the Infernal Guard Fire Glaives is still online and firing. Astrogoth is still healthy. And I worry the Singlenti power, even if they kill the Fire Glaives, is just too much for Bretonia to overcome. I feel like Astrogoth needs to get back here and just start punishing Lewin, as well as the Skullcracker getting on top of these Grail Knights. Fire Glaives seem to be getting shut down. They're very, very low HP. I think that one's terror routing. That one's just falling back to a new firing position. And this one is kind of stuck in a blob a bit. They're trying to get Lewin. So we got Stand Your Ground. Is that also Astral right now? Or just... No, Stand Your Ground. The Choo-Choo is a chewin'.
Lewin's back up. The last Fire Glaive that's online is trying to shoot him as he runs.
Oh no! He misclicked! He regrowth his own caster! The full health caster instead of the Grail Knight!
Oh no.
That's tragic!
Yeah.
That healing could have been the difference.
I think he also maybe wanted to use it on Lewin because the Grail Knights are already almost heal capped. But yeah, definitely didn't want it on the full health caster for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Multiple good targets, but the caster was not one of them.
So now this is the thing we were kind of worried about for the Chorfs. Everything's routing besides the Skullcracker and Astrogoth. Lewin does have a lot of self-healing left, so if Bretonia can delay this game, they'll be alright.
And they can delay for a while. They have a lot of Peasant Bowmen that can just, saturate in the fight and waste time. But if Lewin lands and gets killed by Astrogoth, that's not going to happen.
Blast the Fire Glaives routes. We still have some Knights of the Realm around that can chase anything that routes. Yeah, I think you're right. Just feed one peasant at a time into Astrogoth and the Skullcracker and just chase stuff off while Lewin heals, and you try to get any Winds of Magic for another regrowth, but...
Yeah, I've seen 4. I can't remember how many you can get.
I saw an Overcast and an Undercast onto those Grail Knights, and then I saw an Undercast onto her, but I could have missed one somewhere.
I think I saw 3 on the Grail Knights.
Okay.
Which probably would have been 2 Undercasts, but... Yeah. Astaroth is just sitting on these fire glaives trying to rally them, which their leadership isn't looking great, but they should be pretty safe. Lewin is coming to try and make sure they get rid of them. It's a very, very dangerous job.
Well, with no range, as long as he stays in the sky, he can just hover over them and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and Astaroth decides he has better things to do, so these fire glaives are just kind of conceded, and it's really just up to Astaroth in this train and whatever goblin laborers or orc laborers they can muster to really carry the day. They have a ton of value, but the healing is definitely there for Bretonia, as well as the complete battlefield control at this point, thanks to their mobility.
There's one knight in the realm that actually took about 100 damage fighting some orc laborers, because I think they routed but got like one charge attack off before they actually started running away.
Yeah, I really worry if they actually tried to like group up on Astaroth and try to finish him off, that just a lot of these knights are going to rout because they are so low.
I found some floating axes in the sky that are just up there, and now I'm alarmed. They're above where that orc laborer is routing in the center field.
I saw it briefly. Wait, that when I get close to it, it vanishes. Okay. Anyway.
Very strange.
Yes.
I mean, there's not a lot going on the ground right now. Astragoth and the Skullcracker are they're mostly just waiting for Bretonia to finish what they're doing.
Yeah, Brett's cleaning up everything it can that isn't the singletty blob. I'm trying to deal with it, but Grail Knight charging
into for charge.
Yeah, Lewin comes in with his debuffs pop. Astragoth, if he can beat the crap out of Lewin, he could still win this. Skullcracker can get the charge on the Grail Knights. It'll do a lot of damage. You see Astrom coming down. Astragoth is the only one that deals fire damage, though. Train doesn't, so it'll increase his damage on Lewin, but Lewin can get out. The Grail Knights are doing the best they can in this blob. They are still on Lance formation, I think, which you really want to get off of once you get in the blob to really maximize your melee defense. Now the Skullcracker is really just a question of which is more OP, the Grail Knights or the Skullcracker, and what do you got your money on in this one?
It's the Grail Knights, dude. That thing's getting worked down.
Yeah. When it's stuck in combat like this, it really wants the charge to be doing a lot of work. It's got Cascading Fire Cloak to try and undo Lewin's debuffs, but it's really, really struggling. It is taking loads and loads of damage. Lewin's a nice charge. And Lewin's health is back up to manageable levels. With all the Grail Knight support, the Grail Knights just aren't seeming to be taking a whole lot of damage at all. Their melee defense is pretty good here.
That's right. Actually, chat's pointing out Lewin, for some reason, is the only Grail Knight that doesn't get perfect vigor, so he is actually tired.
Neat. I wonder if Alberic is the same way.
I wonder, but yeah, basic Grail Knights get perfect vigor because they're real Grail Knights. They're not fake-ass Grail Knights like Lewin.
Yeah, he's an honorary member. But all the peasants are routing away, which means the Grail Knights will start taking a lot more damage. There's nothing really to saturate for them. And their anti-large bosses don't help them against Astragoth, so I'm curious. I really want to know if Astragoth can actually just carry this whole blob. He's nowhere near the demon he was last patch, but he's full health, and there's not a lot of HP to go around with the rest of the Bretonian army. They do have some foot squires coming back in. Astragoth has that flaming sword. Cascading Fire Cloak, and the train does finally get shared, but honestly, if Astragoth just hugs the train wreck, then he can't be surrounded as easily. He just chills, like, right next to it, then there's nowhere for the knights actually surround him from.
Looking around the battlefield, it is almost officially just Astragoth. There is an Orc Laborer that could technically rally, but it doesn't look like it's going to. Lewin misses his charge entirely. Whoops.
The knights carry him away from the safety of his train wreck. Never thought you'd think of a train wreck as something to be safe by, but, you know.
That's the world we live in.
Yeah, standard ground.
Astragoth is ITP. He's not going to terror out, but he could naturally route, and it's not looking good for him as Lewin gets a bunch of charge attacks in.
Yeah, Lewin's health is only climbing up. Standard ground as well, just keeping the melee defense of everything in this blob very, very high. And Astaroth is looking to be in quite a bit of trouble. He does pop Cascading Fire Cloak, which he probably can keep doing for a while. I haven't seen a ton of magic use from him. So, keep that...
He unfortunately doesn't have Killing Flame. He doesn't have the passive, so he's not doing AoE damage whenever he casts that.
Yeah, but the passive is so garbage.
Yeah.
There's a reason nobody takes it.
And specifically this situation would be alright, but...
Yeah, when it's something with elite targets. But Lewin is free to cycle charge, and that means that Astragoth is pretty much at his mercy. Sword of Prone is popped again, lowering his melee defense down to 26, and I don't think there's a lot of hope for the Chaos Swords at this point.
Once he gets really big hits onto Lewin.
Yeah, it's quite the comeback from Bretonia, just sitting off the side, healing, and getting those fire glaives offline. A big, big deal, and really mitigate the train's value a lot.
Yeah. Astroth's so close to routing. Army losses might take him any second here, but he's just trying to hold on. There it is.
There it is. And that is Screech. He's 2 down, 1 to go as far as the RTK gauntlet. Very, very impressive comeback there. That match looked like it was very heavily in the Chaos Warp's favor. Because the Foot Squires got up there and started grinding and did good work. Oh, no, they didn't. No, they did terribly. Interesting. Just the
Battle
Knights.
Pilgrims actually just do better.
Yeah, Battle Pilgrims are amazing. Yeah. I think just the Peasant Bowmen firing unobstructed. I mean, they all spent all their ammo. They all, like, doubled their value.
Yeah, they did great.
Yeah, Peasant Bowmen are quite a good unit. Yeah, the Bull
Lewin did
Centaurs-
not get as much value as I would have thought, but his debuffs were pretty huge.
And he had to play pretty passively most of the game because he's got punished by those Fireglaves so badly.
Mm-hmm.
The Fireglaves, most of them did pretty well. One of them a little underperformed, but the Bull Centaurs really underperformed. That unit just ain't what it used to be. It really, really isn't. That is
Which unit? Sorry, Astrogoth or the Fireglaves?
Bull Centaurs.
Wow, different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they aren't. They got a lot of good fights that they wanted, and they did okay, but they definitely don't. They don't merit their 1600 price point anymore,
Yeah, absolutely not.
which is tricky because they used to be so ridiculously broken. It's like, all right, guys, can we find a middle ground here?
Yeah, which really hurts Chaos Dwarfs not having any kind of strong mobility unit for a good price point. Like you have the Raiders that are super cheap, and they're okay. But then you have the Centaurs that are just kind of overpriced. So you're kind of like at the mercy of your opponent's mobility, and as we saw in that game, that can be the entire difference.
All right, I'm leaving. Have
All
fun
right.
casting this whatever thing. I don't care.
All right, so long. Thanks for joining.
All right, bye. Yeah, okay, goodbye.
I want to see if Alberic actually has Perfect Vigor. Alberic does not have Perfect Vigor.
No, for some reason none of the lords do. No, I'm just gonna go bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Alright, what do you guys up to in chat? Booked in the astral, yeah. Oh geez, thanks for asking. Thanks for joining me, Meow. Lost that. Yeah, I thought that was looking really good for the Chaos Dwarfs. The value was very much in their favor, but just the train really wasn't able to get through the peasants and actually damage the knights. Astaroth kind of underperformed. I've never really been a fan of Astaroth myself, even when he was super busted. Like, his spell lore is just really, really bad. I feel like if you had a Burning Head to just go and delete some peasant archers, you'd been in a much better spot. Like, instead of Astaroth, just take a basic caster on foot and just Burning Head some archers. I feel like that game is won for Chaos Dwarfs. I need a blocker up. I also need to update the player cards. So we still have Screech. Screech. Score is now back to 0-0. We are in the finals now, which is still a best of 3. Just like all the other games we have seen. And what are the maps for the finals? Finals maps are going to be Peak Pass, Galbaraz, and Pillar of Bone. So we haven't seen a whole lot of Tidsmoan today, and I can't honestly remember what he plays. What did we see him play? I feel like, we definitely watched one of his games. I can't recall what he was playing. You leaving too, see you guys? Thanks for hanging out. See you, dude. Thanks for playing too. Come on, Tids. Ah, yes. Adelmo the Unbiased joins the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what Tidstone plays. I cannot quite remember. Let me see if I can find out. Burning Head's Keevers. Yeah, Burning Head is really good for those peasant archers. Hubby, what did Hubby do? He is AFK at the bathroom right now, so. Okay, so what I can tell, Tidstone also plays a lot of those Chaos factions. Slanesh, Doc, Walk, Korn, that kind of thing. We're gonna have a bit of a stylistic mirror here.
Both of them playing a lot of those fast, aggressive factions. And it looks like they both have locked in Warriors of Chaos, which might mean we have one of the most confusing matchups on our hand. Oh, you say bye-bye to hubby. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you. At least you didn't leave me.
I'm back.
Hey, nice. I will tag out now. Now I will go use the restroom.
Okay. What up, dudes? Is it a Warriors of Chaos mirror? It looks like it is. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay, when Platy comes back, we need to have words. This is too funny. This is too funny. Hey, Seggos. I didn't leave. I'm here. It was a temporary leave. A leave of absence. Okay, so you guys can't see past the blocker, but time to tell you what all the builds are. Screech's Warriors of Chaos has a lot of Glade Riders and Glade Guard. And Eternal Glade Guard and Eternal Glade Riders. While Tid's Demona is going with the bold strategy of actually taking the units that are on his roster. Which is messed up. I know what build I want to win this one, but I don't know which build is going to win this one. Shut up, sleep 8. Oh, I got to bed. Why do we have to be awake? Why do we have to do stuff? I was thinking about streaming later today, but I don't think I will. I got some stuff to do. And then, obviously, it's Sunday, so then we have a start of a work week, and I have a whole bunch of streams next week, so probably just after I'm done chilling with Platy, just call it. Be done.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
So
There's something funny about one of the builds, but we can't talk about it until blocker's down.
Okay. So walk me here. I see this going like one of two ways. Either the most unholy blob you can imagine, like Festus and Giants and Nurgle Shrines, or like Max Scrim, and it's just about a Scrim game. Have you seen either of those things before? Have you seen many walk mirrors?
I have not seen a walk mirror since like Warhammer 2.
Oh.
It's not a usual thing. They're not even that popular of a faction, honestly, and then in this tournament, we're seeing a ton of them.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of Chaos players. I was looking at the stats for Vermin League. It looks like Tid's Demona plays a lot of Chaos factions too, so I see a lot of Chaos in this finals, looks like.
Yeah, I think it's maybe because I'm a Skaven main, but I like never see anybody playing Skaven, and then I play Skaven, and then like the stats come out or something. It's like they're like the 4th most popular faction. With who? Who's playing these friggin' things besides me? I never see them.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Sometimes you can get your own internal metas of like what people want to play versus you specifically.
Mm-hmm. So whenever we come against you, they just have all those Skaven counters prepared.
Yup. You know what's my least favorite Skaven matchup?
The mirror?
Yup.
I know, because I've made you play it before.
I hate it so much.
Mm-hmm.
I despise it. Because it's just... It's not entirely RNG, but it feels like a lot of RNG, and then you get salty if you picked the wrong thing. Alright, Screech did not like losing to Big JP.
Why do you say that?
Look at his build.
So, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, that was not Big JP, that was Nurgle's PA.
Damn it, you got my point.
Yeah. Is that the funny thing? Just he kind of copied the build?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, Festus, double giant, and I'm going to cut that Exalted Hero and get some Skirmish Cav, but otherwise I really like that Chosen Bucks thing
Yeah.
he did.
These are Zinch Chosen, no less. Chosen Halberds, which actually,
Honestly, probably don't trade that well into the Grey Weapon Warriors that I saw from Tidsdemon.
Yeah.
Alright, do you want the blue walk or the red walk?
I'll do the Nurgle's PA blob.
Okay, Festus double giant blob.
Yeah.
The RTK special that's being run against RTK.
Yeah. I got tilted off the planet last time, dude. I had to play a tournament. I forget what tournament it was. But I played 4 players in a row that all took a bunch of blobs, and then I lost in finals versus...
That was my tournament. I casted that.
Oh, God. It was so annoying.
Yeah.
Tilted off the face, dude. Rusty was salty at me in DMs because I was just getting pissed off. I'm like, sick, another blob. It's like, play the game play the game in front of you, human boy. And I'm like, I hate this shit so much. Like, I would not pretend I wasn't salty.
Or you were playing greenskins like all day and just like swarm people with cav and destroying their army and then just character blobs the entire time.
It was so bad.
All
right. We have 3 Marauder Horsemen for the smaller Chaos Army, 2 Giants, Festus, a single Marauder which is being protected inside the box as if it's an archer unit.
Protect the Marauder.
Triple chosen with halberds, 2 of which are Tzeentch, and 1 aspiring champion ROR, the Severed Claw.
Yep. And what's Festus got? He has Fleshy Abundance and Rancid Visitations. For the other walk, the red one, we have max skirms, I believe. Throwing axes, horse masters, pretty heavy skirmishing core. We have a couple of dogs, which aren't going to have much fun here, aside from chasing up the enemy skirms. We have Valkyrie the Bloody up in the air with Spear Sleipnir. Pit of Shades caster, so he came very prepared for this box. Maximum skirmish cav, throwing axes, 2, blob punishment spells, and a bunch of Nurgle Great Weapon Warriors. And just base Great Weapon Warriors, Marauders.
I think Tidsdemon's got this.
Yeah, this
really
build looks
well in hand.
This build looks very, very tuned for what his opponent is bringing. Now, if he somehow blunders his skirmish cav and gets destroyed by Screech's skirm game, that could be a big problem. But the spells are going to be absolutely devastating to this box.
Yeah, the only thing that maybe could be better was debatably Final Transmutation, maybe, but this is safer, because then if they don't blob, at least Melkots and Pit of Shades are still good.
Yeah, and I feel like Pit of Shades and Spear both do more, single target upfront, more focused burst damage, which is less easy to heal up than Final Trans is.
Fair.
Final Trans spreads its damage a lot. Now, the big problem here is what you really won't want to do as red is waste your ammo on the enemy skirm cav. You really want to preserve your ammo for the big targets because you don't have any other way to kill the giants other than your skirm cav. So you really, really need to make sure you have ammo available to deal with that skirm, deal with those giants.
I wonder if his 6 skirmish cav should just sit behind his front line and let the front line get up here.
Yeah.
Treat them like archers.
That's what I've done when I played this kind of blob with Nurgle or Walk, is you use a couple of skirm cabs, just waste as much ammo as possible. It doesn't matter if you win, you just need to waste all of their ammo. And skirm cab duels like this, they take forever to win, they take a lot of ammo, so I definitely see, just play behind your line, use Valkyrie to try and bait as much ammo as you possibly can. Just don't really worry about your enemy skirm cab, because it's not their win condition, but it is yours.
Yeah.
And because they're being healed by Festus, which doesn't help.
One of the Marauder Horsemen is almost shut down, but still, a lot of ammo is going out of this, left flanks skirm cav, while the right flank still has almost full ammo, so they'll be fine.
I believe the right flank is where a lot, there's at least one throwing axe cav, which is going to be a massive moneymaker. And honestly, they should probably just, turn off Fire at Will and chase off the one that routes, or send one of the dogs after it.
Yeah.
Make sure they don't come back, route off whatever you can.
Ooh, Screech is overcommitting here. Yeah, just go into melee here. Just go into melee, route them off while they're away from their infantry.
Yeah, the front lines are colliding, and I expect we'll be seeing some spells coming down here pretty soon from Red Walk. We do have the Harbinger Pestilence going down for Festus, get that damage down. They're going to Chosen that aren't Tzeentch, so they don't recharge. Some of those ones in the back as well. Trying to wear down the Chosen as much as they can. Pit of Shades does catch them pretty well. Does some very, very nice damage to those Chosen.
Hard to tell if it's Overcast or not.
Yeah, hard to tell. Yeah, no damage on the Sorcerer, so probably is... Yeah, I think it is. That damage looked like it was. And now the Skirmish Cav are just kind of free to sit where they walk around the block. What?
The Marauder routed!
No!
Where'd the blocks go? They were defending him, man!
Yeah. They failed their job. They're trying to just concede right now. They failed to protect the president.
Yeah.
Festus is a little overextended. He's kind of surrounded by red units, and if Valkyrie comes over here and gives him the business, that could be game losing. Although the Giants are coming to try and peel him off. Harbinger Pestilence is just racking up that damage as well.
Yeah. Ooh, he's even burning a Melkoth's onto some Marauder Horsemen. That seems like an odd choice.
Yeah, he's losing his own horsemen as well, trying to get rid of them. You cannot lose these Throwing Axe Horsemen. They're fighting Chosen Halberds in melee. No, you really need the Scrimcav online. It's the only way you kill those giants. They are sitting here, once our fire, are doing very, very good damage. And honestly, what you can do is you can just get as greedy as possible, as close range as possible, so you don't miss. There's really no threat to the Scrimcav that's just sitting here throwing.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage. I still think Red's in a good position. Some little whoopsies, but you have gotten rid of 2 blue skirmish cav, trading for 2 of your own, which again, I know you're pointing out that they're not the win conditions, so you don't care, but it's like, at least you got something rather than a flat-out mistake, and you just lose them.
Festus is damaging, not healing, so this giant, for the time being at least, is losing a lot of HP, and if this giant gets killed or routed off before Festus starts healing, that could be a big loss for Blue Walk. It is being focus fired very, very heavily, down to only 3,000 hit points. Bit Shades coming in.
Shades.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing a pretty good job to dodge it. Still catches some of them halberds. The horsemen are running into it as well as they rout the dogs. The dogs chasing them off. Yes, Giant is still not being healed. Festus is still damaging, which I think is a mistake.
He's overcasting Fleshy Abundance here.
Ah, that'll do it. That's why he has that. I forgot about that, because nobody uses that in Dom. Fleshy Abundance is doing what they can. All of these are unmarked.
Aura can take too long for those big single entities, so I can see why he just wanted to Fleshy Abundance it.
Yeah. The walk
skirmish cav are free. There's no more blues.
Yeah, there's no more blues, but the red infantry is almost worn out at this point. They probably just send them in like one at a time and do what they can. But I don't know. The value is definitely very heavily in the lead of Tidsimone, but the infantry is very, very tanky. With all the Festus healing available, it could be a big, big problem. Giant is almost down. I feel like Valkyrie has a very, very hard time finding any angle to actually be useful in this fight, because if he lands on a giant, well, they're just going to swat the fly. He doesn't have demon shields, and going for Festus is just so dangerous. And some of the skirmish cav are starting to run low on ammo.
They're splitting their fire a bit too much. Now they're all focusing on the giant that's full health rather than finishing off the one that's almost dead.
Yeah, Valkyria has landed on Festus. The heals have begun, and now there's a giant on Valkyria. It's a big swing on Valkyria. Gets a nice chunk on her. The halberds are starting to try and chase off those skirmish cav. I don't know, man. Blue could definitely pull this one out. There's not a lot of
they're ahead on the damage, not damage. They're ahead on the yeah, that one.
Yeah, the ammo is a big problem here for the Skirmcav. They just don't have enough, and Festus is really, really good at weathering the storm of all the Skirmcav.
They keep switching targets. They need to stop switching targets. Now they're shooting at the Severed Claw, but like they need to finish something.
Yeah, they need to finish that giant. The giant needs to go down, and if you can kill one of the giants, Valkyria has a lot more like agency to do things. Valkyria right now is just stuck fighting Chosen Halberds of Zinch, and this giant slapping her. If Valkyria dies, it may just be game, honestly.
Yeah. I do wonder how many Melkoths or Pit Shades we have left from the caster.
We saw 2, and if we saw a Melkoth, then I think isn't 3 Overcast Pit Shades all 81?
Maybe.
I think that's what my memory is telling me. How much does this cost? It is 22, so it's just about
66 for 3 Overcasts.
And Melkoths cost
5,
so no more Overcast. There's maybe 1 Undercast Pit of Shades coming in. And that's about it. Halberds are getting pretty low, but they're fighting into Marauder Horsemen, which is the ideal fight for them. Valkyria's doing what she can to the giant. Looks like one of the giants is still lingering. Still got 1200 HP, still being healed by Festus. And the ammo is getting dangerously low. There's not enough damage. I don't think they can kill that other giant. I think Blue actually has this one.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely agreeing. Because, like, what do they do against the Severed Claw and the full health Zinch Halberds? Like, they got nothing.
There's some Chaos Warriors around. I feel like you've lost your infantry too fast. And your skirmishers weren't able to do their job before you lost all of your infantry corps. There's that Pit of Shades. It gets the Chosen of Zinch, but I don't think it's going to be doing enough. Valkyria is just in the trees getting beaten on by a giant.
Yeah.
What you can, but I feel like Valkyria really felt out of place in this build. There's not a lot for her to do. The spear was kind of nice to deal with the blocks, but she herself couldn't really do a whole lot. I would have liked to see her be active earlier and actually try to shut down the enemy skirmishers. She's very, very good for that job.
Also, the Shadows Caster has 2 uses of the Forbidden Rod left, by the way.
I don't think that'll get him a Pit of Shades.
Yeah, he's popped it now. So here's another one. That giant still hanging on. 700 HP and climbing.
Yep. Yep, Festus Double Giant is hard to deal with when you don't have a lot of heavy shooting.
Yeah, and he's just healing up this whole blob now. So now time's working against Red.
You know, the more time goes on, the more health those giants get, more health the halberds get. And there's just not really a lot of damage output left. The skirmishers are all out of ammo, which means they're pretty much useless in this massive halberd blob. Dogs have no purpose here. So it's just like, how do you deal with all this super elite halberds at this point? Your pits are spent, your spear is spent.
Ooh, that's GG.
Rancid Visitations goes down on Valkia. She is not a tanky gal, and that spell does quite a bit of damage. No singularity power
Big
is
shades.
left. Yeah, maybe. Probably an undercast, but still, it should finish off one of the Zinch halberds. Does as much as it can. It's tearing apart the Zinch halberds, but in the meantime, Valkia is safe for the moment, 760 HP. The problem is Valkia just can't really do anything here. There's no angle for her to get in there. I think Tidstone is out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Chosen of Zinch that's pretty healthy, and then you have the Aspiring Champions RR that's pretty healthy.
And
yeah, it's
he
over.
agrees and taps out. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. You need to focus fire and actually kill things. When you're playing a healing blob like that, like, focus firing is really important to actually get rid of models so they cannot be healed anymore. And that's kind of the problem you have with Pit of Shades there, is it against Chosen, it doesn't kill models. You farm a lot of value, but then they don't die and they get healed up.
Skirmish Cab also didn't just, like, looking at their values, you didn't get as much as I kind of expected. I thought they would each, like, double their value, and they just kind of paid for themselves plus a little extra.
Yeah, the caster did well, but he's kind of the only thing that did. That's kind of like I was saying, you really need to get as close as possible to the Skirm Cap so they don't miss, because they're not very accurate. But against that kind of blob, you can just hit them as close as possible so they hit every shot, and then you can really get their value, but it just didn't happen. And that is Screech going up 1-0 in our finals. Who takes the next one, he will win our event. Hopefully, we don't get another Chaos Mirror.
All right, Slanesh Mirror, let's go. Finished out with the Corn Mirror.
I wouldn't be as upset if it was more like a mobility game, not just a blob, but like when it's the walk. I guess that was blob versus the anti-blob, so it wasn't that bad, but I just don't like when they all have the same color scheme and it makes it difficult to cast. It makes me head hurt. Anyway, next map is Sword of Torgald, followed by the Flats of Kislev.
Flats of Kislev is it's a good map, but it's not a map that I usually win on. I don't know why. Something about it just doesn't mesh with me.
Like I said, I don't know maps. Map's hard.
It's this snowy, medium-sized map with spots of trees between both lines. But I think there's a tree right between the lines, and by a tree I meant like a patch. So then any range stuff that you're scared of, you can just hide your important units in there while you advance, and it's really tough to do any good damage.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting caught up on some messages here.
Oh, you doing your homework?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did everything in your Discord just completely catch fire while you were gone?
No, but my admins all suck. And like 3 of them are in this stream right now, so they heard me.
So would Festus have been a better target for the Skirmish Cav? Not really. Festus is too small for him to hit reliably, so the Skirmish Cav have a hard time sniping him.
But they have a very hard time dealing any damage to that guy.
Yeah. That's for why Zinch halberds. Marked halberds are good. Why Zinch over Corn? What do you say? Why do you think they did Zinch halberds over Corn halberds?
Corn halberds? I mean, the Zinch halberds have shields.
Oh wait, Corn
and
doesn't have
magic damage.
Corn doesn't have chosen halberds. That's right. Yeah, Zinch halberds only chosen halberds available.
Well, that's another
Marked.
one.
So
How dare you?
yeah, silly me.
I'm curious, does Festus have missile resist? He has 15% missile resist. Why?
I think that's like, I think every character has 50% missile resist.
Stupid. I just left.
Good job.
Alright. My bad.
Yeah, I think every character in the game has at least 15% missile resist.
I'm back.
Yeah, but basically the Zinch Barrier just gives them an extra 1,000 HP on an already very, very hard to kill unit, so you're doubling down on your chosen. And in this build, like, I can lower the block it for a second. In this build, like, what else are you spending your marks on? You're not taking the Mark Giant. Mark Giant sucks. You're not really invested that heavily in your Skirm Cav, so you might as well mark your chosen. And an extra 1,000 HP doesn't hurt. Magic damage also doesn't hurt, but it's less valuable than the 1,000 extra HP, even if they don't recharge the barrier. Okay, so Tidstamon has picked Ogres, Dark Elf Slanesh, Ban, Grand Cathay. Good old Band Cathay. Have I told you that joke, human boy?
No.
My
You never told me a joke in your life.
That's true. I don't love you, so I don't share things with you. My clanmates have nicknamed Cathay Banned Cathay because they all ban it against me in Dom. They never let me play it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they good in Dom or something, or just you play them a lot?
So way back in Summer Champs, I beat Houseplant on like big OP Slanesh with Cathay, and ever since then just permabanned every time I play one of my clanmates.
Damn.
Yeah. So like nobody play like I'm like the only like top level player that actually plays Cathay, and everybody bans them against me. And it's very sad.
Dude, there's been a long conversation about global bans in land battles.
Yep.
And it's so tough because you're like, in spirit they're good, but there's so many people that just use it to ban out something you specifically are good at, and not like, you know, this is here because there's a lot of broken things in the game and you choose which broken thing you want to deal with, not to just make the other guy not have fun. And it's like, all right, I global ban Human Boy Skaven. It's like, okay, then we're playing Dark Elves back, you know, this was last patch when we had global bans. We're playing Dark Elves, Slanesh, Chaos Dwarves, Ogre Kingdoms, the 4 factions that are super strong in land and all this stuff, and like the global bans we're here to reduce that. But you just banned my Skaven, which aren't in that top 4, so we just get more games with the top 4. It's it makes me so irate because I liked global banning stuff, but when I played against global bans, it was like, oh, okay. So now I'm forced to just play the meta stuff because and that would happen all the time. Like Blood Penguin's Empire would get banned away from him. Strat Games Beastman or his Skaven would get banned away, and it's like, if you ban anything that makes anybody unique, you're just gonna get more meta matchups.
I probably don't want to have the conversation with me because I like global bans for that reason, because it increased. Basically, if your opponent was good at the meta, then you got a much more diverse playset. Whereas if you're against a good player, usually they're going to play the meta anyway, so you actually can ban them out and actually have a very diverse playset. I don't have a problem with the target banning, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
well,
in my experience, it just led to so many meta matchups, which is like, if that's the point, then why are we having global bans? Is that, you know,
yeah.
If it's not going to ban the meta stuff, then we're just going to play the meta stuff anyway. So who cares?
Yeah, I found it got to the point like for me, I'm very competitive. I play to win, so it's like, well, if you can't play the meta, then kind of your own fault. Like you should be able to play it well enough that it should be a threat more than we're off meta pocket pick.
Oh, for sure. At the top level, I think global bans are fine. And at the top level, I think no global bans are fine. I think global bans are mostly to promote people from getting bored of stagnancy.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Stagnation.
Anyway. Stagnation, there we go. Because, like, I know Nurgle's PA, he was on the stream earlier. I know he's a big advocate of global bans because he hates very certain things and he just wants to global ban and not deal with them. And it's like, yeah, that's what they're for. That's, you know, because it's like hardcore players are going to play no matter what. Like, no matter what awful state the game's in, there's just a certain 10% of the community that's never going to stop playing. But I don't know.
It's hard to make everyone happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do our best.
At the top level, I think global bans increased diversity are a lot of fun, but then you trickle down and it's not as good.
E.
We do have a Dawi sighting, by the way.
Oh,
Dawi versus
all right.
Titsman's Ogres.
Let's see it. Let's do it.
So
Dwarves it up.
You were saying dwarves are pretty good in ogres before, right?
Yeah. Saber's Regnum has like a really, really good but really toxic dwarf build into
Just one?
ogres. I mean, he probably has multiple, but I've only seen one.
That's been every dwarf build I've seen from that man.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Versus ogres, he has one specific one.
Okay.
It's not like that unique. It's largely the same as his other playstyles, but it's just got slight modifications to make it even more anti-ogre-y.
Okay.
But gyrocopter kite, ogres don't have a lot of things that can really deal with it.
Yeah.
And you have, I think he had some cannons to like shoot at man-eater pistols for a bit.
One thing that can deal with the gyros.
Yeah, a bunch of slayers, Gotrek, Felix, Thoric.
Yeah, I feel like ogres really can't deal with that character blob at all.
Not really, no.
Yeah.
I just started banning Gotrek and Felix in my tournaments because at high level play it wasn't even very common, and at high level play Gotrek and Felix would often lose.
Yeah.
But I just had zero fun watching and casting it, so I was like, you know what? Let's just not.
Yeah.
And I have had very few complaints.
Yeah. If I host a lot more land battles, I'll probably get there myself because I really don't enjoy those two. I was talking about this before you got here. Like, I hate legendary heroes. All they do is contribute to hero blobs. It's not interesting. It's not fun. So
yeah,
obnoxious.
To not show Skaven bias, but like I honestly think Gorich is one of the very few legendary heroes that's done well.
He's done well because he's been so shit for so long.
Yeah, but I meant like he's not that good in a hero blob. He's too tall. You can get shot by a lot of stuff, and Skaven don't have like AoE healing to support him.
That's the one. Yeah.
So you only really want Gorich for a mobile bodyguard and for his spin to win, which you usually want to dive into clumps of cavalry and infantry, which like I don't know. A hero hammer doesn't make those kind of blobs you need. It's mostly nice to like.
He's also better because he's large.
Yeah, so you can shoot him.
Gotrek and Felix are so obnoxious because they're tiny, they can't be shot, and they can't be surrounded very easily.
Yeah.
And
no, for sure. They're mega stupid.
And like elite bonus for infantry is a lot less common. Yeah.
Alright, I hold my tongue for one more second. Behind the blocker, Screech had an actually pretty interesting Dwarven build, and then he
changed everything.
He deleted it all, got the Sabrus build, except Ungrim instead of Thoric, but otherwise this is just the Sabrus build. I think Sabrus maybe had one less Longbeard, one more, cut the Dragon back and the Longbeard, and then get 2 normal Slayers, and I think you had his build.
Okay. Yeah, gyros are really annoying for ogres.
Yep. You wouldn't think so because they have armor-piercing missiles out the wazoo, but like those things are so tiny.
And
ogres
are so
do not
inaccurate.
have the best accuracy. Yeah. Ooh, actually, you know what Sabrus might have had? I don't know if he had Gotrek. He might have had Felix and then an engineer for more ammo.
That sounds toxic.
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. His dwarf build is like really good if you want to win the game. It's not really good to watch, but it's really good if you want to win versus ogres.
I feel like dwarf builds are exclusive like that. They're either fun to watch or they're good to win.
Yeah. Cal Harmon was one of the rare people that could make like a wide, normal-looking dwarf build and still be really menacing. But I think that's just like, once you get to that caliber of player, like the Voidlaws, Felcon level, if you take a build that isn't hard trolling, you can make it look viable.
Yeah. Alright, which side do you want? Do you enjoy? Are you a Dawi enjoyer?
Nah.
I didn't think so. Alright, get it.
I love how ogres have been meta and OP for quite a bit in land battles, and I still would rather talk about them than dwarves who aren't meta, but when they are played, I'm just like, alright, I hope these all suck and die.
Yep. Alright.
Okay. Ogres.
Very surprising
Looks
front
like
line.
we have Rips, Iron Guts, Triple Iron Gut, 2 Ogre Bulls, 4 Lead Belchers, 2 Saber-Tusk Packs, Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with Bone Crusher and Bull Gorger. Really? Okay. That's the plus melee attack and armor piercing weapon strength one. 5 Noblar Trappers. And that is it.
Very shooty. We'll have to see who wins the shootout. I suspect it'll be these 4 gyros. Gyro brimstone guns, anti-large AP, very good into ogres, with a pretty hefty elite box on the ground. Ironbreakers, Longbeards, Slayers, Ungrim, Felix, and Gotrek. I say Thoric. These Ironbreakers will be very, very sad if those lead belchers get in range, but these gyros should do a pretty good job of making sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, this looks
I
like
wonder-
not fun to play.
I wonder what Unger Ironfist's damage is when he gets Red Ruin and Axe of Dargo popped at the same time.
A lot. Yeah, that's a lot of steroids. It's a lot of attack steroids. And the amount of anti-large in this character blob is scary. I don't even know if they can kill this character blob, the ogres, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chance they just take these 3, send them forward, and everything else waits in the back of the map, and they just win. I don't know,
I'm
probably
still a
trap-
little surprised about certain abilities that have a negative component, because that's just like not a thing in Warhammer 3. But like the Axe of Dargo, Red Ruin, minus 24 melee defense, but you get some damage, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
Why is this a negative?
No. So curious to see if we're actually going to try to outshoot the gyros, or if the level's just going to run up and try to kill the dwarves first. Just try to outvalue them. Because I feel like that's probably your better bet. Just run at the dwarves, kill all their early infantry as fast as possible, and let the gyros get their incremental value over time. Because their value is pretty slow. They do good damage. They're hard to kill, but the damage output isn't super high, super fast. Wouldn't be surprised to see the levels just turn the Iron Breakers. But no, they're going for the gyros, and they're not going to hit a gosh darn thing. Yep.
They are not.
Yeah, good gyro micro is very, very hard to deal with. I think I'm shooting. Gotrek is running forward and getting just shredded by Noblar Trappers, but not doing a whole lot of damage because he's Gotrek and he's tiny and doesn't get hit by anything.
True.
Yeah.
It's very true. He's just running. He doesn't care about anything.
Yeah, just running the lead belchers. The lead belchers need to split up. If they're stuck together here, they're going to be taken apart very, very quickly. Gyros on the other side are actually doing very, very good damage to the lead belchers. Yeah, I love to see the lead belchers just turn and fire the infantry. Kill the infantry, don't worry about the gyros. The gyros spend all damage on the lead belchers. So be it. You can't really stop them. Just kill the infantry as fast as you can. Do your job before you die.
2 of the gyros have taken about a third of their HP, but they're still full models, so they can pull back and survive.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dragonback Slayers somehow caught a Noblar Trapper and are routing it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Somehow. Not really sure. Kind of missed it. Lead belchers are kiting as best they can, but I feel like ogres don't really have what they need to deal with all of these gyros. Those
Again,
are
you think with 5 archers and 4 armor-piercing cannon teams, you would be fine, but
Nope,
Nope.
not how that works. The boats
Nope.
are notorious. I mean, if you chevron, if you have them like gold chevrons, they'll hit them pretty easily. But that's not what we see today, and they're crazy expensive if you do that. You ever messed around with gold chevrons, lead belchers?
Oh, I did for like a very brief period before the nerfs, and it was interesting, but I struggled to always get my value back.
Yeah. Well, it's just kind of just remarkable how much the accuracy changes, because it makes them kind of useless against infantry. They don't spread their shots at all, but it's much better against single entities.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Alright, gyros have almost killed 3 of the lead belchers.
Yeah, and those iron breakers are still unscratched, which is a big, big problem. I really think you just focus on the fire on the lead belt or the iron breakers, kill them as fast as you can. Don't worry about just ignore the gyros. Thing once the gyros are out of ammo, they're just useless.
Yeah.
There is no
They're
restock
gonna get their
available.
value out.
Exactly, there's not a whole lot I can do. The character blob actually is split up. These iron breakers might be able to do pretty good work to Ungrim. Maybe if you can get him a split and actually kill him off, that'd be good work. Do a power fist coming down on those iron breakers. Could do some pretty good damage. And they do a spell resist though, which is a bit unfortunate. Love to see Bulk Gorger go down. These guys fighting Ungrim. They're not doing a lick of damage to him. Although he does pop a Red Ruin, so his melee defense is very, very low, but his weapon strength is almost 1,000. Yes!
Yep.
62. I guess he has extra from his item. He
Yeah.
has 62
his item
bonus, which
gives
is
him
large.
extra.
And the ogres aren't surrounding him. They're kind of fighting him 2-on-1. Just really not what you want him to be doing.
Though there have been some whoopsies. 2 different gyros have just sat AFK while getting shot. One's routing now, the other one's about to rout.
Yes, praise the great Maw. The gyros are dying. Dragonback Slayers are also sitting in the corner after chasing off that, whatever it was, the Noblar Trapper.
Dowie micro at its finest.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that without their ammo, though, they have no way of actually killing this hero blob, so they really need to preserve whatever ammo they can. Although Tidstamon is actually catching up in value pretty heavily, but I'm just really worried about this character blob. The Iron Guts are doing good work against the Iron Breakers. A bit more than I actually was expecting. And Gyro's dying has to get out the value as well, but the ammo is pretty much gone anyway.
I forgot Iron Guts have a bonus for Symmetry. I guess it's only 5.
Yeah, it's also one of the newer things they got.
One lead belcher, still full HP.
And high ammo. Can actually probably kill all of these Iron Breakers, but they're firing at Ungrim, and they're not going to hit him. They really aren't. And the gyros are back online and coming for that lead belcher, so it can't have fun. Yeah, they're both firing at Ungrim, and they won't kill him. Dwarves, man. Dwarves.
Yeah. Foot characters don't feel like they belong in this video game. They disobey a lot of the rules.
I don't mind, like, supportive ones, like, you know, Faye on foot, or even I don't mind Festus that much, but like, foot duelists are so obnoxious. Gotrek, Felix, Sigvald, very annoying.
Yeah.
And the value has 110 spiked in favor of the dwarves. As they grind through what little frontline the ogres have, the lead belchers are coming out with a whimper. I'm starting to understand why you think this matchup is so bad for ogres.
Yeah. It's all about gyrocopter micro, which Screech is his last guy that has ammo. He accidentally AFK'd with it right in front of the lead belcher, so it is routing. So there have been some mistakes, but yeah, if you just focus almost everything on your gyro micro and run around, you can take out anything the ogres have that's expensive, and then your hero hammer can take care of the rest.
It's kind of funny to me, like, how people talk about gyro micro, like, oh, it's this so hard, it's kind of this tricky thing to do, this thing that shows a lot of skill with door players. Like, well, not really when you have nothing else to micro.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're kind of tricky, and if you had anything else to micro, they might be hard to deal with, but you just sit there and control 4 units. I feel like it's not all that hard to do.
Well, there's 2 lead belchers left on the field out of 4, and one of
Models
them's just
or
about
units?
dead.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, units.
Yeah.
And this one is obstructed and not firing. The other one is running from the gyros. For some reason. But I think at this point the hero blob is pretty unkillable. And Gotrek Felix and Ungrim can probably kill most of what's left here. Trappers are doing good work, because they're not trappers, but don't know if they're doing enough. There is a lot of blob beings. The problem is they're actually in this ditch. It's actually saving them a lot of damage from those lead belchers. The gyros should land on lead belchers. Yeah, the gyros should land on the lead belchers and start routing them off. That's
Yeah,
what we
they
see every
can.
day. Belchers are starting to fire in. Not sure what they're targeting, but they are firing in. Sabertusk trying to get on top of the characters. Sabertusk do pretty well into characters, I find, but not when they have this much support, unfortunately.
Yeah.
What is this?
And you're fighting 3 really strong melee characters.
Yeah. What effect is going? Oh, it's the Navlar traps. That's what they're taking damage from. Balance of power is... Yeah?
I was saying lead belchers are finally firing, and they got a little bit of damage.
I mean, this unholy blob of dwarf is actually like a perfect target for them. But the balance power is starting to favor the dwarves pretty heavily. And, yeah, I kind of agree with it.
I do as well.
Ogres are just trying to regroup. Just kite these dwarves out, fire as much of your lead belcher as you can. If you can kill off the infantry, all of it, maybe you can take out the character blob. You know, if you can use the lead belcher hammer, just kill all this infantry, which you're pretty well set up to do. They're blobbing pretty hard.
Oh,
That's a beautiful volley.
that's a good volley.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can kite this infantry, just kill it all with the lead belcher. You have enough trapper ammo, you might be able to kill off some of the characters. If you can snipe Felix, you're in a good spot. And you can, I mean, you're ogres. You can kite as long as you want. They're dwarves. They're half your speed. They are the size of your pinky toe. You can run away from them as long as you want. And their volley coming in.
It's ripping apart their own iron guts a little bit.
Yeah, well, the iron guts were sacrificial anyway. But yeah, you can just hard kite at this point with ogres. Just don't let them get into melee
iron guts
with you.
between the lead belchers.
Oh! I didn't even see that, yeah.
They took some nasty shots.
You know, I mean, they're standing there asking for it. They're standing here staring at them, just saying, hit me, I want you to do it. It's better than fighting this blob. This is what they may sent to do here before too terribly long.
You ever heard of soft quitting?
No?
Okay. It's like a
AFK
concept kind of like phoning it in.
What?
I feel like those iron guts were soft fighting. They're like, oh look, we're taking damage, and it's for sure from the dwarves. We're doing our job.
Just remember going down to make sure they can keep kiting. No.
Noblar Trappers throwing in onto, I hope, Slayers, not Iron Breakers for the Noblar Trappers.
One would hope. Although, at this point, it makes a little difference, as they are a single unit. There is no Ironbreakers, there's no Slayer, there is simply Dwarf. Lots
Welcome
of
to
Dwarf.
Dwarf.
Yeah.
hopefully our Saber-Tusk friends in the distance can return and chase off these Longbeards and Ironbreakers before they come back.
Yeah, Sabertusk might actually like to be one of the better options they have against the characters. Their high weapon strength and small model size means they actually pile in pretty well. But the leadership may be a bit of a problem.
And Frenzy.
Frenzy? I mean Rampage.
Yeah. Sorry.
Frenzy would be a big help. Rampage would not.
Yeah, if they take like one solid shot from Ungrim, he's gonna do enough damage that they'll Rampage and then stay in the fight for too long and die.
Yeah. You're not like you have a whole lot of options. Your trappers are pretty much out of ammo. The lead belchers done good work, but they're running low on ammo as well. They've doubled their value. And they're one value short of 2k.
Nice.
Like I said, I feel like, yeah, if you just opened up on the infantry right away, the lead belchers are going to die to gyros either way. Just kill the infantry and then you might actually have a chance. Save your trapper ammo for the character blob. And they're just chasing off this poor, lonely Noblar trapper. He's being hit with the flammable and the weakness, and the slow.
Ironbreakers charge in!
Yeah, they charge in. Slaughtermaster is getting in there, getting down and dirty. They should be chased off. Something or other. They've got plenty of faster things. There's a gyro in the corner that's chasing a lead belcher for like 4 minutes.
Yep.
They're finally getting him off the map.
Yep.
Maybe. Maybe. Are they going to route in circles? Come on. Aww. Their chase ends. And immediately given a micro order. Very, you know, on top of his micro screech. Must say. The gyro micro coming in clutch.
So, 22 Dragonback Slayers, 47 Ironbreakers. Oh, the Ironbreakers are lined up. Alright,
but he's firing at the characters. He just knocked over Ungrim.
No, why are you firing at the characters?
They're also firing through the Iron Guts again.
God damn it.
Nope.
Alright, Noblar Trapper's doing a lot of damage to Dragonback Slayers. You love to see it.
Yeah. I worry they need that ammo for the characters, though. Like, this character blob is just such an unholy mess. Ogres do take the value lead, but I'm real scared of those characters.
Yeah. Iron Guts downhill charge onto the Iron Breakers, who are not braced, but they're not taking a ton of damage from this.
I wonder if there's any magic left with Lord to try and get some of the, what is it, Bring? No, not Bring Up, but Full Gorger on these Iron Guts, get some extra damage out, but doesn't look like it. Ungrim is taking a pretty hefty beating, but Felix should be healing him up now they are in melee. Saber-tusks charging into the back of his Ironbreaker should break them. There's just, what, 10 Slayers left? And then the character blob.
Yep.
Only about, you know, a dozen models left for the dwarves. I worry they can beat it. The gyros are landing on the Noblar Trappers. Kind of curious who wins that fight, to be honest.
Saber-tusks are rampaging, so they are stuck.
Hey, it's that thing you said would happen.
Yep. Bullgorger has popped onto the Ogre Bulls, not the Saber-tusk packs. Interesting.
Interesting. Lead Belchers are firing into their own Ogre Bulls, which is nice. You love to see it.
Those Lead Belchers have killed a lot of their own guys.
I mean, they've killed a lot of the enemies too, so it's worth it.
Oh yeah, they kill way more of the enemy than their own guys, but they have killed a lot of their own guys.
Yeah. Trying to hit Ungrim, and it's like one shot in each volley actually connects. So inaccurate. And now they are out of ammo and running into melee. Melee stats are not the greatest, weapon strength is high, so maybe they can have a chance of killing this, the last lone Dragonback Slayer, I think. I know there's 3
Durgishback Slayers.
Hey, Durgishback?
Durgishback.
Durgisberg.
Alright, they took a big walloping. They took 100 damage but didn't lose a model. So
Yeah, they're 85 HP. Still 3 models. Come on. Get them. Can you get the last of those boys? I can't even see them. I guess there's one.
I can't find their model. I just know. Oh, 6 HP, 2 models. 5 HP, 1 model.
Where's our boy? I mean, I guess he's under the banner, yeah. There's our boy.
He's running around.
They
He's
do
killing.
it. Come on, ogres, finish him off. Gyros flying overhead, nice. Oh, there's some Ironbreakers that have come back to the fight as well. Gyros have landed.
Just got him.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the Dragonback Slayers die.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's still at 5 HP. Come on, Noblars. Do your job. Kill the Slayer. He's just chasing the Saber-tusk. He's leaving the blob.
No. Slaughtermaster. Yeah, Slaughtermaster.
Get him!
Pick him up.
No! The Saber-tusks. Saber-tusks. Are you routing? No, they're routing. No!
Somebody kill that single Dragonback.
Come on, kill him. Slaughtermaster, kick him. No! He still has 5 HP!
How long can that one guy last?
A long time, apparently.
A long time.
This is the next Go Trek, apparently. Some of those Iron Guts rallying in the backfield. Really nothing else.
Helicopters are chased off. They lose a model.
Dragon Mech Slayers are still... The Slayer is still alive with 5 hit points. Come on, you useless Noblars. He died!
There we go. He's done.
Nice.
Old Archer popped onto the Lead Belchers to get them back in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, 53 melee attack on them isn't bad. They have good weapon strength. Oh, the Lord is probably the better target. Try and cycle charge Felix as much as you can before your Noblars give out. But at this point, I don't see a whole lot of hope for our big boys. And
Gothric and Felix's heal caps appeared, but not enough.
Yeah. The stunties are victorious this day. Well, more specifically, the character blob is victorious.
So you like dwarves into ogres yet?
Nah, yeah. That looks like a very fun, very attractive matchup.
The character blob didn't even do that much damage. It was the gyros and some slayers that did it.
Yeah, it's the fact that just ogres don't have an answer to them at all. That Lead Belcher tried to put the team on its back, 2,400 value, but didn't make up for the rest of the Lead Belchers and the sunk cost on them.
Noblar Trappers did fine.
I mean, it'd be a cold day in hell when Noblar Trappers don't do fine.
All right, Screech wins it. I think you owe me some money.
Screech wins it. Yeah, we can talk after the stream, but
I mean, I said it. I said he was gonna do it.
Yeah.
Nobody believed me.
No, I didn't. So Screech does take it. So that is all of our games done for the day. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thanks for joining me, Human Boy. You can check out Human Boy at
Human Boy yes on YouTube.com, dude.
Nice. And you got a bunch of tournaments going on this week, you said?
Tuesday I have a Puppet Masters tournament, and then Thursday, Friday, and Sunday I have Warhammer tournaments.
Nice. So check those out if you're interested in playing tournaments. Other than that, thank you guys so much for joining. I will see you guys next time.